Chapter 214. After Ji Qingyuan settled Lin Qianqian down, he asked Su Manyu to take care of her and pour her some water. Su Manyu reluctantly pouted and nodded. Lin Qianqian lay on the bed. She seemed to be too tired and fell asleep as soon as she lay on the bed. Ning Shu and Su Manyu looked at each other, then went about their own business. But Lin Qianqian suddenly sat up and turned her stiff neck to look at Ning Shu and Su Manyu. Lin Qianqian, what do you want? Su Manyu asked Lin Qianqian without looking up. Lin Qianqian didn't answer Su Manyu. She lifted the covers off the bed and stood up. She dragged her leg, which was in a cast, toward the door as if she couldn't feel the pain in her leg. Seeing Lin Qianqian like this, Ning Shu knew she was being controlled again. He quickly grabbed Lin Qianqian and placed the spirit pearl on her body. This time, the female ghost didn't leave Lin Qianqian's body. Instead, she turned around to strangle Ning Shu. How dare you stop me? I want you dead. How dare you treat me like this, she said menacingly. Ning Shu took 2 steps back and avoided Lin Qianqian's hand. She then kicked Lin Qianqian to the ground and pinned her down. She then yelled at Su Manyu, come over here and help pin her down. Lin Qianqian was very strong. Ning Shu almost couldn't hold her down. Su Manyu wiped the cold sweat off her palms on her clothes and quickly came over to help pin Lin Qianqian down. Ning Shu tore off Lin Qianqian's sheets and tied her wrists and ankles. He then stuffed the spirit pearl into Lin Qianqian's mouth. With the pearl in her mouth, Lin Qianqian struggled more and more violently. In the end, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Ning Shu took out the spirit pearl, wiped his saliva on Lin Qianqian's body, and put it away. Are you done yet? You're annoying me to death. Su Manyu looked irritated. Ning Shu sneered, it's good that you know you're annoying. You won't know when you're dead. Su Manyu. Ning Shu noticed that the plaster cast on Lin Qianqian's feet had shattered. The skin under the cast was bruised and swollen. It seemed that Lin Qianqian's legs were in serious condition. Previously, when she had only rolled down the stairs, it wasn't this serious. But now that she had dragged it out and had traveled with Ji Qingyuan, her legs were getting worse. Give Ji Qingyuan a call, Ning Shu said to Su Manyu. As soon as Ning Shu finished speaking, the dormitory began to shake. Just like the previous earthquake, the bed fell and landed on Lin Qianqian's leg. Lin Qianqian screamed and fainted again. Ning Shu was speechless. Another bed fell, heading straight for Lin Qianqian's head. Su Manyu covered her mouth as she watched the metal bed fall towards Lin Qianqian's head. It was as if she could see Lin Qianqian's head being smashed in the next second. Ning Shu immediately channeled her qi and hurriedly used her hands to support herself off the falling metal bed. Only then did she stop the metal bed from falling. The shaking stopped. The dormitory was in a mess. Ning Shu lifted the metal bed that was on Lin Qianqian's leg. Looking at Lin Qianqian's leg, he guessed that it had been shattered. Give Ji Qingyuan a call. Ning Shu shook his head. It seemed that the female ghost hated Lin Qianqian. She kept possessing Lin Qianqian's body and wanted to kill her. After Su Manyu called Ji Qingyuan rushed over. When he saw Lin Qianqian tied up on the ground with her plaster shattered, his expression changed. He immediately untied the cloth and picked up the unconscious Lin Qianqian. He questioned Su Manyu, what are you doing? How could you treat Qianqian like this? How did the plaster on her leg shatter? Why did you tie her up? Ji Qingyuan frowned. He looked at Su Manyu with hostility. Su Manyu was confused by Ji Qingyuan's question. She couldn't help but say, she's been possessed. Shouldn't we tie her up? The longer she's possessed, the worse it is for Lin Qianqian's health. What do you want us to do? You're so hard to please. Take your Qianqian and leave. Don't blame us for everything. You're so annoying. Ji Qingyuan, I've been tolerating you. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Su Manyu wasn't polite at all. She waved her hand. Get lost. Ji Qingyuan's face turned green with anger. You're being unreasonable. You're the unreasonable one. Your whole family is unreasonable, Su Manyu immediately retorted. Ji Qingyuan carried the unconscious Lin Qianqian and left. Su Manyu was angry at Ning Shu. She said, "Who's the unreasonable one? How dare an unreasonable person call someone else unreasonable? Fuck, as long as it has anything to do with Lin Qianqian, I'm always so angry." Su Manyu's face was contorted. Ning Shu curled his lips and said sarcastically, "It's all because you like Ji Qingyuan and Ji Qingyuan likes Lin Qianqian. You're not happy about it. That's why you're being so sarcastic. It makes my teeth ache." Su Manyu said, "Zhuang Yutong, do you want to die? Can you not mock me? Can you?" Ning Shu said, "Yes." Su Manyu was speechless. Meanwhile, Ji Qingyuan took Lin Qianqian to the hospital. After an X-ray, it was just as Ning Shu had expected. Her leg was fractured and her calf was swollen bigger than her thigh. She might even be crippled. Ji Qingyuan looked at Lin Qianqian's pale face and was furious. He went to the dormitory to look for Su Manyu. When he saw Su Manyu, Ji Qingyuan didn't say a word and directly slapped her. Su Manyu was stunned. She covered her face and stared blankly at the angry Ji Qingyuan. "Why did you hit me?" Ning Shu circulated her qi and pushed Ji Qingyuan forcefully, causing him to fall to the ground. Ji Qingyuan immediately groaned in pain. It was as if his buttocks had split open, and his tailbone felt as if it had been broken. This woman had a lot of strength. Ning Shu looked at Ji Qingyuan with disdain. What kind of man is he to hit a woman? Su Manyu also reacted. She looked at Ji Qingyuan sadly. "Why did you hit me for no reason?" "Ji Qingyuan, don't go too far." Ji Qingyuan got up from the ground. He endured the pain and coldly said, "Su Manyu, how could you treat Qianqian like this? You pushed Qianqian down the stairs and today you hit her leg with the metal bed. She might be crippled. Su Manyu, I was wrong about you. I didn't expect you to be so cruel. What did I do? I didn't do anything. You're slandering me for no reason. She was hurt by a ghost. Why are you blaming me? If we hadn't saved her, she would have been dead." "Ghost, it's the ghost again. I wasn't there. Who knows if you used a ghost to hurt Qianqian?" Ji Qingyuan looked at Su Manyu and Ning Shu sharply. "You two did such a thing and you're blaming it on a ghost." "Ji Qingyuan, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I do such a thing?" "You didn't push Qianqian down the stairs," Ji Qingyuan said coldly. "I didn't push her at all. She fell down herself." Su Manyu was angry and innocent. Chapter 215. The moment Ji Qingyuan arrived, he hit Su Manyu. The way he looked at Su Manyu was as if they were mortal enemies. Su Manyu covered her face. "My dad didn't even lay a finger on me. Who do you think you are? How dare you hit me? Ji Qingyuan, you think you can do whatever you want to me just because I like you?" Ji Qingyuan glanced at Ning Shu coldly. When he was pushed by her just now, he felt like his tailbone was about to break. When he heard Su Manyu's complaint, he said, "I'm doing this for Qianqian. You guys are classmates after all. Why are you so cruel? Do you know that your actions will cripple Qianqian's leg? Her leg hasn't recovered since you pushed her down the stairs. Qianqian told me before that you're always picking on her, but I didn't expect you to treat her like this." Ji Qingyuan glared at Su Manyu fiercely, almost roaring at her. Su Manyu's face darkened. "I didn't push him up the stairs. I didn't do anything. It was the female ghost who pushed him down. I didn't do anything. Ji Qingyuan, you haven't investigated anything, yet you're slandering me like this. Do you believe everything Lin Qianqian says? I know Qianqian. She's kind-hearted and has a good relationship with others, but you're always picking on her." Ji Qingyuan said coldly, "Su Manyu, do you think you can push everything to the female ghost? Do you think the female ghost won't come to confront you? Su Manyu, I've mistaken you for someone else. Su Manyu was so angry that her chest was about to explode. Her face was ashen. Ji Qingyuan, fuck you. I must have been blind to like someone like you. You and Lin Xian are a pair of bitches made in heaven. I'll say it right now. If I lay a finger on Lin Xian, I'll be killed by the female ghost. Su Manyu walked up to Ji Qingyuan and slapped him across the face. Who do you think you are? How dare you hit me? I'm paying you back. Su Manyu used a lot of strength. A fingerprint immediately appeared on Ji Qingyuan's face. Ji Qingyuan was in a daze, as if he hadn't recovered from the fact that Su Manyu had hit him. Ning Shu watched from the side. He felt that Su Manyu was really domineering. Ji Qingyuan used Su Manyu's affection for him, but he never reciprocated her feelings. But whenever he encountered a problem, he would order her around. It was as if Su Manyu was his servant because she liked him. Ji Qingyuan couldn't find the female ghost, and he didn't dare to look for it. However, someone had to bear the anger in his heart. Ji Qingyuan didn't care if Su Manyu was wronged or if she felt wronged. He only knew that Lin Xian was in such a miserable state. He was also haunted by the female ghost and was physically and mentally exhausted. He urgently needed to vent his anger. Xian and he were in a sorry state. But other than Zhang Yuyan, who jumped off a building to commit suicide, the other two looked relaxed. This made Ji Qingyuan very uncomfortable. Su Manyu, how dare you hit me? Ji Qingyuan gritted his teeth. His cheeks were trembling. His handsome face was distorted. Su Manyu took a step back. Why wouldn't I dare hit you? Su Manyu looked at Ning Shu and said fiercely, Zhuang Yutong, come with me and beat this heartless bastard up. Ji Qingyuan glanced at Ning Shu. His expression changed. His whole body felt like it was going to fall apart after being pushed by this girl. This girl was very strong. If she hit him, it would hurt a lot. If you dare to hit me, I'll make sure you can't stay in this school, Ji Qingyuan said coldly. Su Manyu sneered. Ji Qingyuan, do you really think this school is owned by your family? Do you think we can't stay here just because you say so? Ji Qingyuan snorted coldly and turned to leave. But the way he walked was a little strange. Seeing Ji Qingyuan leave, Ning Shu was very disappointed. He really wanted to beat him up. After all, Su Manyu was standing in front of him. Wah! Su Manyu wailed. She had been holding her ground in front of Ji Qingyuan, but now she was crying her heart out. Snot and tears were all over her face. Ning Shu didn't sympathize with her at all. He didn't comfort her either. Zhuang Yutong, you're so heartless. You saw me fall out of love and you didn't even comfort me. Su Manyu wiped her snot with a tissue. Ning Shu's expression was full of disdain. You haven't even fallen in love yet. Su Manyu was speechless. Do you think Lin Xian is really that good? Su Manyu asked unwillingly. Ning Shu said, you've already asked this question countless times. In Ji Qingyuan's heart, Lin Xian is 1,000 times better than you. Su Manyu felt like she had been shot in the heart. It hurts. Ning Shu looked at Su Manyu's despondent expression and couldn't help but say, all men in the world are right. There are plenty of men better than Ji Qingyuan. Why don't you find someone you like? Why let Ji Qingyuan ruin you? Su Manyu wiped her snot. Fuck, I must find someone better than Ji Qingyuan. You haven't met enough men yet. When you leave school, you'll realize that there are plenty of men who are more mature and outstanding than Ji Qingyuan. Ning Shu patted Su Manyu's shoulder. Su Manyu looked at Ning Shu from the corner of her eyes and said disdainfully, you sound like you've met a lot of men. I've met a lot of men, but they're all sick. Ning Shu was annoyed that Ji Qingyuan kept coming to their dormitory. He went straight to the dormitory management to complain that the girls in their dormitory had brought their boyfriends to spend the night in the dormitory. Moreover, the boys often came to the dormitory. The dormitory management teacher immediately said that no boys were allowed to enter the dormitory in the future. Ning Shu and Su Manyu's relationship became better and better. She often gave her clothes to Ning Shu to wear, but Ning Shu didn't want them. Besides, Su Manyu was a head taller than her. She couldn't wear Su Manyu's clothes at all. Sometimes, they would share cosmetics and go shopping together. They were developing into best friends. Su Manyu's words were direct and vicious. She bluntly said that Ning Shu's clothes were old-fashioned and that she didn't look good. Anyway, she was very picky. She degraded Ning Shu as if she was worthless. Ning Shu didn't pay any attention to her. If it were someone else with a small heart, they would probably be angered to tears by this girl. Although Su Manyu disliked Ning Shu, when they went out, she still held hands with Ning Shu. Ning Shu thought that she was afraid of ghosts. Ji Qingyuan said that he wanted the Taoist priest to come and get rid of the ghost, but he didn't come for a long time. Moreover, the female ghost didn't appear for a long time. It made Ning Shu feel that the female ghost had disappeared. This kind of peaceful school life made Ning Shu feel that it was too strange. When the female ghost was around, he was on tenterhooks. Now that the female ghost didn't appear, he was still on tenterhooks. Could it be that Ji Qingyuan had made a fool of himself in front of her and Su Manyu last time and decided not to get rid of the ghost first to scare them? Chapter 2:16. Su Manyu held on to Ning Shu's arm as the two of them walked out of the dormitory. As soon as they walked out of the dormitory, someone blocked their path. Ning Shu and Su Manyu saw this and turned their heads away at the same time. Su Manyu said, "Why is such an ugly person blocking our path?" Ning Shu said, "No." Song Ming, whose face was full of pimples, looked at the arrogant Su Manyu. Ning Shu said, "Zhuang Yutong, I have something to talk to you about." "Do we know each other?" Ning Shu raised his fist. "I said that I would beat you up every time I see you." Song Ming's face twitched as if she had thought of something. Ning Shu said, "Are you still angry? I was in the wrong last time. Besides, you punished me." Ning Shu was speechless. What's wrong with this idiot? Su Manyu looked him up and down with an arrogant gaze. She brushed her hair with her hand and said with disdain, "Your figure is not good. Your face is too ugly. You have too many pimples. Your face is too oily. You didn't wash your face when you went out. Your hair is dirty and oily. Your body smells like instant noodles. Your socks are tied to your pants, and your shoes are covered in mud." Su Manyu raised her eyebrows and looked at Ning Shu. She asked, "Is this your man?" "Zhuang Yutong, I really admire your taste. You usually laugh at me." "TSK, TSK, TSK." Ning Shu was speechless. Song Ming's face flashed with all kinds of colors after Su Manyu's words. It was as if a rainbow had shone on her face. She wanted to crawl into a hole and hide. Song Ming hated Ning Shu even more in his heart. He couldn't wait to have sex with Ning Shu right now and then abandon her. Previously, Song Ming was still interested in this girl who came from the corner of the mountain. Song Ming knew that he was not good-looking and was not considered rich. The girls in the university looked down on him, so Song Ming could only lower himself and set his sights on Zhuang Yutong. The other girls were all dressed very fashionably and looked good, but Zhuang Yutong was dressed in gray and looked like an ugly duckling. She had no friends and was all alone. Song Ming felt that such a girl should be easier to pursue and deceive than those vain girls. However, he didn't expect her to be so fierce and always go for his crotch. As soon as Song Ming met Zhuang Yutong's cold eyes, he knew that this girl was not to be trifled with. Song Ming didn't want to have anything to do with Zhuang Yutong anymore. However, Ji Qingyuan had found him and asked him to chase after Zhuang Yutong. If he could make Zhuang Yutong suffer and create a scandal, such as getting pregnant, being expelled from school, or being abandoned by him, Ji Qingyuan would let him directly enter Ji Qingyuan's family company after graduation. He could also pick up women. Now that he had a job after graduation, Song Ming could only bite the bullet. Two pairs of cold eyes looked at him. Song Ming was so nervous that he couldn't even speak. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Ning Shu said gently, Zhuang Yutong, I have something to tell you. Let's go to the side and talk. Su Manyu held on to Ning Shu's arm and flicked her nails. She said arrogantly, go to the side and talk. Is there something that I can't listen to? Song Ming's eyes hurt from Su Manyu's arrogant look. He just looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at Song Ming coldly. Scram. Song Ming's face trembled. In the end, he forced out a smile, making his face even more unsightly. He almost gritted his teeth. Ning Shu said gently, I'll come back tomorrow. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and watched Song Ming run away as if his butt was on fire. Oh my God, my eyes are going blind. I need to wash my eyes. Su Manyu took out eye drops from her bag. She looked up at Ning Shu with watery eyes. Ning Shu gave her a thumbs up. Zhuang Yutong, your taste really surprised me. I didn't expect you to like this type of man. Ning Shu curled his lips. This man wants to fuck me. He thinks I'm a village kid who doesn't know anything. Su Manyu looked at him with disdain. He doesn't even look at himself. Zhuang Yutong, don't be taken away by a man like this. Otherwise, when I see you in the future, I'll think of you rolling around with him. TSK, I'm disgusted. Ning Shu was speechless. However, for some reason, Song Ming went to the girls' dormitory every day to deliver flowers. Every time, he would look at Ning Shu with affectionate eyes. This made Su Manyu, who was beside Ning Shu, extremely disgusted. Every time Su Manyu saw Song Ming, she would attack Song Ming in all aspects. For example, she would say that the roses were from yesterday and that they could be bought at half price. She would also mock Song Ming for having 10 pairs of socks that cost $10. She would throw them away after wearing them once and never wash them. She would also say that the pimples on Song Ming's face had turned white and that it was time to squeeze them. She would also say that Song Ming was going bald and that his kidneys were too weak. Song Ming basically ran away with his tail between his legs. However, he still came the next day. Some meddlesome people asked Ning Shu to accept Song Ming. Song Ming really liked her. Ning Shu just spat. He didn't know what kind of power was supporting Song Ming to go to the girls' dormitory every day to embarrass himself. He was mocked by Su Manyu every day and even had a basin of water poured by Su Manyu. Needless to say, he was so embarrassed and pitiful. However, Ning Shu and Su Manyu felt that something wasn't right. Ning Shu knew that he wasn't some peerless beauty. For someone to like him so much, it had to be him. With his pitiful 3 points of charm, Ning Shu didn't think that he was loved by everyone. Su Manyu found someone to investigate and found out that it was Ji Qingyuan's idea. She was so angry that she wanted to flip the house open. Ning Shu said angrily, I didn't expect Ji Qingyuan to be such a despicable person. He actually used such a method to take revenge on you. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows. Last time, she had pushed Ji Qingyuan. It seemed that Ji Qingyuan was holding a grudge. This method was actually quite vicious. It ruined someone's reputation and caused her to be abandoned. If she really liked Song Ming, how painful would it be for her to be cheated by Song Ming and then abandoned by him? Ning Shu was speechless. Why didn't he find a handsome guy to chase her? She wasn't blind. It could be said that 99% of girls wouldn't choose Song Ming. Actually, Ji Qingyuan had asked Song Ming to disgust her. Ning Shu admitted that she was disgusted. Seeing Song Ming's serious and affectionate expression, Su Manyu and Ning Shu almost vomited on his face. It was extremely disgusting. Why don't I find someone to beat him up? Don't let him come again. I can't take it anymore. Su Manyu frowned and said impatiently, there's no female ghost, and now there's such a person. I really can't take it anymore. When Zhuang Yutong is with you, there's always something that changes my worldview. You're just too ugly. Why don't you tidy yourself up and attract such a disgusting person? Ning Shu said indifferently, you tidy yourself up well and are beautiful. The person you like isn't someone like Ji Qingyuan. Ahem. Su Manyu coughed. Ji Qingyuan's family is in the business. When doing business, sometimes you only care about the results and not the process. As long as the results are achieved, the means are secondary. Chapter 217. Su Manyu and Ning Shu decided to think of a way to stop Song Ming from bothering them once and for all. Su Manyu said that they should give him a taste of his own medicine and kick him out of school. Ning Shu spun the spirit pearl in his hand. He thought for a moment and said to Su Manyu, what if he sees a ghost? See a ghost? Su Manyu suddenly realized. She took out the cow's tears and said, I'll scare this bastard to death. That night, Ning Shu asked Song Ming to meet him at the female dormitory. Song Ming came excitedly. He thought that Su Manyu had finally been won over by his romantic attacks. Moreover, it was in the middle of the night. He was glowing with excitement. When he arrived at the dormitory, he saw two people standing under the streetlight. When he saw Su Manyu, Song Ming's heart suddenly became timid. Su Manyu's mouth was poisonous, and her family was rich. She pressured him until he couldn't breathe. Song Ming tidied up his clothes and immediately put on a gentle smile. It was as if he had put on a fake mask, but there was a disgusting desire in his eyes. Song Ming walked in front of Ning Shu and immediately reached out to grab Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu's face was cold as he took a step back. Song Ming cursed in his heart. She was looking for a man in the middle of the night, and now she was pretending to be reserved. Yu Tong, why are you looking for me so late at night? Song Ming asked gently. Su Manyu immediately said, you've been chasing Yu Tong for a while now. When Song Ming heard Su Manyu's words, his heart jumped. Su Manyu didn't have anything good to say. I really like Yu Tong. I think she's the only woman I like in my life. Song Ming looked at Ning Shu and said gently. Su Manyu's face turned green, and she was about to vomit. Ning Shu saw Su Manyu's face and laughed unkindly. He said to Song Ming, tonight, we asked you to play a game with us. Are you interested? Song Ming saw the smile on Ning Shu's face. This country bumpkin looked quite good when he smiled. She rarely smiled, and when she faced him, she was always as cold as ice. When she suddenly smiled like this, it gave people a stunning feeling. Song Ming suddenly felt that it was worth it to chase after this country bumpkin. He decided to abandon her later. Playing a game so late? Song Ming immediately felt her abdomen heat up as hot blood rushed to her face. She felt that the acne on her face was a little itchy. Song Ming controlled herself from scratching her face. The three of us are playing a game? Song Ming looked at the arrogant and beautiful Su Manyu. Although he felt that it was wishful thinking, he could not help but fantasize. Three people, hee. Su Manyu saw the expression on Song Ming's face. The way he looked at her was extremely obscene. Su Manyu wanted to dig his eyes out. She had never seen such a disgusting man. He was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat. He was chasing after Zhuang Yutong, and he actually looked at her with such a gaze. Ning Shu turned his eyes away and did not look at Song Ming's rippling eyes. This kind of man was simply shameless to the extreme. Close your eyes. We are going to play a game. Su Manyu gritted her teeth and laughed coldly at Song Ming. Song Ming looked at Su Manyu's smile and immediately closed his eyes. His heart was so excited that it was pounding. A huge firework of surprise exploded in his mind. Suddenly, something cold was smeared on his eyelids. He wanted to open his eyes, but he heard Su Manyu's voice. Wait a minute. Don't open your eyes so quickly. Song Ming's heart rippled. He closed his eyes and did not open them. Okay, open your eyes. Ning Shu said calmly. Song Ming quickly opened his eyes. He felt that his eyes were a little uncomfortable. He closed them again and opened them again. He saw a ferocious-looking ghost walk past him. Song Ming screamed and saw another ghost coming at his neck. It was a female ghost. Song Ming's eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. He let out a high-pitched scream. It was hard to imagine that a boy could make such a high-pitched scream. However, he did not feel any pain when the ghost grabbed his neck. There were ghosts all around him, and some of them were wrapped around his body. "Ghost, there's a ghost!" Song Ming screamed and wanted to hide behind Ning Shu. Ning Shu kicked her away. Su Manyu looked at Song Ming's face that was distorted with fear. She was even in a very good mood and laughed loudly. Song Ming heard Su Manyu laughing. Even Zhuang Yutong had a smile on her face. They were laughing. They were demons. Another ghost pounced at him. Song Ming scrambled and ran away. As he ran, he screamed, "Ghost, there's a ghost!" The whole school was filled with his screams. How shameless. Su Manyu's face was full of disdain. Su Manyu was bold now. When she saw that someone had seen a ghost, she actually had the heart to mock him. Ning Shu also curled his lips. This kind of person has evil intentions. They attract the most ghosts. Okay, let's go to sleep. The matter is finally resolved. Su Manyu yawned and held Ning Shu's arm. She suddenly said, "I know how to choose my husband in the future." How to choose? Ning Shu asked curiously. Su Manyu puffed out her chest and said, "If they want to pursue me, they have to first smear cow tears on their eyes. Let's see if they're afraid of ghosts." Ning Shu was speechless. Normal people would have psychological trauma. Ning Shu looked at Su Manyu. "You're destined to be alone for the rest of your life. If you're even afraid of ghosts, what right do you have to be my man?" Su Manyu said with conviction. Ning Shu was speechless. This logic. What was the connection between being your man and being afraid of ghosts? The next day, Song Ming didn't harass Ning Shu again. When he saw Ning Shu and Su Manyu, he took a detour. It was as if Ning Shu and Su Manyu were evil ghosts. When Su Manyu saw Song Ming, she even smiled very brightly at him. Her smile was like a flower. However, when Song Ming saw Su Manyu smile, he immediately jumped up in fright. When Song Ming looked at Su Manyu now, he felt that Su Manyu's face was twisted and ferocious. It was as if an evil ghost was smiling at him. Seeing Song Ming like this, Su Manyu smiled even brighter at him. Song Ming ran even faster. Now, Song Ming was like a god. He kept saying that there were ghosts. One moment, he said that there were ghosts in the bathroom. Then, he said that there were ghosts in the bed. He even slept with people at night. It was very annoying. After the cow tears dried up, Song Ming couldn't see ghosts anymore. However, no matter where he went, he felt that there were ghosts in the place. Song Ming couldn't take it anymore and transferred schools. When she heard that Song Ming had left, Su Manyu looked at him with disdain. How long has it been? He hasn't even met a powerful female ghost. He probably scared himself to death before he did anything. Ning Shu drank his soy milk and said to Su Manyu, "Do you think that the female ghost hasn't appeared in such a long time? Could it have been subdued by the Taoist priest that Ji Qingyuan hired?" "I don't know." Su Manyu shook her head. "This ghost is so annoying. What's wrong with Ji Qingyuan? He's not telling us anything. Could it be that the female ghost has gone to pester Lin Qianqian? That better be the case. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. He should go look for Lin Qianqian," Su Manyu gloated. Chapter 218. Lin Qianqian, whom Su Manyu had been talking about, had returned. On the way back, Ning Shu and Su Manyu bumped into Lin Qianqian lying on a stretcher. Lin Qianqian was being carried into the dorm. Ning Shu frowned. Su Manyu asked Ning Shu, "Why are they carrying her into the dorm looking like she's about to die?" Ning Shu shook his head and looked at Ji Qingyuan's back. He didn't understand what the male and female leads were doing. Ning Shu followed him back to the dorm and saw Lin Qianqian sitting in a wheelchair. Lin Xianxian's face was very thin, very thin. She was wearing a cotton-padded jacket in the middle of summer. It was obvious that the yin energy had entered her body. Ji Qingyuan looked at Lin Xianxian with concern. Lin Xianxian shook her head obediently and said, "Qingyuan, I'm fine. Don't worry, the evil ghost will be eliminated soon." Ji Qingyuan held Lin Xianxian's hand. Ning Shu looked at the plaster cast on Lin Xianxian's leg and thought that Ji Qingyuan must be sick in the head. His leg was already injured to this extent, yet he still brought it back to the dormitory. Did Lin Xianxian not want her legs anymore? "Zhuang Yutong, let's go find the dorm manager to change rooms. We can't be in the same dorm as this White Lotus. If anything happens, we'll be the unlucky ones." Su Manyu looked at him sarcastically. She grabbed Ning Shu's hand and turned to leave the dorm. Ji Qingyuan's face was pale. He didn't say anything. Instead, it was Lin Xianxian in the wheelchair who spoke. Lin Xianxian's voice was very weak. "Su Manyu, Zhuang Yutong, wait a minute." Ning Shu turned to look at Lin Xianxian. He wanted to know what she wanted to say. "Have you been harassed by a female ghost recently?" Lin Xianxian asked the two of them. Su Manyu was the first to speak. "It's been calm. Everything is fine." Su Manyu could tell that Lin Xianxian wasn't doing well at all, so she wanted to provoke her. Lin Xianxian noticed that Ning Shu and Su Manyu's complexions were quite good. Their complexions were rosy, and they seemed to be eating well and sleeping well. Even the country bumpkin Zhuang Yutong had become prettier recently. As expected, Lin Xianxian's heart sank. While she was in the hospital, the female ghost kept harassing her. She didn't know what to do. Although she had the talisman from the Taoist priest to protect her, every now and then, she would be scared to death. Ji Qingyuan wanted to take her home, but Ji Qingyuan's father wouldn't let her in, saying that he was afraid of bringing dirty things back. Lin Xianxian wanted to stay by the Taoist priest's side, but the priest was very arrogant and only lived in the Ji family's villa. However, Ji Qingyuan's father didn't allow her to stay with the Ji family. This made Lin Xianxian feel very hurt. Ji Qingyuan tried to fight for her to stay with him twice before giving up. Lin Xianxian thought that she might as well go back to the dormitory. The female ghost kept pestering her. Lin Xianxian thought that since it was an evil spirit that everyone had attracted, they should all deal with it together. But now that she saw that Su Manyu and Ning Shu were doing so well while she was the only one in such a pitiful state, Lin Xianxian's heart ached. Even her legs hurt. Ji Qingyuan said to Lin Xianxian, "Xianxian, let's go back to the hospital. The doctor said that you have to take good care of your legs. Otherwise, you might get into trouble." Lin Xianxian shook her head. "I'm fine in the dormitory." Lin Xianxian also felt a little resentful towards Ji Qingyuan, so she wanted to go back to the dormitory in a fit of pique. Ji Qingyuan was helpless. He could only say to Su Manyu, "Manyu, I'm sorry about what happened last time. I was too worried and anxious. That's why I did that to you. I hope you can forgive me." Lin Xianxian immediately asked, "Qingyuan, what did you do to Su Manyu?" Her tone was as if she was catching her in the act. She looked at Su Manyu with an unfriendly gaze. She felt that Su Manyu had seduced her boyfriend while she was in the hospital. During this time, Lin Xianxian had been under a lot of psychological pressure. The doctor had diagnosed that she might be crippled. Lin Xianxian couldn't imagine what it would be like to be crippled. Ji Qingyuan was so handsome. Would he still be with her? Would he still be with a crippled person like her? Even though Ji Qingyuan said that he loved her, Lin Xianxian still felt uneasy. She felt that she was really unlucky. Her life was so gloomy. Now that she heard Ji Qingyuan apologize to Su Manyu, Lin Xianxian felt like her world was about to collapse. "What did you guys do?" Lin Xianxian asked Ji Qingyuan emotionally as her body trembled. Ji Qingyuan immediately squatted down to comfort Lin Xianxian. "There's nothing going on between Su Manyu and me. You should know that there's nothing going on between us. The person I like has always been you. Lin Xianxian continued to ask, then what are you guys talking about? Previously, because of you, I hit Su Manyu, Ji Qingyuan explained. Lin Xianxian finally let out a sigh of relief. A smile even appeared on her face as she said to Su Manyu, Manyu, I apologize on behalf of Qingyuan. Qingyuan cares too much about me. He was too emotional when he saw that something had happened to me. That's why he hit you. Su Manyu was speechless. Su Manyu's face twitched. She didn't know what expression to make. On the other hand, Ning Shu felt that there was something wrong with Lin Xianxian's emotions. In the past, Lin Xianxian was youthful and lively. But now, Lin Xianxian was very sharp. Her entire body was covered in thorns. Even the slightest movement would cause Lin Xianxian's emotions to fluctuate. Now, Lin Xianxian felt inferior. She felt inferior in front of Ji Qingyuan, but she couldn't leave him. She used sharp questions to test Ji Qingyuan's love for her. She didn't know how long Ji Qingyuan could hold back. Ji Qingyuan rubbed his forehead and said to Su Manyu, Manyu, can you help me take care of Qian? Don't, please don't. If anything happens again, I'll be slapped again. Ji Qingyuan, you underestimate me too much. I, Su Manyu, can like you, but if I don't like you, you're nothing. You hit me, and now you want to say a few words that don't hurt me, and you want to treat me like your mother? Do I look that cheap? Su Manyu waved her hand. I'm going to change dorms now. I won't even touch Lin Xianxian. If something happens, we'll be blamed. Su Manyu had seen through Ji Qingyuan. Seeing him apologize unwillingly, she knew what he was thinking. He had secretly found someone to take revenge on Zhuang Yutong. No one liked despicable and shameless people. Ji Qingyuan was despicable and shameless. Ji Qingyuan took a deep breath and said to Lin Xianxian, Qian, let's go back to the hospital. Lin Xianxian said in a fit of pique, I don't want to go back. What's the point of going back? I'll still be haunted by ghosts. I might as well stay in the dorm. But what about your leg? Ji Qingyuan comforted her softly. Qian, listen to me. This time, I'll get the priest to give you something to protect yourself. It'll be fine. Lin Xianxian shook her head. I'm not going back to the hospital. Ning Shu could tell that the female ghost had been haunting Lin Xianxian. The plot had taken a turn. Now that Ning Shu had the spirit pearl in his hands, it was a deterrent to the female ghost. Therefore, it had been haunting Lin Xianxian, whose leg was injured. Chapter 219. Ji Qingyuan tried his best to persuade Lin Xianxian to go back to the hospital. He was afraid that Lin Xianxian would regret it for the rest of her life if her leg couldn't be treated in the dormitory. However, Lin Xianxian was being haunted by the ghost and was on the verge of breaking down. She didn't want to stay in the hospital alone. Her emotions had been tense the whole time. The injury on her leg, Ji Qingyuan's feelings, and all kinds of things were weighing on her. Lin Xianxian couldn't take it anymore. She even had a secret thought. Why did this woman keep pestering her? Why did she keep pestering her? Why didn't she pester the other two people in the dormitory? Everyone was afraid together. Why haven't you gotten rid of the ghost? Didn't you go to the Taoist priest? Ning Shu asked. His girlfriend had been tortured to such a state. Why hadn't they gotten rid of the ghost? Ji Qingyuan originally didn't want to talk to Ning Shu, but he remembered that his girlfriend still needed them to take care of her, so he said, the Taoist priest said that we need to get rid of the ghost when the yang energy is at its strongest. That's when the ghost is weaker. Ning Shu was speechless. Didn't they know that the ghost could devour other souls? Could it strengthen their own souls? The longer they delayed, the more the ghost would slowly recover, and more people would die. Did it have to be like in the plot? After she and Su Manyu died, Lin Xianxian was the only one left. Ning Shu was very cautious. This was the plot. It seemed that she and Su Manyu had to be careful. She didn't want to die like in the plot. She just wanted to help Zhuang Yutong get through this period. If she died, the mission would fail. Ji Qingyuan looked at Ning Shu and said sincerely, "Please take care of Qianqian. I'm a guy. It's not good for me to go to the girls' dormitory." Ji Qingyuan's eyes were very good-looking. They were deep with a little starlight. When he looked at someone, it was as if you were the whole world. It made people's hearts pound. Ning Shu's mind was thinking about how this brat had secretly asked that disgusting man, Song Ming, to cheat on her feelings. Ning Shu didn't like this guy at all. She said directly, "I want to change dormitory with Manyu." Ji Qingyuan's face twitched. He felt humiliated. He had already lowered his voice, but Lin Qianqian still rejected him. Su Manyu pulled Ning Shu and left. She found the dormitory management teacher to change their dormitory. In the end, they were changed to the dormitory next door. Ning Shu thought about it and said, "Why don't we not change dorms? We are the ones who are haunted by ghosts. What if the female ghost haunts other people in the dorm? That shouldn't be the case. She's the one who pestered the 4 people in our dormitory. She probably won't kill the girls in the other dormitory." Ning Shu shook his head. Who could say for sure? This female ghost was obviously an evil spirit that devoured souls. What principles could she have? Ning Shu was here to counterattack, but he couldn't implicate the innocent. Everyone's life was precious, and it was shameful and vicious to take someone's life for no reason. In the end, Su Manyu said, "I'll take responsibility for my own actions. Let's just go back." In the end, Ning Shu and Su Manyu went back. When Lin Qianqian saw Ning Shu and Su Manyu, surprise flashed across her face. She was surprised that the 2 of them had returned. Ji Qingyuan paid a high price to hire 2 caregivers to take care of Lin Qianqian in the dormitory, but the 2 caregivers didn't even want to be paid the next day. Scary things always happened at night. Although Lin Qianqian returned to the dormitory, the female ghost followed her like a shadow. Because Ning Shu was in the dormitory, the female ghost didn't dare to enter the room. She only roared at Lin Qianqian from the window. The 2 caregivers were scared to death. The next day, they packed their things and left. Ning Shu held the spirit orb in his hand. Su Manyu seemed to have gotten used to this situation. She was still able to fall asleep. Lin Qianqian basically didn't sleep the whole night. When she saw Su Manyu wake up and stretch her back, looking much better, Lin Qianqian felt as if something was raking her heart. It was very painful. She couldn't even remember the last time she slept soundly. Her legs hurt so much that every second felt unbearable. Lin Qianqian looked at Su Manyu and Ning Shu with an unfriendly gaze. Ever since Su Manyu pushed her down the stairs, Lin Qianqian felt as if her life had completely changed. It was as if she had fallen into hell. Why did Lin Qianqian and the angry evil spirit only follow her? Why were they so tolerant of Zhuang Yutong and Su Manyu? Lin Qianqian hated this evil spirit. She was also jealous of the 2 people who were living leisurely. She was struggling in hell while they were enjoying themselves. "Su Manyu, why did you push me down the stairs? If you hadn't, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state right now," Lin Qianqian suddenly said. Lin Qianqian's voice was hoarse and full of resentment. Ning Shu was stunned at first. He looked into Lin Qianqian's deep eyes. Lin Qianqian's eyes had been lively before. Her eyebrows were full of spirit, but now she was very deep. "Lin Qianqian, are you looking for trouble this early in the morning? I already said that I didn't push you. You were the one who fell down the stairs," Su Manyu said coldly. Su Manyu said coldly, "I'll pay you the medical fees, but just because I'm giving you money doesn't mean that I'm the one who did it. I'm just pitying you. Instead of blaming me, why don't you blame yourself for suggesting the pen spirit game? If it weren't for the pen spirit game, how could this have happened? This is all your own fault. Don't push all the blame onto me. I, Su Manyu, won't buy it." Su Manyu's expression was cold. She wasn't polite to Lin Qianqian. Don't forget how Zhang Yuyan died. She was killed by a ghost. You indirectly caused her death. What right do you have to blame me? Lin Qianqian's face turned even paler. What evidence do you have to prove that Zhang Yuyan was killed by a ghost? Zhang Yuyan had suicidal tendencies. She was already under the influence of the unspoken rules. You and Ji Qingyuan are a pair of bitches. You always like to push the blame onto others, Su Manyu said coldly. Lin Qianqian, don't think that I won't do anything to you just because you're disabled. If anything happens to you, I'll still be fine. Don't mess with me. Don't think that I won't do anything to you just because you have Ji Qingyuan to back you up. Ji Qingyuan's family is rich, and so is mine. Su Manyu really looked like a spoiled brat. Ning Shu watched as Su Manyu made Lin Qianqian tremble in anger. What a vicious female supporting character. I don't want your money. I don't want your stinky money. Lin Qianqian gripped the wheelchair handle so hard that her knuckles turned white. Su Manyu shrugged nonchalantly. Forget it if you don't want it. My family's money doesn't grow on trees. I'd rather give it to Zhuang Yutong than give it to you. I'd rather buy some clothes for her. Ning Shu thought, you guys can talk. Why are you dragging me into this? She was just a bystander. Lin Qianqian glanced at Ning Shu and said sarcastically, you're just a bootlicker. Ning Shu was speechless. You're injured like this and you still care about whether I'm a bootlicker or not. You really have nothing better to do, Ning Shu said calmly. It was exciting to go against the female lead like this. Chapter 220. When Su Manyu and Lin Qianqian started arguing, Ji Qingyuan came over. Ji Qingyuan saw that Lin Qianqian's expression was extremely bad and then saw the aggressive Su Manyu and Ning Shu. He knew his girlfriend had been wronged. Ji Qingyuan wanted Lin Qianqian to move out. Why bother staying in the dorm? But Lin Qianqian was determined to stay. She was very stubborn. Ji Qingyuan couldn't figure out why she was staying. It was meaningless. Lin Qianqian said to Ji Qingyuan, if I want to leave, I want to go to your house and stay with the priest. Ji Qingyuan's face immediately showed signs of hesitation. Seeing Ji Qingyuan like this, Lin Qianqian's expression darkened. She laughed at herself and said, I knew it would be like this. Ji Qingyuan, don't you love Lin Qianqian a lot? What's wrong with bringing her to your house to stay? Su Manyu added fuel to the fire. Hearing Su Manyu's words, Lin Qianqian's expression darkened even more. She looked gloomy. In addition, Lin Qianqian had lost a lot of weight recently. Even her cheekbones were showing. She no longer looked as lively and sweet as before. Su Manyu, would it kill you to stop talking? Ji Qingyuan couldn't help but scold Su Manyu in a low voice. Ning Shu said, let's go eat. Su Manyu pursed her lips and followed Ning Shu. Ning Shu asked, do you still have feelings for Ji Qingyuan? Why are you trying to drive a wedge between them? Don't get involved. Pfft, I don't like Ji Qingyuan anymore. Let him and Lin Qianqian love and hate each other. Seeing them hurt each other makes me happy, Su Manyu said darkly. Ning Shu was speechless. She was indeed a vicious female supporting character who couldn't stand seeing the male and female lead happy. After Ning Shu and Su Manyu finished eating, they returned to the dorm. Lin Qianqian was still there, but Ji Qingyuan had already left. Lin Qianqian's eyes were red. She had obviously cried. When she saw Ning Shu and Su Manyu enter, she quickly wiped her tears. Su Manyu scoffed and ignored Lin Qianqian. Ning Shu felt that the soul pearl was really a good thing. She and Su Manyu, who were supposed to die, were still alive. Because she and Su Manyu didn't die, there was almost no development in the plot. The normal development was that Zhang Yuyan died, Su Manyu became a vegetable, and Zhuang Yutong fell into the artificial lake. Then, the Taoist priest destroyed the female ghost. However, the female ghost kept pestering the female lead, causing bad luck to befall the female lead. The female lead in the story basically didn't suffer much, but because of the soul orb, the development of the story deviated a little and the female lead had to bear more of the suffering. Ning Shu didn't feel anything. The 3 people in the plot had all died. 3 fresh lives had been snuffed out in an instant. But at least Lin Qianqian was still alive. She could feel pain and breathe. There was a spread of breakfast on the table in front of Lin Qianqian, but she hadn't touched it. Ning Shu had no idea why Lin Qianqian was suffering. After all, nothing was more important than eating and resting well. Especially now that the Yin energy had entered Lin Qianqian's body, her resistance was even weaker. If she still didn't eat, she'd be tired of living. Lin Qianqian glanced at Ning Shu and hesitated for a moment before asking, Zhuang Yutong, can you give me some of the medicine you and Su Manyu drank? Ning Shu looked at Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian nervously tightened her coat. She bit her blue lips and asked, You don't have any? Ning Shu nodded and said, Yes, I'll make some for you. Su Manyu pouted and didn't say anything. Ning Shu handed the medicine to Lin Qianqian, who slowly drank it. Ji Qingyuan didn't want his girlfriend to suffer. He went home and begged the Taoist priest again and again. Finally, the Taoist priest destroyed the female ghost. Ji Qingyuan was very dissatisfied with this ox-nosed old Taoist. If he wanted to exterminate a ghost, then exterminate a ghost. Why did he have to be so arrogant? The Ji family treated him with good food and drink, treating him as an honored guest. However, this Taoist priest was very arrogant, which made Ji Qingyuan very dissatisfied. But now that he had a favor to ask, Ji Qingyuan could only suppress his dissatisfaction. The dormitory was quiet for a few days. The female ghost didn't come out and didn't bother Lin Qianqian anymore. Lin Qianqian slept well for a few days, and her complexion looked better. But Ning Shu was still scared. He was sweating when he held the spirit orb. This feeling was like the calm before the storm. It was dark and windy outside the dormitory. There wasn't a trace of wind, and the surroundings were especially quiet. It was so quiet that it was almost dead. Ning Shu felt even more scared. He nudged Su Manyu, who was fast asleep, and said, Stop sleeping. What's wrong? Su Manyu's voice was nasal and sleepy. It's so late. Shouldn't you be sleeping? Ning Shu whispered, I don't feel good. Stop sleeping. Okay. Su Manyu yawned. Ning Shu felt that his surroundings were getting darker and darker. Gradually, the whole world seemed to be immersed in thick black ink. Ning Shu reached out his hand, but he couldn't see his fingers. He looked out the window, but there was no light at all. Ning Shu clutched the spirit orb tightly. He felt like he couldn't breathe in the darkness. Su Manyu said with difficulty, Yutong, I feel like I can't breathe. Me too. What's going on? Ning Shu felt that the female ghost had come in, and there was no sign of life at all. Was she trying to suffocate them to death in this room? Gah! There was movement on Lin Qianqian's bed. It was especially obvious in the dead silence of the room. Then, he heard heavy footsteps. Lin Qianqian got up. With the condition of Lin Qianqian's legs, she couldn't stand up at all. Plus, he didn't hear Lin Qianqian's pained cries. Fuck, she's possessed Lin Qianqian's body again. This female ghost must be addicted to Lin Qianqian's body. She's always on Lin Qianqian. Ning Shu felt for the flashlight at the head of the bed. He turned it on and pointed it at the door. He saw Lin Qianqian walking out of the room. Ning Shu quickly nudged Su Manyu and shouted, Lin Qianqian is possessed. Ning Shu quickly jumped off the bed and chased after Lin Qianqian. Su Manyu quickly shouted, Zhuang Yutong, wait for me. I can't see. Su Manyu quickly climbed down from the bed. Ning Shu chased after her. Ning Shu ran very fast. He only caught up when they were out of the door. Lin Qianqian turned her head and looked at Ning Shu coldly. She unlocked the door and walked out with a squeak. Ning Shu ran over and grabbed Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian threw Ning Shu off with all her strength. Ning Shu was thrown over. He quickly used his qi to stabilize his body. His expression changed slightly. He felt that this female ghost had become more powerful. Zhuang Yutong, Yutong. Su Manyu caught up. She stood beside Ning Shu, panting. She looked at Lin Qianqian, who was covered in black aura. Su Manyu shivered at the vicious look in her eyes. She looked away. If you continue to follow me, you'll die. Lin Qianqian's voice was hoarse and sharp. It sounded like nails scratching on a blackboard. It was unpleasant to the ear. Chapter 221. Lin Qianqian's face was twisted. When she spoke, it was as if her throat had been torn. Lin Qianqian looked at Ning Shu coldly with a hint of fear in her eyes. She took a step towards Ning Shu, but then stopped. Su Manyu was so scared that she hid behind Ning Shu. Ning Shu felt the spirit orb in his hand tremble, as if it was excited that the spirit in front of it was very strong. Lin Qianqian was very afraid of the spirit orb in Ning Shu's hand. She snorted coldly, and suddenly, a strong wind blew around them. Then, she lifted her leg and kicked at the street lamp on the side of the road. Then, the plaster on her leg broke. How painful was that? Lin Qianqian broke the plaster on her leg and flew away. In the blink of an eye, she was gone. She flew away. Flew. Su Manyu's eyes were blank. Am I seeing things? She can fly after being possessed? Su Manyu patted her chest. It's good that she's gone. Oh my God, I was scared to death. Zhuang Yutong, I feel that the ghost is quite afraid of you. Why? Zhuang Yutong asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu ignored Zhuang Yutong and frowned. Where was the ghost going? Do you know where Jiqing Yuan's house is? Ning Shu could only think of Lin Qianqian going to find Jiqing Yuan. Su Manyu nodded. I know. Ah, what are we doing? Where are we going in the middle of the night? Ning Shu pulled Su Manyu away and said, We're going to Jiqing Yuan's house. Lin Qianqian went to find him. I'm not going. It's such a dangerous event. I'm not going. Su Manyu wanted to go back, but Ning Shu dragged her away. Damn, Zhuang Yutong, you're a freakishly strong woman. By the time Ning Shu and Su Manyu arrived at Jiqing Yuan's house, the two parties had already started fighting. Lin Qianqian was fighting against a man wearing a Taoist robe with his hair in a bun and holding a horsetail whisk in his hand. He looked exactly like a Taoist priest in ancient times. At that moment, Jiqing Yuan was standing next to an indifferent man. This man looked a lot like Jiqing Yuan and was most likely Jiqing Yuan's father. He stood at the entrance of the villa and looked at Lin Qianqian, who was standing not too far away. His face was filled with disgust. On the other hand, Jiqing Yuan's face was filled with worry and despair. His gaze was focused on Lin Qianqian's legs. The cast on her legs had already shattered. Now that the female ghost was torturing her legs, Lin Qianqian's legs really couldn't be saved. Get lost, ox-nosed old Taoist. Lin Qianqian roared at the old Taoist priest with hatred. Every time the female ghost became agitated, the black aura around her became thicker. Lin Qianqian's entire face seemed to be shrouded in black smoke, and her face couldn't be seen clearly. You're an evil creature to begin with. Today, I'll destroy your soul. The old Taoist priest's expression didn't change. He took out a talisman from his pocket and held it between his fingers. He chanted a spell, and the talisman glowed with golden light as it rushed toward Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian dodged the talisman. Her entire body was covered in yin qi. Ferocious souls could even be seen emerging from her body and roaring, blocking the golden light from the talisman for her. When the golden light from the talisman shone on them, the ferocious souls vanished into thin air. Ning Shu's sharp eyes saw that Zhang Yuyan's soul was caught in the middle of the talisman. Her face was contorted in pain, but it disappeared in an instant. These souls were probably the souls that the female ghost had devoured. This female ghost was really ruthless. Even after Zhang Yuyan's death, she still didn't let her go. In the original plot, Zhuang Yutong's soul had been able to escape. She had sacrificed something precious to counterattack. She was considered lucky. You evil creature, how dare you absorb so many souls? If I don't kill you today, I'm afraid you'll bring disaster to the world. The old Taoist priest's expression was a little angry. He made a spell with his fingers, and the talisman exploded with a strong golden light. It shone on Lin Qianqian, and the black aura and souls on her body quickly dissipated. Ah! Lin Qianqian let out a shrill and angry roar. Suddenly, the surrounding sand and pebbles flew. Lin Qianqian's voice was filled with hatred. Old Taoist priest, you almost destroyed my soul more than 10 years ago. Today, I want you to die. Previously, I thought that the heavens were kind and spared your life to let you reincarnate. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn and evil. Today, I'll kill you. I won't show any mercy. After the old Taoist priest finished speaking, he began to chant a spell. Lin Qianqian seemed to be furious. She didn't care about the talisman on her body anymore. She pounced towards Ji Qingyuan. She looked at Ji Qingyuan with a venomous gaze. She reached out her fingers, and sharp nails instantly grew out. She aimed for Ji Qingyuan's heart. Ji Qingyuan's father stood in front of Ji Qingyuan. Lin Qianqian's expression became even more venomous. She slowed down, but was still hurt by the golden light that exploded from Ji Qingyuan's father. She let out a sharp cry. Fuck, Uncle Ji is so powerful. Su Manyu saw this scene and said in surprise. Ning Shu didn't think that Ji Qingyuan's father was that powerful. He guessed that Ji Qingyuan's father had something to protect him. Ji Jinyan, I want you dead. I want you dead. I'll drag you to hell. Ji Jinyan, the female ghost roared at Ji Qingyuan's father. Ji Jinyan's expression was indifferent. He looked at Lin Qianqian with disdain. Who do you think you are? How dare you attack my son? Tears of blood flowed out of Lin Qianqian's eyes. She looked at Ji Jinyan with hatred and sadness. Why are you doing this to me? Why not? Who do you think you are? Ji Jinyan's expression was indifferent. It was as if the female ghost in front of him was an ant. Su Manyu raised her eyebrows. Does this female ghost know Uncle Ji? There must be some grudge between them. Ning Shu felt that everyone in the dormitory was implicated. Look at the male lead's father. When the female ghost came to his door, he was still arrogant and looked disdainful and indifferent. On the other hand, the female ghost in front of Ji Jinyan looked like a little girl who had been hurt. She was unwilling, resentful, and full of resentment. A man and a woman. It was obvious what was going on. Ning Shu felt that it was boring. It was this kind of love thing again. Ning Shu said to Su Manyu, I dare say that this female ghost loves your Uncle Ji, but your Uncle Ji doesn't like her. She was probably another female supporting character in someone else's love story. Moreover, she was a ruthless one. Su Manyu glanced at Ning Shu. I'm not blind. The female ghost was probably driven mad by Ji Jinyan's attitude. She roared crazily and vomited blood. When Ji Qingyuan saw Lin Qianqian vomiting blood, he anxiously shouted, Qianqian. Ji Jinyan grabbed Ji Qingyuan and said indifferently, it's a female ghost now. Are you going to die? Dad, Qianqian's body won't be able to take it. Ji Qingyuan's face was full of pain. Ji Jinyan's face was cold. He was indifferent to his son's words. Chapter 222. Ning Shu felt that Ji Jinyan was truly a cold-hearted person. His indifference came from his bones. Even when facing his own son, he didn't show much emotion. Ji Jinyan, Ji Jinyan. Lin Qianqian called out his name again and again. Every word was like a curse, making one's heart turn cold. Su Manyu hugged Ning Shu's arm tightly. Ning Shu said, Zhuang Yutong, I'm so scared. Ning Shu was speechless. There was no point in being scared. Under the moonlight, the bloody tears on Lin Qianqian's face looked even more eerie and terrifying. She rushed towards Ji Jinyan like a madwoman, but she was injured by the golden light on Ji Jinyan's body. The black aura on her body became thinner. But she still rushed towards Ji Jinyan as if she was committing suicide. Lin Qianqian was stuck to the talisman. She screamed and fell to the ground. The black aura on her body dissipated. Lin Qianqian looked at the cold Ji Jinyan with tears of blood. She looked pitiful and sentimental. Ji Jinyan, I love you so much. I love you so much. For you, I'll do anything. Even if I die, you won't even look at me. Lin Qianqian cried and kept vomiting black blood. Seeing Lin Qianqian like this, Ji Qingyuan was so anxious that he was about to cry. But he was held back by his father. He panicked. The old Taoist priest made a gesture with his fingers and the talisman on Lin Qianqian shone brighter. Lin Qianqian screamed in pain. In the distance, Ning Shu and Su Manyu covered their ears. Seeing his girlfriend in pain, Ji Qingyuan begged the old Taoist priest, please save Qianqian. The old Taoist priest chanted a spell and a thick black aura exploded from Lin Qianqian's body. Then, the black aura left Lin Qianqian's body. She lay on the ground, unconscious. Qianqian. Ji Qingyuan rushed over and hugged Lin Qianqian's body. But her body was cold as if she was about to die. Ji Jinyan, please look at me. Look at me. I love you so much. I can die for you. Why can't you love me? What's so good about her? The female ghost begged Ji Jinyan. Her voice was no longer mournful and eerie, but the elegant and clear voice of a woman. Why? Can't you look at me? I love you. I really love you. Ji Jinyan's face was cold and expressionless. He was indifferent to the female ghost's words and did not even lift his eyelids. Ning Shu had never seen such a cold person. Su Manyu asked, Ning Shu is not like his father. I'm talking about his temperament. His father is so cold. Su Manyu said, after Ji Qingyuan's mother died, he became like this. I heard that he couldn't accept his wife's death and was very cold to his son. His aunt died of postpartum hemorrhage. So she died of dystocia. He probably loved his wife so much that he didn't even care about his son who caused his wife's death. TSK. What a man with deep love. Now, there was a woman, oh, no, a female ghost who loved him so sadly, but he didn't feel anything. It was really pitiful to fall in love with such a man. He wouldn't look at you at all. He gave all his love to one person. Ji Qingyuan's mother was actually very lucky to have a man who cared about her and loved her so much. The female ghost saw that Ji Jinyan didn't speak and was almost beaten to death by the old Taoist priest. Her soul became thin. The black aura around the female ghost dissipated, revealing her true appearance. She was wearing a dress and had a slim figure. Her hair was like seaweed. Just looking at her back, she was very beautiful. Ji Jinyan, I love you. I'm willing to do anything for you. The female ghost rushed towards Ji Jinyan. Even if I die, I want to die in your arms. Ji Jinyan looked up and coldly glanced at the female ghost rushing over. He said coldly, what right do you have to die in my arms? The female ghost was hit by the old Taoist priest. Her entire soul dissipated. Her voice was filled with great sadness. Ji Jinyan, even at this point, I still can't bear to hurt you. Can't bear to. The female ghost's voice gradually disappeared. The surroundings were silent. There wasn't a trace of wind. Ji Qingyuan carried Lin Qianqian's body and ran towards the hospital. Ji Jinyan said indifferently, the family doctor is inside. Let's go inside. Ji Qingyuan carried Lin Qianqian into the hall with tears in his eyes. Ji Jinyan didn't comfort Ji Qingyuan. Instead, he said to the old Taoist priest, thank you for this. The old Taoist priest stroked his beard and said, after all, you owe this female ghost a marriage. But she has done many evil things. This is retribution. The people hiding over there can come out now. The old Taoist priest looked in the direction where Ning Shu and Su Manyu were hiding. Ning Shu was still happy that the mission had been completed. She hadn't died and the female ghost had been destroyed. Su Manyu grabbed Ning Shu's arm and said, "Zhuang Yutong, help me. My legs are numb." What a good-for-nothing. Ning Shu dragged Su Manyu over. "Uncle Ji, it's me," Su Manyu said to Ji Jinyan. Ji Jinyan glanced at Su Manyu. Su Manyu. Ji Jinyan casually glanced at Ning Shu. Then, he quickly glanced at Ning Shu. Ning Shu took a step forward, but immediately stopped. After being glanced at by Ji Jinyan, Ning Shu felt a chill run down his spine. He felt as if his blood had frozen. After traversing through several worlds, this was the first time he had met such a cold person. He ignored everything. Even the miracle doctor wasn't so cold. The miracle doctor had a heart condition and couldn't be too emotional. But Ji Jinyan didn't seem to have any emotions. There was only coldness, coldness, coldness. This is? Ji Jinyan looked at Ning Shu and asked Su Manyu. Su Manyu said, "This is my classmate. She's a friend from the same dormitory. Her name is Zhuang Yutong." Zhuang Yutong? Ji Jinyan chewed on the name. Every word came out of his mouth. For some reason, Ning Shu's back was covered in sweat. Ji Jinyan looked away from Ning Shu and said calmly, "It's late. Go inside and drink some water." "Okay. My legs are so weak that I can't walk anymore." Su Manyu agreed readily. Ning Shu wanted to refuse, but Su Manyu had already said it. He couldn't refuse. Su Manyu wanted to go in and see Lin Qianqian's miserable state. Plus, the female ghost had been eliminated. Su Manyu felt that the world was beautiful. Ning Shu followed the group into the villa's living room. The living room was huge and luxurious. Ning Shu lowered her head and sat on the sofa, listening to Su Manyu and Ji Jinyan talk about the ghost in the dormitory. But Ning Shu felt that Ji Jinyan's gaze was constantly on her. It made Ning Shu feel uneasy. She didn't know this Ji Jinyan. Furthermore, the original owner came from the mountains. She didn't know a rich guy like Ji Jinyan. Chapter 223. Ji Jinyan pushed an exquisite porcelain teacup in front of Ning Shu and said coldly, "Miss Zhuang, please have some tea." Ning Shu felt Ji Jinyan's body lean towards her, giving her a sense of pressure. Ning Shu lowered her head and said, "Thank you." The Taoist priest sitting at the side said, "Since you were both haunted by the female ghost, why are the two of you fine? Also, the yin qi isn't very serious." Ning Shu didn't want to expose the existence of her soul pearl, so she didn't say anything. Su Manyu said, "Yutong went home and found a witch to prescribe some medicine to remove the yin qi. We drink it often, so the yin qi hasn't entered our bodies." The old Taoist priest touched his beard. "So that's how it is. You should have something on you to protect yourself. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so relaxed." The old Taoist priest looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu said, "Granny gave me an amulet." The old Taoist priest touched his beard and didn't say anything. Ji Jinyan said to Ning Shu, then, "Miss Zhuang, do you still have the medicine? I hope to give some to the little girl upstairs. That girl is the girl Ji Qingyuan likes." Su Manyu pouted. Ning Shu nodded. "Sure." The corners of Ji Jinyan's mouth curled up slightly. Previously, the light outside was not very bright, but looking at Ji Jinyan now, he only felt that his face was exquisite, cold, and proud. Although he was Ji Qingyuan's father, he looked like he was only in his 30s and had a strong aura. This was an extremely handsome man. No wonder the female ghost loved him so much. Now that he smiled, Ning Shu felt that his smile could topple a country. Then, "Miss Zhuang, please bring the medicine over tomorrow." Ji Jinyan looked at Ning Shu, who had her head lowered. Ning Shu nodded and said, "Sorry for disturbing you for so long." Manyu and I will leave first. No rush. It's already late. You can leave tomorrow, Ji Jinyan said. Ning Shu was speechless. I'm not familiar with you at all. Since you're Su girl's friend, you don't have to be polite. It's not safe for two girls to walk at night. Ji Jinyan picked up the exquisite teacup on the marble coffee table and took a sip. There's no need. Ning Shu held Su Manyu's hand and walked away. He could feel the gaze following him like a shadow. What's going on? After leaving the villa, Ning Shu let out a sigh of relief. Su Manyu, who was beside him, was very happy. We finally got rid of the female ghost. Oh my, we can finally live a peaceful life. Ning Shu also smiled, and his heart relaxed. Oh my, I can finally leave this world. When they returned to the dormitory, the sky was still dark. Ning Shu and Su Manyu went back to sleep. When Ning Shu woke up, he realized that his soul pearl was gone. Ning Shu looked around for a while, but he couldn't find his things. Ning Shu almost turned the entire dormitory upside down. Did he drop it on the road or did the old Taoist take it away? Fuck, where's my pearl? I'm going blind from crying. Zhuang Yutong, what are you looking for? Su Manyu saw Ning Shu's bitter and hateful expression and felt distressed. Nothing, one of my shoes is missing. Ning Shu's voice was so distressed that the tone of his voice changed. Shame, it's just a pair of shoes. I'll give you a pair. It's enough for you to buy a pair. Su Manyu waved her hand and said disdainfully. Ding, quest completed. Leaving the character world. 2333's voice suddenly sounded. Zhuang Yutong's voice went limp, and Ning Shu's soul was roaring. My pearl, my soul pearl. Back in the system space, Ning Shu was still howling. The whole system space was filled with Ning Shu's roars. Oh right, I'll keep this pearl. You're now a soul, so you can't get close to the soul pearl. Your soul will be sucked away by the soul pearl. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought I lost it. My heart was bleeding. Ning Shu said unhappily. 2333 retorted, didn't I say that when you return to the system space, I'll take away the soul pearl? Why didn't you tell me when you took it away? Ning Shu's tone was very bad. 2333 was really an idiot. He wasn't reliable at all. Why was he so different from the system mainframe? 2333 system stiffly changed the topic. Let's see how many points I earned this time. Ning Shu's status panel appeared in front of him. Number, 23333 name, Ning Shu age, 27 experience, 5000030000 soul, 200 life, 50 wisdom, 85 charm, 3 luck, 34 spirit, 120 martial strength, 10 aptitude, 26 merit, 23 skills, 5th ring spear technique, trash fighting technique, trash entry to peerless martial arts honorary title, goddess of war mission completion progress, 100. Obtained 10 attribute points. The mission this time gave him 30,000 points. The points weren't very high. He obtained 10 attribute points and 3 merit points. Ning Shu didn't know what the use of merit points was. Ning Shu allocated the attribute points to wisdom, luck, and martial strength. His status panel changed. Number, 23333 name, Ning Shu age, 27 experience, 5000030000 soul, 200 life, 50 wisdom, 85 charm, 3 luck, 343 spirit, 120 martial strength, 107 aptitude, 26 merit, 23 skills, 5th ring spear technique, trash fighting technique, trash entry to peerless martial arts honorary title. Goddess of Warning. Shu realized that martial strength was really important. Just like this mission, if it wasn't for his agile body and reaction speed, he would have died in the hands of the female ghost. He wouldn't have been able to obtain a treasure like the soul pearl. Ning Shu, add some attribute points to your charm, 23333 said. You keep adding attribute points to your martial strength. Do you really want to become a freakishly strong woman? Ning Shu didn't care at all. Isn't it good to have a high martial strength? I think it's pretty good. It's even better if you have charm. With charm, it'll make things a lot easier. With charm, people will have a good impression of you. It's also beneficial for the mission. 23,333 advised. Ning Shu said faintly, it's better to rely on myself than on others. I'm not going to fall in love. Why would I need such a high charm? Ning Shu knew very well that he wouldn't be able to stay in the mission world for long. Once she left, the original owner would return to his body and start a new life. Ning Shu suddenly asked 23333, I've been traveling from one world to another. I've been fighting for all kinds of people. I've been living like this for a long time. It's a bit tiring. 23333 was silent for a moment. Then he said, rest well. Your soul is a bit tired. What you've done is very meaningful. Not only have you fought for those who desire to change their fate, but you've also stabilized the realm. You can live forever. Although this kind of longevity is a bit bitter, although your time in the mission world is short, you will never disappear unless you fail the mission and are killed. Maybe one day you'll be strong enough. Strong enough to transcend everything. Then you'll be free. 23333 comforted Ning Shu. You're the same as those who want to fight for survival. You're all fighting for your life to change your fate. Ning Shu let out a long sigh. It was as if he wanted to exhale the turbid air in his heart. Chapter 224. 2333 was afraid that Ning Shu's soul would crumble. Players had completed too many quests and their minds couldn't take it anymore. Naturally, they would vanish into thin air. Therefore, the quest takers not only had to complete the quest, but they also had to adjust their mentality. Some quest takers became bloodthirsty, and some lost their minds. They used their abilities to wreak havoc in the quest world and caused the world to collapse. Ning Shu felt that she was being unreasonable. She was supposed to die, and now she was given this opportunity. As long as she stayed true to her heart, there was nothing she could not do. Ning Shu sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the materials in the dimension to replenish her soul. Just like 2333 said, she was immortal to a certain extent. Although she existed as a soul, she had failed her mission as a human. Even if Ning Shu died now, Ning Shu had no regrets. Ning Shu, are you okay? 2333 asked Ning Shu. Ning Shu opened her eyes and heard 2333's words. She said, I'm fine. I'm fine. Phew, that's good. I thought I was going to be thrown back into the recycle bin. You scared me. 2333 said happily, thank goodness you're fine. Ning Shu closed her eyes and ignored 2333. She tried to absorb the materials in the system. Ning Shu wanted to strengthen her soul. After some time, Ning Shu opened her eyes. She felt relaxed. She said to 2333, let's start the quest. Okay. After 2333 said that, Ning Shu felt dizzy. The dizziness did not last long. Ning Shu's soul was now so strong that she could clearly feel her soul fusing with her body. After she got used to it, Ning Shu heard a child crying beside her ear. The child was crying loudly, calling for his mother. There were people beside him trying to console the child, but the child was still crying very sadly. Ning Shu opened his heavy eyelids. He rolled his eyes and saw a fair and tender child crying beside the bed. Her Highness the Empress is awake, Your Highness. The palace maid serving her immediately said happily. Imperial Mother, Imperial Mother. Little Munchkin grabbed onto Ning Shu's hand and looked at Ning Shu with teary eyes, melting his heart. Ning Shu comforted her, Mother is fine. Don't cry. Ning Shu wanted to get up, but his body was very heavy. Furthermore, he felt like he couldn't breathe properly. His heart ached faintly. Ning Shu had learned medical skills from the godly doctor for a period of time. To put it bluntly, he was angry at himself. Help me up," palace maid Ning Shu said weakly. "Imperial mother, I will help you." Little Munchkin was originally a child, about 4 or 5 years old. There were still traces of tears on his face. As he held on to Ning Shu's arm, his face was red. Ning Shu felt a warm and soft feeling in his heart. It should be a reflection of this body. Ning Shu was not used to it. She had become the mother of a child. The palace maid came over and helped Ning Shu up. Ning Shu leaned back against the cushion and looked at little Munchkin. He tried his best to speak to him in a gentle tone. "Mother is fine. Don't worry. Imperial mother, I am so scared. I am so scared that Imperial mother will leave me. I will not be naughty in the future. I will study seriously and make Imperial father happy." Little Munchkin grabbed onto Ning Shu's hand tightly. Ning Shu said to little Munchkin, "Mother will be fine. Mother will never leave you." Ning Shu tried her best to coax the child. She felt dizzy, her heart was palpitating, and her breathing was short. This child's body was too weak. Ning Shu felt tired just by saying a few words. "Go and wash your face." Ning Shu asked the palace maid to take the child away. Little Munchkin looked at Ning Shu reluctantly, but still obediently went down with the wet nurse. Once the child left, Ning Shu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Just a slight movement and his entire body was covered in sweat. "Your Highness, it's time to drink your medicine." The palace maid brought the medicine over. Ning Shu took the bowl of medicine and sniffed it. It was all nourishing medicine. It was not poisonous, but it was useless for this body. The original owner of this body was overthinking. "Take it away. I want to rest," Ning Shu said lightly. The palace maid hesitated and looked at Ning Shu. She lowered her head and said, "The imperial physician said that your highness has to take the medicine on time." "I know. Leave." Ning Shu was very impatient. The palace maid immediately took the bowl of medicine and left. Ning Shu lay down and prepared to accept the plot. The original owner of this body was the Empress of the Yan Kingdom. Her name was Xiao Xiao. Her grandfather was the Grand Marshal. During the fight for the throne, the original owner of this body was the most sought-after concubine among the princes. However, Xiao Xiao chose the current emperor, the fourth prince Huaqing. The fourth prince had the support of the Grand Marshal. In addition, the fourth prince was a capable man. He successfully ascended the throne and the original owner of this body became the empress. Huaqing was very deep and cold. He did not care about women and had no interest in the women in the harem. The original owner of this body married Huaqing for 5 years before she gave birth to a baby. It was the little boy just now, Huaqingwang. Xiao Xiao worked hard to take care of the harem. Otherwise, Huaqing would worry. Every month, Huaqing would come to her palace on the 15th. Sometimes, he would roll with Xiao Xiao. After the original owner of this body gave birth to Huaqingwang, she always wanted to have children. However, she could not conceive. She gave up and put all her hopes on Huaqingwang. Huaqingwang was now a child, but the original owner of this body forced him to study. Huaqing also raised Huaqingwang as an heir. Xiao Xiao was a woman, and she was the empress's woman. She gradually felt that Huaqing did not love her. He married her to get the support of her grandfather. However, Huaqing was tall and handsome. Moreover, he was an emperor. Xiao Xiao put her heart on Huaqing and tried her best to do what a wife should do. She thought that she would live like this until she grew old and be buried in the same grave as Huaqing. However, fate took a turn. This matter began when Huaqing brought back a golden fox from the hunting grounds. This golden fox was very smart and very human. Huaqing doted on this golden fox very much. No matter what he did, he would bring this fox with him. When eating, the fox would squat on the table and eat drumsticks. When sleeping, they would sleep together. Even when bathing, they would be together. Other than going to court, Huaqing and this fox were inseparable. Huaqing came to the harem less and less. He did not even go to the Empress's palace on the 15th of every month. He did not summon the harem concubines to sleep with him for a few months. It was simply too abnormal. As a man, Hua Qing suddenly had no needs. This caused all the women in the harem to die of thirst. They clearly had a man, but they were like widows. Under the cries of the harem women, the original owner of this body decided to ask Hua Qing what was wrong. Chapter 225. Xiao Xiao suspected that Hua Qing was hiding a woman. Otherwise, he wouldn't summon the harem women to his bed for half a year. However, Hua Qing was the emperor. Even if he had a woman, she, as the mistress of the harem, should know. Why hide a woman? Xiao Xiao went to ask Hua Qing why he hadn't been to the harem for so long. Hua Qing impatiently said that he had matters to attend to in the previous court and had no time to go to the harem. He brought up the matters of the previous court. As a harem woman, Xiao Xiao naturally couldn't interfere in court affairs. She also couldn't ask what he was busy with. Xiao Xiao saw Hua Qing holding the little fox in his arms. His gaze was especially doting. Xiao Xiao didn't care at all. In the end, it was just an animal. However, she didn't expect Hua Qing to dote on this fox to an unprecedented extent. It turned the harem upside down. Today, it broke the imperial concubines' vases. Tomorrow, it would tear Jiayu's clothes. It was so gluttonous that it ate everything. It often sneaked into the imperial kitchen to steal food. In short, it was especially naughty. This caused the harem concubines to be very resentful. They ran to Xiao Xiao to complain. Xiao Xiao went to find Hua Qing to discipline this fox. The harem was really out of control. Hua Qing just dotingly tapped the little fox's forehead. He was very dissatisfied with Xiao Xiao making a fuss over nothing. She was bickering with an animal. Xiao Xiao was so angry that she almost fainted. After that, she was teased by the little fox. Xiao Xiao wanted to beat this animal to death. However, Xiao Xiao didn't dare. Even if this animal set the palace on fire, Hua Qing wouldn't say anything. He would unconditionally dote on this fox. This was a treatment that even humans couldn't enjoy. This animal actually enjoyed it. The harem women hated this fox so much that their teeth itched. Even Xiao Xiao was jealous. She had been married to Hua Qing for so long, but Hua Qing had always been cold to her. She had never received such gentleness and doting from him. The concubines cried and complained in front of Xiao Xiao every day, adding fuel to the fire. This made Xiao Xiao hate this fox even more. She even found people to kill the fox, but they all failed. When Hua Qing found out, he was so angry that he wanted to depose the empress. If Xiao Xiao's grand marshal grandfather didn't stand up to stop him, Xiao Xiao would have stayed in the cold palace. From then on, Xiao Xiao lost her dignity and status as an empress. She was now an empress who was despised by the emperor. Xiao Xiao's heart was filled with hatred and pain. It was simply a vicious cycle. Moreover, this fox often came to tease her, jumping on her body and messing up her hair and clothes. Then, very humanely, it would cover its mouth with its paw and run away. The concubines also saw clearly that if they wanted to gain the emperor's favor, they had to please this fox. No matter what the fox did, the concubines gritted their teeth and endured it. Xiao Xiao was very unwilling to give up and thought of ways to kill this beast. She even found her grandfather and asked him to kill the fox. However, she didn't expect that the marshal's mansion would be found to have betrayed the country. Hua Qing directly took away the military power and executed the whole family. When Xiao Xiao learned of this, she vomited a mouthful of blood. She felt that she had caused the death of her entire family. Xiao Xiao didn't believe that her grandfather would betray the country. He was already so old, there was no need for that. It was just that Hua Qing wanted to take back the military power in her grandfather's hands. Once the cunning rabbit was killed, the hound was thrown away. Xiao Xiao really regretted marrying Hua Qing and causing the death of her entire family. In addition, her son, Hua Qingwang, ran around crazily with the fox every day. His heart was wild. Xiao Xiao couldn't teach him anymore. He was a good-for-nothing and was always reprimanded by Huaqing. Xiao Xiao's heart was filled with despair. She cried tears of blood and hung herself. Ning Shu was speechless. She was courting death. Actually, what Xiao Xiao didn't know was that this fox was actually a human inside. She was just a girl who had transmigrated from the modern world into a fox's body. After transmigrating into a beast, she really thought of herself as a beast. Her wild nature was hard to tame. After Xiao Xiao's death, this little fox found a pearl in Xiao Xiao's palace. Legend had it that it was a 1,000-year-old mermaid pearl. It was the original owner's dowry. The little fox accidentally swallowed it and turned the little fox into a peerless beauty. From then on, there was no color in the palace. Huaqing only liked this little fox. Because the original owner was unwilling, her soul wandered around the palace. When she saw that slut adopt her child, she said that she played well with him when she was still a fox. Huaqing didn't want to study, so she didn't let him study. She said that it wasn't a big deal to study later. She wanted to give the child a beautiful childhood. Huaqing liked this empress very much. Not long after, he forgot about his mother. That was until the slut gave birth to a child of her own. That child was very smart and good at studying. He had a photographic memory, which made Huaqing seem even more vulgar. He became the slut's son's follower. He watched as the slut's son became the emperor while Huaqing and the fox spirit went sightseeing. The original owner's wishes were, 1. Don't let the marshal's family be executed. 2. Don't let this immoral slut die a horrible death. 3. Huaqing was the son of the first wife. Don't let that be the ending. When Ning Shu saw the original owner's wishes, he felt that the first wish wasn't easy to fulfill. He felt that the marshal's family's decline was inevitable. Huaqing was the emperor and the original owner's grandfather held military power. If the other party was hot-headed and rebelled, the throne under his butt would be unstable. It would be like a fishbone stuck in the throat. Huaqing wanted to deal with the marshal's family from the moment he ascended the throne. Handing over military power was tantamount to having one's hands and feet tied. Huaqing could do whatever he wanted. With military power in hand, at least Huaqing would be a little wary. The original owner fainted because he wanted Huaqing to study. Huaqing was still young and didn't like to study. He said that he hated Imperial Mother and Imperial Mother only wanted him to study. He wanted to play with the little fox. The original owner was so angry that his vision turned black and he fainted. Ning Shu felt a headache coming on. He opened his eyes and rubbed his forehead. The most important thing now was to take care of his body. Sitting on the bed, Ning Shu began to cultivate his peerless martial arts. After a while, Ning Shu's whole body was covered in sweat. He had no choice but to stop and let the palace maid bring hot water to wash up. After washing up, Ning Shu's body felt a little better. He also ate a little more for lunch, which made his personal palace maid very happy. Ning Shu sorted out the plot in his head as he ate. The little fox had just arrived in the palace not long ago. Ning Shu decided to destroy the shark pearl so that it wouldn't be able to transform into a human. Let's see how you guys are going to do it. Ning Shu put down the bowl and asked his personal palace maid, Qing Zhu, to find the shark pearl in the dowry. Qing Zhu was stunned for a moment before she found the shark pearl. Ning Shu looked at the shark pearl. Although it was called a shark pearl, it was just a big and round pearl. Perhaps it had some mysterious power that could allow the little fox to transform into a human. He sneered and picked up a stool and smashed it on the pearl. The pearl didn't shatter. Ning Shu smashed it a few more times before the pearl finally shattered. Ning Shu didn't stop and continued smashing the pearl until it turned into powder. Ning Shu blew at the powder, causing it to fly up and fall to the ground. Qing Zhu, oh. Chapter 226. Zhuang Yutong, you're awake. I thought you were possessed by a ghost. You scared me to death. Zhuang Yutong opened her eyes and saw Su Manyu complaining. Although she was complaining, Su Manyu's eyes were filled with worry. Are you all right? You fainted all of a sudden. Su Manyu looked at Zhuang Yutong. What's wrong with you? Zhuang Yutong felt a little dizzy. She said to Su Manyu, I'm fine. Su Manyu looked at Zhuang Yutong with an evil expression as she said, should we go check on Lin Qianqian? Didn't you promise Uncle Ji to deliver her medicine? You can send the medicine over. I won't go. I'm not feeling well, Zhuang Yutong said. Su Manyu saw that Lin Qianqian did not look well. She nodded and left with the medicine bag. Before she left, Ning Shu said, when I come back, I'll tell you about Lin Qianqian's terrible condition. Zhuang Yutong felt like she was in a dream, but she remembered it clearly in her mind. It didn't feel like a dream. After Su Manyu left, Zhuang Yutong closed her eyes and slept for a while. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Zhuang Yutong climbed down from the bed and opened the door while asking, who is it? Zhuang Yutong opened the door and saw a rather unexpected person at the door. Zhuang Yutong stuttered, why are you here? It was Ji Qingyuan's father, Ji Jinyan. Ji Jinyan walked into the dormitory, looked into Zhuang Yutong's eyes and said, I'll treat you to a meal. Why? Zhuang Yutong asked in a daze. She was not familiar with this man at all. They had only met once, but he actually came to her dormitory and said that he wanted to treat her to a meal. Ha ha ha. Take it as my thanks for your medicine. I heard from Su girl that you were in the dormitory. I asked you to deliver the medicine personally. Why didn't you go? Ji Jinyan's tone was very domineering. Zhuang Yutong, was this person sick in the head? Change your clothes. I'll treat you to a meal. Ji Jinyan glanced at Zhuang Yutong. This person was sick. Ji Jinyan raised his wrist, looked at his watch, and said, Miss Zhuang, please hurry up. My time is very precious. Zhuang Yutong, wiping his tears, what to do if I meet a lunatic? Which, save me. Don't you have nice clothes to change into? In return for the medicinal powder, I can give you some. Ji Jinyan saw Zhuang Yutong's confused expression and seemed to be very considerate. With a stiff face, Zhuang Yutong said, please leave. I'm going to change. Ji Jinyan grunted and turned to leave. Zhuang Yutong wanted to bang her head against the metal bed. What kind of person was this? When Zhuang Yutong changed her clothes and went out, Ji Jinyan frowned but didn't say anything. The two of them went downstairs. Zhuang Yutong's eyelids twitched when she saw the luxury car parked in front of the dormitory. Ji Jinyan opened the car door for Zhuang Yutong. Zhuang Yutong sat in the car and felt out of place with Gij. Everything in the car was luxurious and fragrant. She looked at the clothes she was wearing. Zhuang Yutong decided that she would never associate with such people again. She didn't want to feel inferior and torment herself. Ji Jinyan sat in the car and saw Zhuang Yutong's eyes flickering. He smiled. You will have this life in the future. Zhuang Yutong didn't comment. Instead, she was more concerned about why this man was looking for her. They were eating at a Western restaurant. Zhuang Yutong sat opposite Ji Jinyan and said lightly, sorry, I don't know Western dining etiquette. Ji Jinyan said, I can teach you. No need, Mr. Ji. I want to know why you're looking for me. Zhuang Yutong asked. You're making me lose my appetite. Ji Jinyan took a sip of red wine and looked at Zhuang Yutong in a daze. Your eyes are exactly the same as my wife's. When I first saw you, I thought he was standing in front of me. Zhuang Yutong, oh. Ji Jinyan raised his eyebrows. Her reaction was so calm. Aren't you curious about my wife? Ji Jinyan asked. Zhuang Yutong. Why should I be curious? We don't know each other. Mr. Ji, are you looking into my eyes to comfort yourself because my eyes are similar to your wife's? Or do you want to keep me as your wife's substitute? Su Manyu said you love your wife very much, but your current actions make me doubt your loyalty to your wife. Zhuang Yutong stood up. Sorry, I'll leave first. I don't know how to eat Western food. Goodbye, Mr. G. Zhuang Yutong only wanted to study hard so that she could have a job after graduation to reduce the burden on her family. Ji Jinyan and she were from different worlds. Life was already so difficult, why should she play with the rich? Ji Jinyan watched Zhuang Yutong leave the restaurant and raised his eyebrows. Loyalty to his wife? When Zhuang Yutong returned to the dormitory, Su Manyu had already returned. Su Manyu immediately said excitedly, Lin Xianxian's leg is going to be amputated. Her leg is seriously injured and the infection is very serious. We can only amputate it. I don't know if Ji Qingyuan will still like Lin Xianxian with a broken leg. Zhuang Yutong silently looked at Su Manyu's happy face and was speechless. Su Manyu's face fell. Zhuang Yutong asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm getting engaged," Su Manyu suddenly said. Zhuang Yutong, "Pfft, why so sudden?" Zhuang Yutong asked. "You haven't even graduated yet. You don't understand the lifestyle of people in our class. We can still get married before we graduate. Marriage doesn't affect our lives. We can still have fun as usual." Su Manyu sighed. Zhuang Yutong asked again, "Who are you getting engaged to?" "Ji Qingyuan." Su Manyu rolled her eyes. Zhuang Yutong, "Pfft, the riches circle is so messy." Zhuang Yutong sighed. "Damn, why is it so frustrating to get engaged to Ji Qingyuan? Damn, I have to get involved with Lin Xianxian again. It's so annoying just looking at her." It was obvious that Su Manyu didn't want to get engaged to Ji Qingyuan. People who want to live with each other for the rest of their lives should find someone they like, Zhuang Yutong said. Zhuang Yutong said with disdain, "You're indeed a country bumpkin who doesn't know anything. We're combining interests. It has nothing to do with feelings. Don't you like Ji Qingyuan?" Zhuang Yutong looked at her from the corner of her eyes. "Damn, let's not talk about this dark history. I'd rather like a country bumpkin like you than Ji Qingyuan," Su Manyu said. Zhuang Yutong's mouth twitched. "I don't need you to like a country bumpkin like me. You should go and like Ji Qingyuan." "When did I say I liked you? I was just making an example. It means that Ji Qingyuan is not worth mentioning in my heart," Su Manyu quickly said. Zhuang Yutong, "Damn, what a vicious word. Look at how scared you are. Why would I like a country bumpkin?" Su Manyu said with disdain. Her expression didn't look too good. She couldn't help but push Zhuang Yutong. "I won't like you." "Zhuang Yutong, what's wrong with you?" Chapter 227. "My lady, what are you doing?" Qing Zhu saw Ning Shu smash the shark pearl and quickly said, "My lady, this is the dowry that the marshal gave you." There is only one in the world. There was only one in the world, so it was good. Rather than giving it to the little fox, it was better to smash it herself. Ning Shu clapped her hands and said, "I am not in a good mood, so I smashed a pearl for fun." "My lady." Qing Zhu looked at Ning Shu and did not know what to say. "Clean up the things on the ground. I am going to take a nap." Ning Shu returned to her bedroom and prepared to cultivate her peerless martial arts. She needed to take care of her body first. She meditated for half a day. Ning Shu felt hungry and opened her eyes. It was already dark. Qing Zhu was anxiously pacing around outside. When she saw Ning Shu come out, she let out a sigh of relief and asked, "My lady, do you want to eat dinner now?" "Yes." Ning Shu sat on a chair as a palace maid served the dishes. Beside her, Qing Zhu said, "Your Highness, the little prince came over in the afternoon. I told him that your Highness was resting, so the little prince left." Ning Shu made a sound of acknowledgement and ate the food. It tasted really good. Qing Zhu carefully looked at Ning Shu and advised, "Your Highness, the little prince is still young, so he's naturally a bit playful. Perhaps it's because studying is really too hard." Ning Shu put down her chopsticks. Qing Zhu's expression changed. She quickly bowed and said, "I have overstepped my boundaries. I deserve to die." Ning Shu looked at this girl. She grew up with the original owner of the body. After the original owner died, she went into hiding. She wanted to take revenge for the original owner. She wanted to poison the little fox, but her plan was seen through and she was poisoned by Huaqing. Qing Zhu was born in the marshal's residence. The marshal's residence was executed and her family was killed. In order to take revenge for her master and family, she took the risk. Of course, the result was tragic. Qing Zhu, get up. Ning Shu lightly said, being born in the royal family, how can there be a beautiful childhood? They are provided for by the common people of the world. They wear luxurious clothes and have servants to serve them. They are not like ordinary children who don't have enough to eat or warm clothes. Ordinary children even have to run around for their family's livelihood when they are very young. What kind of good childhood is there to speak of? You have to bear the responsibility of your position. Ning Shu said indifferently. In the end, Huaqing ended up in such a pitiful state. Why would he have to pay for his own laziness and willfulness? Of course, it was also because of the self-righteous indulgence of the little fox. If one didn't have the life of a main character, then one should work hard. Ning Shu did not know how to educate the child. She had never given birth to a child before, so she did not know how to educate a child. For the time being, she did not want to see the little munchkin. Qing Zhu comforted Ning Shu, the little prince will definitely understand her ladyship's painstaking efforts. Children all had rebellious tendencies. The more pressure they were under, the more they would react. He could only take it slow. For the next few days, Ning Shu stayed in her bedroom and did not go out. Even when the concubines came to pay their respects, Qing Zhu rejected them, saying that the empress was not feeling well. These concubines could only reluctantly return. Even when the news spread in the palace that the empress was sick, Huaqing did not step into the harem to ask about the empress's health. He did not even pretend to comfort her. Ning Shu did not care very much. She even felt very fortunate. It seemed that Huaqing was now going to keep his chastity. Ning Shu did not want to roll with Huaqing at all. She just did not know how Huaqing solved his physiological needs. Could it be that he masturbated himself? Ning Shu cultivated day and night. Finally, this body was out of breath after walking a few steps. It seemed that the original owner was very angry. Thinking that it had been such a long time, she should communicate with the little munchkin, Huaqing. Ning Shu asked Qing Zhu to call Huaqing over. When Huaqing looked over, his face was red and covered in sweat. Ning Shu narrowed her eyes. She saw that there was a strand of golden fur on Huaqing's shoulder. It seemed that this little guy was playing with the little fox again. Huaqing properly bowed to Ning Shu. Aken greets Muhu. Muhu is in good health. Ning Shu looked at Huaqing like this. Huaqing's red face flashed with a trace of uneasiness and uneasiness. Ning Shu gently pulled Huaqing over and reached out to brush off the golden fox fur on his shoulder. Muhu. Huaqing saw Ning Shu like this and his expression became even more uneasy. He lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Qingwang, did you play with the little fox today? Ning Shu asked gently. Tell Muhu, where did you go? Muhu, Aken did not. Huaqing lowered his head and lied. Ning Shu said, Muhu does not mean to blame you. In the future, you can play with the little fox. Really? Muhu? Huaqing suddenly raised his head and looked at Ning Shu with shining eyes. Ning Shu nodded. You can. Muhu, you are so good. Huaqing squeezed into Ning Shu's arms and twisted his body to act spoiled with Ning Shu. Ning Shu was not used to this and pulled Huaqing out of her arms. She said unhappily, you are already a man, yet you are still acting spoiled with Muhu. If you want to play with the little fox, Muhu has a condition. As long as you complete it, you can play with the little fox however you want, Ning Shu said seriously. Huaqing immediately patted his small chest and said, Muhu, Aken will definitely do well. Muhu doesn't have many requirements. Practice 20 characters every day and memorize a poem. As long as you complete it, you can go play. The sooner you complete it, the longer you can play with the little fox. Ning Shu gently coaxed him. Rather than make him study day and night, it was better to set a number. At least he would have a goal to strive for. Yes, Mohu. I will definitely complete it. Hua Qingwang promised, his face shining. Ning Shu nodded. As long as you can complete it, that is good. But you must complete it before you can play, understand? Qingwang, you really like the little fox. Yes, the little fox is very cute and very smart. I have never seen such a smart animal. Hua Qingwang nodded repeatedly. He looked very cute. Ning Shu played with her nails and said with a smile, is that so? I heard that your father also likes it. The little fox is so cute. Who wouldn't like it? Hua Qingwang said matter-of-factly. Ning Shu thought, I don't like the one in front of you. Ning Shu patted Hua Qingwang's shoulder. Remember the promise you made to Mohu. You are a man, and a gentleman's word is as good as a whip. I will remember it, Hua Qingwang said loudly. Hua Qingwang said loudly with the vigor of a child. He looked very cute, just like a little adult. Qing Zhu, who was next to Ning Shu, laughed. The palace maids in the palace all covered their mouths and snickered. Ning Shu laughed. Go play. Don't forget the 20 characters and the poem. Bring them to Mohu tonight for inspection. When Hua Qingwang left, his footsteps were like the wind. Qingzhu, Ben Gong hasn't been able to sleep well at night recently. I keep feeling like there's something rustling around. It should be a rat. Get someone to put some rats in a hidden corner. Ning Shu said faintly. Qingzhu agreed and went to do it. Chapter 228. At night, Hua Qingwang obediently brought his homework over. It was the 20 characters that Hua Qingwang had written. Ning Shu tested Hua Qingwang to see if he could recognize these characters. Hua Qingwang then recited a poem. He shook his little head like an old scholar reciting the book. After he finished reciting, he looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu nodded and praised him. Very good, Qingwang is very good. Hua Qingwang's face was red. He puffed out his chest and said, Son knows even more. To be honest, Ning Shu was really embarrassed. His handwriting wasn't as good as a 5-year-old child's. Ning Shu felt that he would definitely not use a pen in the future. When you play with the little fox, you have to be careful. Don't go to places that are too dangerous. Do you understand? Ning Shu reminded Hua Qingwang. Hua Qingwang nodded and said, Mohu, you are so good. Ning Shu patted Hua Qingwang's shoulder. He originally wanted to pat his little butt, but he felt like a strange auntie. He could only pat his shoulder. Go back and rest. Ning Shu said with a smile. He then reminded him, don't get scratched by the little fox. It is, after all, an animal. It is not good for the body to be scratched. When you wash at night, have the wet nurse wash with mugwort leaf water. Do you understand? Son understands. Hua Qingwang nodded. After Hua Qingwang left, Ning Shu let out a heavy breath. It was so difficult to communicate with a child. Nyang, today is the 15th. The emperor should come. Qingzhu looked outside the hall, but it is already so late. Ning Shu yawned, wash and sleep. There is no need to wait. Qingzhu looked at Ning Shu with comforting eyes and said, Nyang, it must be that the emperor is too busy. Too busy to sleep. Coming to the empress palace was basically just to sleep. It was only a few steps away. He just didn't want to come. Ning Shu had just laid down on the bed when he heard the sharp voice of a eunuch outside, the emperor has arrived. Ning Shu climbed out of bed and put on his clothes. Hua Qing walked in. Ning Shu bowed to Hua Qing. Qinxia pays respect to the emperor. Hua Qing was tall and had a belt around his waist, which made his waist look even more narrow. He gave off a very sexy feeling. The outline of his face was very deep and three-dimensional, and his nose was like a hanging gallbladder. The Empress is going to bed already? Huaqing asked. Does the Empress not remember that today is the 15th? Ning Shu could clearly feel that Huaqing was angry. Huaqing's face was expressionless as he frowned slightly. Ning Shu was speechless. If you don't want to come, then don't come. You look like you were forced to come, which made everyone's balls ache. Huaqing was indeed forced to come. When he went to court today, old Xiao said that he hadn't visited the harem for a long time. To put it bluntly, he wanted him to dote on his granddaughter. Huaqing dawdled until he arrived at the Empress's palace. When he left the imperial study, the little fox hugged his leg and didn't let him go. She looked at him with tears in her eyes, which made Huaqing very uncomfortable. He tried his best to persuade the little fox to not be so sad. Now that he saw that Ning Shu had fallen asleep first, Huaqing was furious and even hated her. Huaqing opened his arms and waited for Ning Shu to change his clothes for him. He said lightly, "Go to bed." Ning Shu nodded. Okay. Seeing that Huaqing didn't want to roll with her, Ning Shu was relieved. "Empress, change my clothes for me," Huaqing said coldly. Ning Shu, 0. Ning Shu climbed out of bed again and took off Huaqing's clothes. Then the two of them lay on the bed in silence. Huaqing simply turned his back to Ning Shu. Ning Shu, what kind of virtue was this? If it was the original owner, her heart would have been broken by Huaqing's cold violence. Ning Shu also turned over and was back to back with Huaqing. Damn, it was really uncomfortable to have someone next to him. He was already tall and strong. He took up half of the bed and didn't let him sleep properly. Ning Shu closed his eyes and fell asleep in a daze. Suddenly, he was awakened by the shrill scream of an animal, which was full of pain. Huaqing hurriedly got up and stepped on Ning Shu's leg without caring about the person sleeping next to him. Ning Shu immediately kicked Huaqing away. Huaqing accidentally fell to the ground, but he didn't care at all. With an anxious face, he shouted, Where are you?" The fox screamed. It was a bit like a high-octave dog bark, but also like a woman's scream. It was especially terrifying in the middle of the night and made people shudder. Huaqing's face was very anxious. Ning Shu got down from the couch and asked Qing Zhu to light up the candle. Huaqing directly snatched the candle. He clearly heard crying pitifully not far away. In the end, Huaqing found the little fox under the window of the room. One of the little fox's forelimbs was caught in a rat trap and was bleeding. Huaqing's heart ached immensely. "Call the imperial physician, call the imperial physician." Huaqing's eyes were red as he roared at Ning Shu. Huaqing was calm, but the original owner had never seen him so emotional. "Call the imperial physician," Ning Shu said to Qing Zhu. Qing Zhu hurriedly went to call the imperial physician. She was frightened by Huaqing's appearance. Huaqing squatted down and wanted to remove the rat trap, but he was afraid of hurting the little fox. He was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. The little fox cried at Huaqing with tears flowing down her face. She looked very pitiful. Ning Shu watched from the side. This fox was covered in gold and looked very beautiful. Her eyes were very lively and there was a cunning look in her eyes. But now, her eyes were dim and she kept crying at Huaqing. It was hard to imagine that an animal's body could contain a human soul. Ning Shu also learned something new. Could it be that the target of her missions in the future might also be non-human? Huaqing suddenly turned his head to look at Ning Shu and asked sharply, "Empress, why do you have such a dangerous thing in your bedroom?" Ning Shu said calmly, "I haven't been sleeping well these days. There are always rats at night, so I asked the palace maids to make a rat trap. I didn't expect it to come. It never comes to my palace. Who knew that something like this would happen?" This fox hadn't been in the palace for long. It hadn't become familiar with the ground and hadn't become as lawless as in the plot. "I don't know why it came today," Ning Shu said very sincerely. Huaqing was speechless for a moment. He couldn't say that it was because he was here and who relied on him. As the emperor, Hua Qing would never say such words. At least, he wouldn't say such words in front of Ning Shu, the empress. Hua Qing touched the little fox's head and comforted her. It's okay. The imperial physician will be here soon. Woo woo woo. The little fox lay on the ground. Her voice was very weak from the pain. She was cursing in her heart. How could she be so unlucky? How could she be caught by this thing? Ugh, it hurt. It was all because of Hua Qing, that bastard. If she didn't follow him, she wouldn't be injured. The more the little fox thought about it, the sadder she felt. She felt wronged and the pain in her wound made her cry. Hua Qing wanted to hug the little fox. Chapter 229. Ning Shu looked at Hua Qing's gentle appearance. It was clearly a person and a fox, but there was an indescribable ambiguity between them. Oh my God, love really could transcend race and gender. The imperial physician rushed over in a hurry. Before he could salute, Hua Qing said anxiously, "Quickly save my pet." Yes. The imperial physician didn't even have time to catch his breath before he rushed to save the little fox. Hua Qing watched from the side. When he saw the imperial physician touching the little fox's body, his face immediately darkened. He stared fiercely at the imperial physician's hand. He almost chopped off the imperial physician's hand. It was a strong sense of possessiveness. The little fox whimpered. The wound on its leg was very painful. Hua Qing said repeatedly, "Be gentle. Be careful." Yes, yes, Your Majesty. The imperial physician had to pay attention to his subordinates while being nagged by Hua Qing. Ning Shu didn't say anything. He drank water at the side. He poured a cup of water for Hua Qing and said, "Your Majesty, have some tea. It will be fine." Hua Qing was already anxious, but this tactless empress still wanted him to drink water. Could he drink it now? Hua Qing directly pushed Ning Shu's hand away. The teacup fell to the ground and the porcelain pieces shattered. Ning Shu hurriedly apologized, "Your Majesty, it's Qinxia's fault. Please don't be angry." There was still an imperial physician in the room. Hua Qing took a deep breath and said, "It's fine. I don't blame you." Woo woo woo. The little fox whimpered in pain. It looked at Hua Qing with its watery eyes. Hua Qing and the little fox's eyes met. He immediately moved away from Ning Shu and comforted, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. You will be fine." Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and covered his mouth with a handkerchief. He almost laughed out loud. He felt that the little fox now regarded Hua Qing as its possession. Hua Qing kept calling for the imperial physician to be gentle. It took him a long time to rescue the little fox's forelimbs from the trap. Its fur was already soaked with blood, and it looked like it was seriously injured. It would probably need to recuperate for a period of time. The imperial physician placed the little fox on the bed and picked up the fur around the wound. Then, he sprinkled some medicinal powder on the wound and bandaged it up meticulously. "Your Majesty, the wound has been treated. Don't let it get wet during this period of time. This official will come to change the medicine every 2 days." The imperial physician wiped the sweat on his head and cupped his hands towards Hua Qing as he spoke. Hua Qing sat by the bed and nodded with a tense face. "You can leave." The imperial physicians left like a swarm of bees, leaving only Ning Shu, Hua Qing, and the dying little fox lying on the bed in the room. "You're not allowed to put such dangerous things in the palace in the future. Look at what you've done to Hua Qing," Ning Shu said coldly. Ning Shu's expression was indifferent as she bowed and said, "Qinxia will remember." Hua Qing carefully picked up the little fox on the bed. Ning Shu said, "You can sleep by yourself tonight." Then, she left with the little fox. Ning Shu curled her lips and saw the bright red blood stains on the bed sheet. She said to the pale-faced Qing Zhu, "Remove this bed sheet and make the bed again. This consort wants to sleep." "Yes, Your Highness." Qing Zhu had the palace maids change the bed sheet. Ning Shu said, "Change the quilt cover as well." After changing the bed sheet, Ning Shu yawned and lay on the bed. Qing Zhu and Ning Shu comforted her. "Your Highness, don't be too sad." "Sad? This consort isn't sad. The one who's sad right now is someone else." Ning Shu sneered. Look at Hua Qing's distressed expression. Originally, it was just in case, but she didn't think that the fox would actually fall for it. Relying on the fact that it was an animal, it could come and go as it pleased in the palace. It could go anywhere. The little fox especially liked to run to the concubines' palaces and secretly listen to gossip. Ning Shu didn't want her own palace to become a place where others could come and go as they pleased. It was likely that the little fox wouldn't come out to cause trouble for a long time. It also wouldn't be able to play with Hua Qingwang. "Qing Zhu, go to the Imperial Household Department tomorrow and see if there are any cute and big pets for Qingwang." Ning Shu said this and closed her eyes to sleep. Oh my, it was better to sleep alone in a big bed. Compared to Ning Shu's comfort, Hua Qing was like an iceberg. She held the little fox in her arms and said angrily, "Let's see if you'll run around again in the future. Didn't I promise you that nothing would happen between me and the Empress? Now you've hurt yourself like this." The little fox looked at Hua Qing pitifully, but Hua Qing's face was cold. In fact, his heart had already softened. He said coldly, "Let's see if you dare run to the Empress Palace again." "Woo!" the little fox whispered. It stuck out its pink tongue and licked Hua Qing's palm. It used its little sharp teeth to bite Hua Qing's finger. It seemed to be telling him not to be angry. After being bitten by the little fox, Hua Qing's entire body felt like it had been electrocuted. His whole body was numb. His finger was bitten by the little fox, and there was a slight pain. It was an indescribable pleasure. Immediately, he felt his lower abdomen heat up. It was very exciting. This was a feeling that Hua Qing had never experienced in more than 20 years. With just this bite, Hua Qing suddenly felt the intoxicating love between a man and a woman. That kind of uncontrollable impulse and desire. Hua Qing looked at the little fox in his arms with a burning gaze. Its eyes were very clear, and they were filled with innocence and confusion. Hua Qing's lower abdomen had already raised its head. Enduring the burning heat in his body, Hua Qing placed the little fox on the dragon bed and said in a hoarse voice, "Hurry up and sleep." The little fox narrowed its eyes and licked Hua Qing's hand. Hua Qing almost couldn't control himself. He gritted his teeth and said, "Hurry up and sleep." Only then did the little fox fall asleep contentedly. Hua Qing was about to explode from holding it in. When the little fox finally fell asleep, Hua Qing sneaked into Imperial concubine Xian's palace. Hua Qing didn't want to see Ning Shu at all. He blamed him in his heart for causing to be injured. On the bed, Hua Qing was all kinds of passionate and fierce. He tortured Imperial concubine Xian until she was half dead, but the woman on the bed was very satisfied. After he vented his desire, Hua Qing's heart suddenly felt guilty. When he thought about how the little fox was injured while he was rolling around with another woman, Hua Qing felt very uncomfortable. He quickly got on the bed and put on his clothes. Ignoring Imperial concubine Xian's urging to stay, he hurriedly left. When he returned to the bedroom, Hua Qing looked at the little fox sleeping on the dragon bed. His heart suddenly softened. He reached out a finger and touched the tip of its pink nose. He even wanted to bend down and kiss it. No, Hu was only his pet. How could he have such an impulse for an animal? It was too unbelievable. But in Hua Qing's heart, he thought that the smart and cute Hu wasn't a fox at all. Perhaps it was a fox immortal who had cultivated successfully. Hua Qing's heart really hoped that Hu could transform into a human. Chapter 230. Hua Qing didn't care much about the matters between men and women. Otherwise, Hua Qing would rarely go to the harem with so many beauties. But now, Hua Qing had an incomparable and uncontrollable impulse. Hua Qing's joy was mixed with a sense of shame, making Hua Qing feel very conflicted. Ning Shu slept very well that night. When she woke up in the morning, she felt refreshed. Just as she left the palace, the little munchkin, Hua Qingwang, who was holding something in his arms, bumped into Ning Shu's arms. He was practically twisting his body as he whined to Ning Shu. "Mother, is this puppy for me?" "Yes, this puppy is for you." Ning Shu sat down and looked at the puppy in Hua Qingwang's arms. This puppy was only a month old, and its body was very furry. Ning Shu patted the stool next to her for Hua Qingwang to sit next to her. Hua Qingwang carefully held the puppy. Ning Shu looked at the male puppy and said to Hua Qingwang, "The little fox was injured last night, so it can't play with you in the future. Let this puppy accompany you. From now on, besides studying, you have to take care of this puppy. There are a lot of dirty things on the puppy's body, so you have to bathe it often." "Is the little fox injured? Is it serious?" Hua Qingwang asked anxiously. Ning Shu said indifferently, "It's not serious. It's just that its leg is injured, so it can't walk for the time being. Don't disturb its recovery. Your father won't let you see the little fox, so don't disturb it for the time being." "I will remember." Hua Qingwang nodded. "I will listen to mother. You're still a child. Eat with mother," Ning Shu said to Hua Qingwang. Hua Qingwang was quite cute, and his body had a milky fragrance. Hua Qingwang sat next to Ning Shu. Ning Shu gave him some food, and Hua Qingwang quickly said, "Thank you, mother." Ning Shu smiled. What a polite child. Hua Qingwang picked up a steamed bun and placed it next to the puppy's mouth. The puppy only stuck out its tongue and licked it. Ning Shu said, "The puppy is too small to eat this. Is it troublesome to make some porridge for the puppy later? Is Qingwang regretting it now?" Hua Qingwang was afraid that Ning Shu would change her mind, so he quickly said, "Mother, I will definitely take good care of the dog." After breakfast, Ning Shu took the medicinal powder and applied it on the puppy to kill the insects. Hua Qingwang also helped and applied the powder on his hand. "Qingwang, it's a small life. You have to take good care of it. Since you've chosen it, you have to take responsibility for it. Do you understand?" Ning Shu instructed Hua Qingwang. "I'll remember everything. I'll definitely take good care of him." Hua Qingwang's face flushed red, and he seemed very surprised. He acted coquettishly in Ning Shu's arms. "Mother, you're so nice. I'll definitely study hard and take good care of the puppy. Go." Ning Shu patted Hua Qingwang's shoulder and instructed Hua Qingwang's wet nurse to not let the little prince be scratched by the puppy. After Hua Qingwang left, Qing Zhu bowed to Ning Shu and said, "Nyang Nyang, the concubines of the various palaces have come to pay their respects. Let them in." It was time to see these women. Ning Shu stroked her wide sleeves. Ning Shu walked into the main hall from the side hall. As soon as she entered the main hall, Ning Shu's eyes were dazzled. She looked at the room full of women. There were all kinds. There were charming, cold, plump, and fragrant. The room was filled with fragrance. It was simply a pleasure. This concubine pays her respects to the Empress. May the Empress have good fortune and peace. The concubine Ning Shu bowed. Ning Shu looked at these beautiful women. So beautiful. "Rise." Ning Shu said faintly. As soon as Ning Shu's voice fell, a woman suddenly said, "Nyang Nyang, last night the emperor stayed in noble consort Xian's palace." Ning Shu's expression was indifferent, but she was surprised. Last night, Little Fox was injured. Hua Qing didn't accompany Little Fox and actually had sex with a woman? Wasn't Hua Qing abstinent? He hadn't had sex with concubines for many months. Why did he suddenly have sex with concubines? Noble consort Xian has arrived. The eunuch outside the hall shouted. Noble consort Xian only arrived at this time. When noble consort Xian walked in, her body was a bit stiff. When she walked, her waist swayed slightly. Noble consort Xian's face was pink. Her entire person seemed to be shrouded in the clouds. She was in high spirits. It seemed that Hua Qing really did have sex with noble consort Xian last night. As soon as noble consort Xian walked in, she was met with all kinds of envious and jealous gazes. Noble consort Xian endured her discomfort and bowed to Ningxu. This concubine pays her respects to the empress. I'm really unwell and came late. Please forgive me. Ningxu nodded and let noble consort Xian sit down. Noble consort Xian, yesterday was the 15th. Why did the emperor come to your palace? A concubine directly tried to sow discord. Noble consort Xian's expression changed. She quickly explained, last night, the emperor suddenly came to this concubine's palace in the middle of the night. Last night, the emperor suddenly came. Without saying anything, he pressed her under his body and then did all kinds of things to her. Thinking of the scene last night, noble consort Xian's face turned red again. Her beauty was indescribable. Seeing noble consort Xian like this, the other concubines felt a burst of envy and jealousy. The emperor hadn't come to the inner palace for a long time, but noble consort Xian had taken the lead. If it was the empress, it would be fine to endure, but it was a concubine. Everyone almost tore the handkerchief in their hands. Ningxu felt that it was quite boring. So many beautiful women were jealous of a man, but Hua Qing didn't like these beauties. He liked a fox. It was simply ridiculous. Ningxu suddenly felt that the women in this room, including himself, were quite miserable. Their lives were worse than a beast's. Ningxu reintroduced these concubines. For example, the one who had just instigated discord was Lan Jiayu. Then there was the incomparably cold consort Da, and the enchanting noble consort Song. Ningxu felt that it was boring and had everyone leave. It was quite boring to gather together and say such sour words. It was better to practice martial arts. The concubines all left. Only noble consort Xian stayed. Ningxu asked, Noble consort, is there anything else? Noble consort Xian hesitated and said, Nyang Nyang, last night. Ningxu waved her hand and interrupted noble consort Xian, it's a good thing that the emperor is here. It's also good to give birth to an heir for the emperor. Noble consort Xian didn't know if the empress was telling the truth or not. She bowed and left. After she left, Qingzhu and Ningxu comforted Nyang Nyang. Qingzhu originally wanted to comfort Ningxu, but she didn't know what to say. Ningxu didn't care who Hua Qing was here with. She only needed to complete her task. The marshal's residence was executed. Moreover, the dragon robe and the correspondence of the enemy country were found in the residence. This matter wasn't done by Hua Qing. Ningxu twisted her head off. Moreover, it meant that there was a spy in the marshal's residence. It must be Hua Qing's people. As long as the marshal's residence was there, her position was stable. Hua Qing didn't dare to directly depose her. The most important thing was to stabilize the marshal's residence. Chapter 231. Ningxu pretended to visit the little fox. The little fox was lying on the dragon bed. Other than the cloth wrapped around her forelimbs, everything else was fine. She was full of energy. When the little fox saw Ningxu, her eyes were filled with hostility. She used her other forelimb to carelessly play with the ball. The ball was exquisitely made and the material was very soft. The little fox was speechless. She hated this empress. She was Hua Qing's wife, so the little fox hated her. Her legs were injured because of this woman and she couldn't move for a long time. Hua Qing didn't allow her to run. She was bored to death. This palace was so boring. She was so unlucky. How did she become a fox? Heavens, heaven and earth, how could she be so unlucky? Ningxu looked at the little fox, whose eyes were darting around. She looked extremely intelligent and human-like. No wonder Hua Qing doted on this little fox so much. Why are you here? Hua Qing walked in and saw Ningxu in the room. His face sank. When he saw the little fox playing on the dragon bed, his face softened. This concubine pays respects to the emperor. Ningxu respectfully bowed to Hua Qing. Hua Qing grunted. He didn't even look at Ningxu. He sat on the bed and reached out to touch the little fox's head. His eyes were full of affection. The little fox licked Hua Qing's finger. Hua Qing's eyes deepened. Ning Shu felt like an outsider. He couldn't integrate into the atmosphere between the man and the fox. It was very awkward. The little fox seemed to have skin cravings and enjoyed Hua Qing's touch. Ning Shu smacked his lips. He felt a little disgusted when he thought about the relationship between the two of them. It was beyond the relationship between a master and a pet. Ning Shu stood at the side like a block of wood. Hua Qing asked Ning Shu, "Is there anything else, Empress? This concubine is here to deliver medicine." Ning Shu took out the medicine bottle and placed it on the table. "This medicine powder is very effective for wounds." "Sorry to trouble you, Empress," Hua Qing said indifferently. His fingers stroked the little fox's golden fur. It was so furry that Hua Qing's fingers almost sank into her fur. Ning Shu bit his lips and looked at Hua Qing with a bitter expression. Hua Qing looked up and met Ning Shu's eyes. "Is there anything else?" Ning Shu blinked and let his eyes fill with tears. He said bitterly, "Your Majesty, you went to noble consort Xian's palace last night." "Your Majesty, yesterday was the 15th. Hua Qing's expression darkened. His first reaction was to look at the little fox. The little fox immediately pointed its butt at Hua Qing and wagged its golden tail. It was clearly angry. "Is the Empress reprimanding me? This emperor is the son of heaven, is there any place that this emperor cannot go?" Hua Qing almost flew into a rage out of humiliation. He looked at Ning Shu with an unfriendly gaze. Clearly, he was dissatisfied with Ning Shu saying such things in front of the little fox. Hua Qing had never treated the little fox as an ordinary fox. She was very smart and knew everything. Now that she was like this, it meant that she was angry. Ning Shu's expression was very sad. He couldn't speak and looked like he had lost his soul. The little fox looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu bared his little fangs as if he was mocking him. Ning Shu looked at her indifferently. Finally, he bowed to Hua Qing. "This concubine will take her leave." Hua Qing waved his hand. He seemed to be very impatient with Ning Shu and told him to leave quickly. As soon as Ning Shu went out, he heard the crisp sound of porcelain falling to the ground. He looked back and saw the little fox sitting on the table. She had pushed the medicine bottle she had placed on the table off the table. It fell to the ground and some of the medicine powder spilled out. The little fox whimpered at Hua Qing. Hua Qing's face was full of affection. He tapped its pink nose. "You little fellow, if you don't like the Empress things, then we won't accept the Empress things in the future." The little fox was a little happier. It raised its head slightly and whimpered angrily at Hua Qing. Hua Qing seemed to be able to read minds. He explained to the little fox. "Last night, we were wrong. We shouldn't have gone to noble consort Xian's palace. You little thing, you were jealous." The little fox nuzzled Hua Qing's neck and whimpered. "From now on, we will only like you, little thing. Naughty little thing." Hua Qing felt a piercing pain in his neck. The little fox was biting him, but it wasn't very painful. He knew that the little fox was punishing him. Hua Qing's face showed an intoxicated and forbearing expression. Ning Shu didn't know how the man and fox communicated. It was amazing. Was this the legendary telepathy? They could understand each other's thoughts with just a look. How amazing. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ning Shu rubbed his eyes and decided not to watch. He went back to his palace and let them be lovey-dovey. "Nyang Nyang, madam is here. She is waiting for Nyang Nyang in the hall." Ning Shu had just arrived at the palace when Qing Zhu came to greet him. Ning Shu hurried into the hall and saw a woman wearing a noble robe sitting in the hall. This was the original owner's mother, Zhao Shi. This subject greets Nyang Nyang. When Zhao Shi saw Ning Shu, her eyes were full of concern. Ning Shu hurriedly supported Zhao Shi. "Mother, please rise. How is Nyang Nyang's health? I heard that Nyang Nyang wasn't feeling well." Ning Shu asked Zhao Shi. Did the imperial physician prescribe medicine? Ning Shu smiled and said, Mother, your daughter is fine. How are grandfather and father? Your father is fine. Your grandfather is old and has some minor problems. It's nothing serious. Lady Zhao nodded and said, Your father heard that you were not in good health in the palace, so he was a little worried. Mother, I'm fine. Don't let father worry. Your daughter is fine. Ning Shu said to Zhao Shi with concern. Mother, you also need to take care of your health. Zhao Shi looked around and whispered to Ning Shu, Nyang Nyang, yesterday was the 15th. Was the emperor resting in your palace? Ning Shu, he was in daughter's palace. Ning Shu changed the topic and had Qing Zhu take the box. Ning Shu said to Zhao Shi, Mother, this is all the tonics that daughter gave to grandfather and father. You should take them back. Zhao Shi waved her hand, the family doesn't lack for things. Nyang Nyang can keep these things. This is daughter's filial piety. Ning Shu forced Zhao Shi to accept it. When she handed it to Zhao Shi, she whispered, Give it to grandfather. Zhao Shi's expression was normal. She said with a smile, Many thanks for Nyang Nyang's reward. Zhao Shi and Ning Shu both had things on their minds. Then, after a few words, Zhao Shi left. Ning Shu could only hope that grandfather could understand what he wanted to say. Thinking that he was going against Hua Qing, the emperor, Ning Shu's legs went soft. From the memories of the original, Hua Qing was a person with true ability. He was a man who was scheming and suspicious. Ning Shu had to be careful. He couldn't reveal any flaws. They had been husband and wife for many years. Even if Hua Qing didn't like his wife, he still understood Xiao Xiao. When Ning Shu was in front of Hua Qing, she had to pretend to adore him and help him. Chapter 232. Little Munchkin, Hua Qingwang, came over with the puppy. He handed his handwriting to Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at Hua Qingwang's handwriting and said happily, Qingwang's handwriting is much better than before. Hua Qingwang looked at Ning Shu with watery eyes and said shyly, Mother, I will study hard. Recently, father hasn't tested me on homework. I have memorized a lot of books. Now, Hua Qingwang was very disappointed. It was as if he had worked very hard only to find that there was no test. He didn't have the chance to show off. Ning Shu reached out and picked up the fur on the neck of the puppy in Hua Qingwang's arms. The puppy struggled and looked very cute. Mother, be gentle. Hua Qingwang looked at the puppy with heartache. Ning Shu stuffed the puppy back into Hua Qingwang's arms. She looked at him seriously and said, Qingwang, you are not studying for anyone else. You are not studying for father or mother. You are studying for yourself. Ning Shu still felt that Hua Qingwang was too lonely. There were no children of the right age to play with in the palace. That was why he was so attracted to the little fox in the plot. Xiao Xiao loved her son, but she put more pressure and expectation on Hua Qingwang. Hua Qingwang couldn't bear the burden. He should find a partner for this child. He couldn't play with a dog every day. He should find a study partner. Ning Shu first thought of the original owner's brother. He had a son who was 1 or 2 years older than Hua Qingwang. This child was also beheaded in that accident. The original owner thought of his nephew. He had died at such a young age. Because of him, the whole family was executed. The emperor was heartless. His son was unfilial. There were too many things weighing on his heart. In the end, the original owner chose to commit suicide. Do you still remember your brother Qin Yang? Mother will let brother Qin Yang come into the palace to accompany you, okay? Ning Shu asked Hua Qingwang. Mother wants Qingwang to be happy. Really? Hua Qingwang looked at Ning Shu and said happily, there will be a brother coming into the palace to accompany me? That's right. Ning Shu saw how happy Hua Qingwang was. He should let Hua Qingwang interact with other children. Ning Shu sent someone to inform his grandfather of this matter. The next day, Xiao Qingyang was sent to the palace. Xiao Qingyang looked strong, like a little calf. At first glance, one could tell that he was from a military family. Speaking of which, the Shao clan was also filled with talents, with 4 generations living under the same roof. But in the end, not a single one of them survived, which made one's heart ache. Auntie. Shao Qingyang called out to Ning Shu. Call her imperial concubine, not auntie. Zhao Shi unhappily patted Ning Shu's head. Nyang, this boy is unruly. I'm afraid that he will offend the other Nyang when he enters the palace. Grandmother, don't pat my head, Shao Qingyang said loudly to Zhao Shi while rubbing his head. Mother, don't worry. Your daughter will take good care of Qingyang. Ning Shu let the eager Hua Qingwang greet Shao Qingyang. Ning Shu let the 2 children go out to play. Seeing Hua Qingwang so happy, Ning Shu also felt relieved. This could be considered as doing something for the original owner's son. Zhao Shi Ning Shu said, Father told me to thank Nyang for the things. Father said that he knows and will take care of it. Nyang doesn't need to worry. Mother, the marshal's mansion is like the sun in the sky right now. There will always be some rascals scheming to deal with the marshal's mansion. We have to be careful with every step we take. Mother and sister-in-law must restrain the people in the mansion. Also, don't let people of unknown origins come to the marshal's mansion and use the marshal's mansion's prestige and power to bully others. Ning Shu suspected that the dragon robe and letter were the doing of the marshal's mansion. Right now, the marshal's mansion was a target. It had an empress and even gave birth to the eldest son of the first wife. The marshal held a large number of troops in his hands. No matter how one looked at it, the marshal's mansion was flourishing and had boundless wealth. Zhao Shi quickly said, I will definitely pay attention. Shao Qingyang stayed in the palace. Ning Shu let the 2 children live together. Every day, she set a time for them to study and play. They had to follow the schedule. Otherwise, she would send the puppy and Shao Qingyang away. Hua Qingwang was now used to having someone to accompany him. If he returned to his old lonely days, he would rather die than live. He promised Ning Shu that he would study hard with Shao Qingyang. Ning Shu nodded. She had the 2 children come to her palace to eat 3 meals a day. Ning Shu felt that Hua Qingwang had grown taller over this period of time. His appetite had clearly increased. When Hua Qingwang and Shao Qingyang were eating, they would sneakily throw meat under the table for the puppy. Ning Shu pretended not to see it. Hua Qingwang was now very close to Ning Shu. Sometimes, he wouldn't call her mother, but Ning Shu mother. Although this brat wasn't her biological son, she had raised him for a period of time. Ning Shu's heart softened. This child was just too lonely. Have you played with the little fox recently? Ning Shu patted Hua Qingwang's head and asked. Hua Qingwang said, the little fox hasn't come out of Imperial Father's chambers recently. I haven't played with it. Ning Shu nodded. The little fox's claws are very sharp. Play with it less in the future. It's a beast after all. It will hurt if you get scratched. Although your brother Qingyang knows some martial arts, I can't protect you all the time. Hua Qingwang nodded. I won't let brother Qingyang get hurt. Brother Qingyang and the puppy will play with me. Ning Shu let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, this brat didn't play with the little fox and run around blindly. Go play with brother Qingyang. Be careful. Ning Shu reminded Hua Qingwang. Ever since the little fox got injured, Hua Qing hadn't entered the harem for a long time. A group of concubines ran to Ning Shu and cried. Ning Shu felt a headache when she saw such a large group of women sobbing in front of her and wiping their tears with handkerchiefs. Damn it, she really felt that being the empress was miserable. She had to share her husband with so many women. Her husband didn't fuck off with these women, but these women still cried and made a fuss in front of the empress, asking the empress to find her husband and fuck off with these women. Damn it, it couldn't get any more miserable. It wasn't easy to be a virtuous empress. Ning Shu silently watched these women cry. The person who should be crying the most should be the original owner of this body. Why did it feel like this empress was the head housekeeper who came to her for everything? If you want to sleep with Hua Qing, Go get him yourself. What was the point of crying to her? Ning Shu said indifferently, all right, stop crying. His Majesty is busy with court matters and has no time to enter the harem. You should be more concerned about His Majesty's health. Instead of crying in front of me, you might as well make some tonic soup and send it to His Majesty. The concubines looked at each other in dismay. In the end, they took their leave and walked away with light steps. They were probably going back to make something to eat. The little fox would probably get angry again when she saw the things the concubines sent over. Ning Shu expressed that she was doing it on purpose to annoy people. There were so many concubines in the harem, but she insisted on having an ambiguous relationship with a fox. Although she was human on the inside, she was a beast on the outside. Chapter 233. When the concubines received Ning Shu's instructions, they sent food to him 3 times a day, constantly trying to make their presence known. Hua Qing's expression didn't change in the face of the concubines' enthusiasm. He didn't summon any of the concubines, afraid that the little fox would be angry. But the little fox was very angry when she saw the soup and pastries. The emperor was indeed a stud horse. The little fox despised Hua Qing in her heart and felt sour in her heart. Hua Qing doted on her a lot, but she was a fox. There were so many picturesque beauties in his harem. What was she? Oh heavens, how could she be a fox? The frustrated little fox ruined all the pastries and soup, making a mess on the table. The little eunuch next to her lowered his head and pretended not to see. Hua Qing didn't care about the soup. Instead, he said to the little fox in a doting manner, shouldn't your anger be appeased? Little thing, why are you so cute? The little fox whimpered and turned to leave in a tsundere manner. Her whole body was full of arrogance that said, I'm very angry. Don't talk to me. Even if you talk to me, I'll ignore you. Hua Qing laughed and picked up the little fox. Why is your temper so wild? You're so cute. I don't know what to do with you. The little fox was angry, but when she saw Hua Qing so happy, she couldn't help but bare her teeth and fiercely bite Hua Qing's finger. This time, the little fox used a lot of strength and bit Hua Qing's finger. The wound bled. Your Majesty. The little eunuch asked in shock, should we summon the imperial physician? There's no need. Hua Qing thought for a moment and directly put the finger that the little fox bit into his mouth. He could even feel the little fox's breath on his finger. Hua Qing's heart was beating like thunder. He felt that he was indirectly kissing the little fox. Hua Qing couldn't help but move his tongue. Although his mouth was full of the taste of blood, Hua Qing felt his whole body heat up. What was wrong with him? Was he sick? Woo woo woo. The little fox saw that she had bitten Hua Qing and was bleeding. She immediately looked at Hua Qing with an anxious and guilty expression. Her wet eyes were filled with tears. Your Majesty, this little fox has injured the dragon body. Do you want to? Before the little eunuch could finish speaking, he met Hua Qing's cold gaze. He was so frightened that he immediately plopped down. Your Majesty, spare my life, Your Majesty, spare my life. Drag him down and give him 20 beatings. He'll know what to say and what not to say, Hua Qing said coldly. Immediately, guards came in and dragged the little eunuch out. The personal eunuch beside Hua Qing said, Your Majesty, I will also go out to supervise the execution. Hua Qing wished that there was no one else in the room. He waved his hand and dismissed his personal eunuch, Eunuch Chiu. After Eunuch Chiu left, Hua Qing hugged the little fox and said, Little thing, your anger has subsided. Look, you've bitten me. If there's a next time, I won't let you off so easily. Although Hua Qing said that he was going to punish the little fox, his tone was very charming. The little fox blushed a little. She was secretly glad that she had a fox face. Otherwise, she would definitely be blushing right now. Thinking about how this man doted on her so much, the little fox's tears fell. To have a man like this to dote on her was a little compensation from the heavens for transmigrating into a fox. Little fox, don't cry. I was only joking when I said that I was going to punish you. I said that you're not allowed to cry again. If you cry again, I'll kiss you. Hua Qing said those words in a hurry. He was stunned and didn't dare to look directly into the little fox's eyes. The little fox lamented in her heart again. Why was she a fox? There was such a super handsome man in front of her and she couldn't even eat him. Ah, she was really going to break down. The little fox stuck out her tongue and licked Hua Qing's lips. Then, she intimately licked Hua Qing's cheek. Since you dote on me so much, I'll give you a kiss. Hua Qing felt as if his whole body was soaked in boiling hot water. It was so uncomfortable that his lower body reacted. Little thing, you're so naughty. Hua Qing's voice was a little hoarse. He placed the little fox on the bed. I'm going to review the memorials. Be good here. The little fox lay on the dragon bed in boredom and rolled around. Hua Qing looked like he was seriously reviewing the memorials, but the cinnabar brush in his hand didn't fall down for a long time. He gripped the cinnabar brush so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand popped out. It looked like he was enduring a lot of pain. He stared straight at the memorials in front of him. His mind was filled with the little fox's cute appearance and the bone-deep tremor of her tongue licking his lips. He was going crazy. He was really going crazy. Outside the hall, the little eunuch was pressed down on a bench by the guards. He complained tearfully to his master, Eunuch Chiu. Master, this servant didn't do anything wrong. You insensible thing. Can't you see that His Majesty is the most powerful person in the palace and that fox is the second most powerful person? Even Her Majesty the Empress can't compare to this fox. In the future, if you encounter anything, just turn a blind eye. Eunuch Chiu looked at the little eunuch with disappointment. The little eunuch cried and said, Master, it's just an animal. Still not shutting up? Do you think you've lived for too long and want to die? Eunuch Chiu picked up his horsetail whisk and hit the little eunuch on the head. He ordered the guards, hit. The guards picked up the wooden planks and hit the little eunuch on the buttocks. It was so painful that the little eunuch cried out. The guards were a bit lighter on account of Eunuch Chiu. When the 20 planks came down, the little eunuch's eyes had already rolled back. Eunuch Chiu sighed and hurriedly found an imperial physician. In any case, the eunuch was his disciple. In the palace, they could be considered people who supported each other. Ning Shu was watching Hua Qingwang and Shao Qingyang right when Qing Zhu walked into the hall and whispered into Ning Shu's ear, Nyang Nyang, Shaoan Zi, who serves His Majesty, has been hit. Ning Shu raised her eyebrows and said to the two children, continue writing. You're not allowed to be lazy. Imperial Mother will come to check in a moment. When they arrived at the main hall, Ning Shu asked, did you find out what the reason was? Qing Zhu shook her head, I only heard that His Majesty said it himself. I'll go find out more. Ning Shu waved her hand and said calmly, no need. Don't worry about this matter. Send some medicine to Shaoan Zi. I'll remember. Qing Zhu left. Ning Shu tapped his finger on the table and made a rhythmic sound. This matter was most likely related to the little fox. Hua Qing's love for the little fox was built on the pain of others. The more callous he was to others, the more it would appear that Hua Qing doted on the little fox. Unprincipled and bottomless doting, it felt like the little fox was about to ascend to the heavens. Ning Shu suddenly laughed. True love was standing on the opposite side of the world. He didn't know if the little fox could be with Hua Qing when he stood on the opposite side of the world. Chapter 234. Imperial Mother, I've finished writing. Can I go play with older cousin? Hua Qingwang and Shao Qingyang came over from the side chamber, holding the written characters in their hands. Ning Shu took a look and said, starting tomorrow, Qingyang will write 10 more characters every day. Your handwriting is really ugly. This consort remembers that your father's handwriting was very good. My father knows how to write. I've never seen my father write before. My mother said that my father's handwriting is like a dog's scratch. Shao Qingyang asked Ning Shu with a shocked expression. Ning Shu was speechless. Naughty child. Hua Qingwang covered his mouth and laughed. Ning Shu waved his hand. Go play. After the two naughty children left, Ning Shu planned to enter the bedchamber to meditate and train his body before doing anything. Not long after, Hua Qingwang ran over in tears with a panicked expression. Ning Shu shouted, "Imperial Mother, save me! Imperial Father is going to beat Brother Qingyang to death." Ning Shu hurriedly got down from the bed. With a heavy expression, he picked up Hua Qingwang and asked, "Where is he?" "In the Imperial Garden." Hua Qingwang was so scared that he started crying. Imperial Father is so scary. Ning Shu quickly arrived at the Imperial Garden and saw Xiao Qingyang being pressed down on a stool, struggling like a little calf. "Stop, this consort stops." Ning Shu saw that the board was about to land on Xiao Qingyang's body and hurriedly called out. Xiao Qingyang was only a 7 or 8-year-old child. If this board hit him, wouldn't it kill him? "Hua Qing, that bastard." Hua Qing's expression was cold when he saw Ning Shu arrive. The little fox was in Hua Qing's arms. The golden fur on her body reflected a beautiful luster under the sunlight. In all honesty, this fox was really beautiful. People couldn't help but want to stroke her fur. If it wasn't for Hua Qing, this fox's fur would probably have become a scarf around the necks of the concubines in the harem long ago. Ning Shu put Hua Qingwang down and bowed. He asked Hua Qing, "Your Majesty, did this child Xiao Qingyang do something wrong? You're running around the palace with the prince. As the prince's study companion, aren't you leading the prince astray by being so unrestrained?" Hua Qing's expression was very ugly. Xiao Qingyang was from the marshal's mansion, and Xiao Xiao actually had the marshal's mansion's child accompany him to study. Did she think that this position would be Hua Qingwang's in the future and had already arranged for someone to be by his side? Ning Shu took a deep breath and said, "Qingwang is still young. I want Qingwang to have a playmate, so I called Qingyang into the palace." Hua Qing's eyes were deep, and no one could understand his current emotions. He said lightly, "A loving mother leads to a useless son. Don't forget that Qingwang is a child of the royal family. He doesn't need any playmates at all. Some people are destined to be lonely. Come, beat this dog to death for Zhen. How can he be Zhen's child if he's so frivolous?" Hua Qing said with a heavy expression. Immediately, guards surrounded the puppy and hit it with a board. The puppy cried out miserably. It was hit in the head by the board and walked unsteadily. "Mother, mother, save the puppy. Mother." Hua Qingwang pulled on Ning Shu's sleeve and cried for help from Ning Shu. Ning Shu shook Hua Qingwang's head. This wasn't just about a dog. The puppy that was hit in the head fell to the ground and twitched. It whimpered twice and was hit in the head by another guard. The puppy's head was immediately deformed and blood splattered out. "Ah!" Hua Qingwang screamed. Ning Shu quickly picked up Hua Qingwang and let him lie in his arms. The moment the puppy was killed, Hua Qing covered the little fox's eyes. The little fox's body trembled as if it was afraid. Hua Qing moved closer to the little fox's ear and whispered, "Don't be afraid of Zhen. Zhen won't do this to you. That was just an animal. You are the most special in Zhen's heart." Hua Qing comforted the little fox and turned to Ning Shu. He said coldly, "The empress doesn't just have to manage the harem. She also has to take care of the child. As a child of the royal family, you can't be so willful." Ning Shu held the trembling Hua Qingwang and bowed to Hua Qing. She sighed and said, "Zhen will remember." Hua Qing ignored the sad Ning Shu and left with the little fox. Ning Shu glanced at Hua Qing's back and smiled coldly. Hua Qing really was a strong opponent. "Auntie." Xiao Qingyang's eyes were a little red. His legs were so weak that he couldn't get up. Ning Shu had the eunuch carry Xiao Qingyang. The puppy's body was collected and brought back. Hua Qingwang kept sobbing in Ning Shu's arms. His grip on Ning Shu tightened. His whole body was trembling, and his eyes were closed as if he didn't dare open them. Ning Shu sighed and gently patted his back. He said softly, "Qingwang, don't be afraid. Mother will protect you. Mother will protect Qingwang." Ning Shu carried Hua Qingwang all the way back to the bedroom. Hua Qingwang didn't let go of Ning Shu, so Ning Shu kept hugging him. "Auntie, I didn't take good care of the little prince." Xiao Qingyang wiped away Ning Shu's tears. "What happened?" Ning Shu asked with a frown. Xiao Qingyang told him everything that had happened. The two little turnips were chasing each other in the imperial garden. The little fox, who had recovered from its injuries, came out for a stroll. It ran into two people and a dog. The little fox saw the white and tender little boy playing with a stupid dog, so it ran over to tease the stupid dog. But how could a dog be as smart as the little fox? When it smelled the scent of the little fox, it chased after it. Hua Qing came to find the little fox. When he saw the little fox being chased by a dog, he immediately became angry. Especially when he saw the two animals rolling around and playing, he became even more angry and jealous. A strong possessiveness exploded in his heart. He directly walked over and kicked the dog away. He patted the dust off the little fox and held it in his arms. He looked at Hua Qingwang and Xiao Qingyang with an unfriendly gaze. Hua Qingwang hadn't seen his father in a long time. He was very happy to see Hua Qing. Before he could say anything, he was scolded by Hua Qing for being ignorant and incompetent. He scolded him for not having any royal etiquette. When he found out that Xiao Qingyang was Hua Qingwang's study companion, Hua Qing had Xiao Qingyang flogged when the prince made a mistake. Then, Hua Qingwang went to find Ning Shu. A dog had died in this accident, but Ning Shu knew that Hua Qing was warning him and the Xiao family. The little fox could really cause trouble wherever it went. Ning Shu couldn't directly confront Hua Qing without being completely confident. If you want to destroy someone, you must first make them crazy. Let's see what kind of crazy things Hua Qing would do to protect the little fox. He felt that it was really ironic. He had no feelings for his wife and didn't even have the slightest bit of gratitude. He was also indifferent to his own son, but he gave his passion to a fox. He gave almost all of his feelings to the fox. Ning Shu cursed inwardly. The female lead's golden finger was too big. It was so bright that he couldn't look straight at it. Chapter 235. Hua Qingwang was tired from crying in Ning Shu's arms. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Ning Shu sighed and placed Hua Qingwang on the bed. She had Qing Zhu draw some warm water to wipe the tears off Hua Qingwang's face. Hua Qingwang's eyes were red and swollen. Ning Shu stayed by the bed. Xiao Qingyang blamed herself for not protecting her cousin and the little puppy's death. "Auntie." Xiao Qingyang called out to Ning Shu. Ning Shu rubbed her forehead and said, "Qingyang, you must have been frightened. Go eat something and rest. Now that Qingwang is like this, Auntie hopes that you can stay by his side." Hua Qingwang was probably hurt by today's events. "Auntie, Qingyang will take good care of my cousin." Xiao Qingyang immediately patted her chest and promised Ning Shu. In the middle of the night, Hua Qingwang had a fever. His temperature was very high. Ning Shu was prepared. She had Qing Zhu bring a bowl of medicine to Hua Qingwang. However, Hua Qingwang only drank half of the medicine before spitting out the rest. "Nyang nyang, should we call the imperial physician?" Qing Zhu was so anxious that her face was red. "Call the imperial physician over and then boil the medicine." Ning Shu wiped Hua Qingwang's body with a wet handkerchief. Hua Qingwang was too frightened today. Ning Shu wasn't surprised that he would fall ill. However, when she saw that Hua Qingwang was really sick, Ning Shu was still very anxious. The little person was lying on the bed and talking nonsense. Ning Shu was really afraid that Hua Qingwang had a fever. Qing Zhu called the imperial physician over to perform acupuncture on Hua Qingwang. When the medicine was served, Ning Shu immediately took the bowl of medicine and fed it to Hua Qingwang. "Nyang nyang, let this servant do it." Qing Zhu saw that Ning Shu was anxious and quickly said. Ning Shu took a deep breath. "It's fine. I'll do it myself." "Nyang nyang, do you want to invite His Majesty over?" Qingzhu Ning Shu asked. Since the little prince was so seriously ill, His Majesty should come over to take a look. Ning Shu originally wanted to ask why she had called that damned person over, but considering that there was a room full of grand doctors present, she didn't want her gentle and empathetic image of the Empress to collapse. She could only suppress her grief and say, "It's already midnight. The Emperor has already gone to bed. Tomorrow morning, the Emperor has an early court session. Don't disturb the Emperor's rest." The imperial physician looked at Ning Shu with pity in his eyes. Ning Shu's mouth twitched, and he wiped Hua Qingwang's body with a handkerchief. "Your Highness." Qing Zhu's eyes were slightly red. Ning Shu felt that she was really miserable. The Emperor that Ning Shu said had gone to bed wasn't asleep. Instead, he was lying on the bed, looking at the little fox sleeping on the table. The little fox looked at Hua Qing warily. When faced with such a gaze, Hua Qing felt as if his heart was being squeezed by a large hand. It was very uncomfortable. The fox he liked should have a sly, cute, clear, and charming look in her eyes. She shouldn't be looking at him with such a wary and unfamiliar gaze. The little fox wasn't afraid of Hua Qing. Although Hua Qing was the emperor, he was very good to her. But when he ordered the puppy's death today, the little fox was scared out of her wits. She finally understood that this man was an emperor who could live or die as he pleased. The little fox empathized with the puppy's death. She was no longer a human, but a fox. Human life was worthless, and she was just an animal. Hua Qing got up from the bed and walked in front of the little fox. He reached out and hugged the little fox. The little fox's fur stood on end. Hua Qing gently stroked the little fox's back and whispered softly, "You shouldn't be afraid of me. You are mine. Seeing you play with other people makes me very uncomfortable. Although you are a fox, I have never thought of you as a fox in my heart. You are more important than anyone else in my heart. You are my pet. I dote on you and love you dearly." Hua Qing looked at the little fox with a burning gaze. I have never seen such a beautiful and intelligent fox. When she met Hua Qing's gaze, the little fox's heart beat rapidly. When she heard Hua Qing's words, the little fox felt that she was very lucky. Although she had become a fox, she had met Hua Qing. The transmigration god didn't treat her unfairly. The little fox felt that she was letting down Hua Qing's love by being so afraid of him. She looked at him with a guilty gaze and stuck out her tongue to lick Hua Qing's fingers. Hua Qing's body trembled slightly, and then he said happily, "Fox, you're not angry anymore?" When the little fox saw the smile on Hua Qing's face, her eyes were filled with hearts. He really was a super handsome guy. "Do I look good?" Hua Qing smiled brightly at the little fox. The little fox immediately nodded. "You look good, you look very good." Hua Qing stroked the fox's smooth ears and carried the little fox to the dragon bed. The man and the fox snuggled together. Ning Shu watched over Hua Qingwang for the entire night. After the imperial physician's efforts, Hua Qingwang's fever finally subsided and he stopped talking nonsense. Ning Shu sat by the bed and watched over him. He said to Xiao Qingyang, who was beside him, "Qingyang, go to sleep. Auntie, Qingyang is not tired. Qingyang will watch over cousin until he wakes up." Xiao Qingyang's eyes were red. He had cried before and stayed up all night. His eyes really looked like a rabbit's eyes. Ning Shu didn't force him. If he was tired, he could lie on the bed and sleep for a while. Imperial concubine, drink some hot tea. Qing Zhu held a teacup. Ning Shu took it and gulped it down. Then, she used a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off Hua Qingwang's body. Hua Qingwang slept for a day and a night before waking up. He opened his eyes and looked at Ning Shu in a daze. Ning Shu was dumbfounded. Could it be that there was something wrong with the fever? "Imperial mother, Qingwang is scared." Hua Qingwang's voice was very hoarse. Ning Shu quickly poured some water for Hua Qingwang to drink. As Hua Qingwang drank the water, he cried. Ning Shu hugged Hua Qingwang and said softly, "Qingwang, don't be afraid. Imperial mother will definitely protect Qingwang. Cousin, you're awake." Xiao Qingyang, who was lying on the bed, woke up. When he saw that Hua Qingwang had woken up, he was so happy that he wanted to cry. Cousin. Hua Qingwang's body was very uncomfortable. It was so uncomfortable that he wanted to die. Ning Shu told Xiao Qingyang to go down and eat breakfast. Only Ning Shu and Hua Qingwang were left in the bedchamber. Ning Shu looked at Hua Qingwang and asked, "Qingwang is blaming Imperial Mother. You're blaming Imperial Mother for not saving the puppy, aren't you?" Hua Qingwang's tears fell again. Ning Shu asked hoarsely, "Why, Imperial Mother?" Ning Shu shook his head and said indifferently, "Because Imperial Mother couldn't do it." "Why?" Hua Qingwang looked at Ning Shu in confusion. Ning Shu reached out and patted Hua Qingwang's head. "Qingwang, it's because Imperial Mother is facing your Imperial Father. He is the most powerful person in the world. Everyone is a subject in front of him, including Imperial Mother and you. Imperial Mother has already saved your cousin. This can't be repeated. Qingwang, do you want Imperial Mother to give up on saving Qingyang and saving the puppy?" "No, Qingwang doesn't want anything to happen to cousin." Hua Qingwang shook his head. "But why did Imperial Father beat the puppy to death?" "It didn't know anything. He was jealous and warned her and the Xiao family." Chapter 236. Hua Qing was dissatisfied with her and with Xiao Qingyang becoming Hua Qing's study companion. Hua Qingwang felt terrible. He had never felt so terrible before. Ning Shu sighed and said, "Mother has taken care of the puppy's body. When you are better, bury it." Hua Qingwang stared at Ning Shu and asked word by word, "Imperial Father also has a little fox by his side." "Imperial Father can raise a little fox, but he said that I lost my will to play around and killed a little dog. Why can Imperial Father do it, but I can't?" Qingwang wants to know why. Ning Shu looked at this child. He was different from before. After experiencing pain, he should have come to his senses. Even though he had the noble identity of a prince, this nobility was like duckweed without roots. Ning Shu smiled faintly. "Why?" "Because your father is the emperor. He controls the fate of the world. He holds our fate in his hands. No one can provoke him. He has the absolute power to protect the things he loves. He can take away the most important things of others, but no one dares to say anything. Father is the emperor. He has the power to protect the things he loves." Hua Qingwang looked at Ning Shu in a daze. Ning Shu hugged Hua Qingwang and said faintly, "Qingwang, there is nothing absolute in this world. Everyone has to pay the price for their actions. Mother hopes that Qingwang can be happy, but do not desire the affection of an ordinary family from your father. Your father is the emperor. He controls our fate. Even our lives are in the hands of others, let alone feelings. Mother, what should Qingwang do to not feel so terrible?" Hua Qingwang shed tears and looked at Ning Shu. "I want to protect Mother. I want to protect the things that I cherish. I don't want what happened today to happen again. Mother, I feel terrible. I feel terrible." Ning Shu's heart ached. She used her handkerchief to wipe away the tears on Hua Qingwang's face and patted his back. "Qingwang, be happy. Your Imperial Father can't take away your happiness. Imperial Mother hopes that Qingwang will be happy. Imperial Mother will seek justice for what happened today. Mother." Hua Qingwang threw himself into Ning Shu's arms and wailed. Ning Shu, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Venting was better than holding it in. There were still tears on Hua Qingwang's face. Ning Shu wiped the tears off his face with a handkerchief. "Nyang Nyang, have some food." Qing Zhu's face was somewhat haggard. She had accompanied Ning Shu to keep watch for the entire night. Ning Shu took the bowl of porridge and said to Hua Qingwang, "Qingwang, eat something. You'll get better faster." Ning Shu fed Hua Qingwang spoonful after spoonful of porridge. Hua Qingwang asked Ning Shu, "Imperial Mother, has Imperial Father been here? Has Imperial Father come to see me?" "No." Ning Shu shook his head. "Qingwang, Mother said not to have too many feelings and expectations for your Imperial Father. I just want Imperial Father to know that what he did before was wrong. He caused me a lot of harm. I am his son. I want to see Imperial Father feel a bit of guilt, said Hua Qingwang. Ning Shu had a smile on his face. Imperial Mother's Qingwang has grown up. However, even if some people hurt others, they don't feel it. Even if they feel that they hurt others, they still won't take it to heart. After Hua Qingwang finished a bowl of porridge, he lay down to rest. Ning Shu saw that he was still crying under the blankets. Ning Shu sighed in his heart. He casually ate a bit of food and kept watch by the bed. Nyang Nyang, Madam has handed over a token and wants to enter the palace to see the little prince, Qing Zhu whispered into Ning Shu's ear. Ning Shu waved his hand. Tell them not to hand over tokens to the palace for now. Don't let women enter the palace for a while. Qingyang will stay in the palace. Given Qingwang's current situation, he should have a companion by his side. Tell mother not to worry. Ben Gong will protect Qingyang. Qing Zhu left with a worried expression on her face. After breakfast, Xiao Qingyang came over to keep watch, waiting for his little cousin to wake up. Ning Shu didn't want to see the concubines at all. He wasn't in the mood at all. The concubines sent over a lot of things. Ning Shu had Qing Zhu stuff them into the storeroom without even looking at them. At noon, Hua Qing finally found out that his son was sick. He came over with a cold expression. Ning Shu felt his balls ache. If he didn't want to come, then so be it. Hua Qing asked Ning Shu, why didn't you tell Zhen that Qingwang was sick? If the Empress's father hadn't asked about the little prince's health during the morning court session, he wouldn't have known that Qingwang was sick. Hua Qing instantly felt that his dignity was being challenged. He was the master of the imperial palace. Someone else actually knew what was happening at home before he did. Everyone outside knew what was happening in the imperial palace. What did they think the imperial palace was? When Ning Shu heard Hua Qing's words, he became a Spartan. He had never seen such a shameless person. He scared his son until he fell ill, and now he was questioning him. Ning Shu was roaring in his heart, but on the surface, he looked tired and anxious to explain. Qingwang got sick late at night, so Qinxie didn't disturb your majesty. You should have sent someone to tell Zhen in the morning. When he was questioned by his father-in-law, Hua Qing was almost dumbfounded. This made Hua Qing very unhappy. Ning Shu said indifferently, Qinxie didn't sleep all night. My mind was really muddled. I forgot to send someone to tell your majesty. It was Qinxie's fault. Hua Qing was speechless for a moment. He sat by the bed and looked at the sleeping Qingwang. He asked, how is he now? Much better, Ning Shu said. Hua Qing's expression was not good. He said coldly, as my child, he actually got sick over such a small matter. How can he be worthy of being my son? Ning Shu, fuck your mother, fuck, you speak as if your son wasn't human. He wasn't made of flesh and blood and wouldn't be sad. In the end, he just didn't care. If the child on the bed was his and the little fox's child, he would probably be roaring and chopping off the imperial physician's head. Ning Shu's mouth twitched. She said indifferently, Qinxie will take good care of Qingwang. Hua Qing dilly-dallied for a while before leaving. It didn't even take the time to drink a cup of tea. He probably went back to find the little fox. He was afraid that the little fox would be angry. With Ning Shu accompanying him day and night and Xiao Qingyang watching over him, Qingwang's illness took more than a month to recover. After enduring for a month, Ning Shu felt that he had lost weight. Hua Qing only came once. He didn't come at all other times. He felt very cold. He was so cold to his own child. Qingwang didn't ask if his father came to see him again. Ning Shu felt that Qingwang had changed a lot. He was no longer as lively and playful as before. Now, Ning Shu didn't have to say anything. He would study on his own. Ning Shu often counseled Qingwang. In the past, he tried to think of ways to get Qingwang to study. Now, he wanted Qingwang to pay attention to the balance between work and rest. Being a mother was so hard. Chapter 237. Ning Shu's mind had been focused on Hua Qingwang during this time, so he rarely asked about the affairs of the imperial harem. He asked Qing Zhu, "What happened recently?" Qing Zhu thought for a moment and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that the emperor's pets like to go to the palaces of the imperial concubines and break things, which annoys the imperial concubines. They originally wanted to ask the imperial concubines for justice, but this servant pushed them away. The imperial concubines went to the emperor and were scolded by the emperor. Wasn't this asking for a rebuff? With Hua Qing's love for the little fox, even if the imperial palace was burned down, it would be fine. These imperial concubines were also stupid. They simply set up rat traps in the palace like she did. If they were caught, they deserved it. It wasn't that these imperial concubines didn't think of it, but they didn't dare to. Before hitting a dog, one had to look at its master. This fox's master was the emperor, so they could only swallow it. It was quite hard to get to this point, but it didn't make sense for them to live so comfortably. Hua Qing hadn't visited the imperial concubines in a long time. These imperial concubines were bored and wanted to find something to do to pass the time. Noble consort Xian came to invite Ning Shu to watch a play. Ning Shu wasn't interested in the play. But thinking of the two little radishes, he agreed to go see the play tomorrow. Noble consort Xian told Ning Shu about the play. After hesitating, Ning Shu asked, "Imperial concubine, is there something wrong with the emperor's body? Why is he unwilling to let the imperial concubines in the imperial harem serve him?" Now, it had developed to the point where even the 15th day of the month was in the imperial concubine's palace. This made the imperial concubines in the imperial harem feel distressed. "There's something wrong with his body? You think there's something wrong with the emperor's body?" Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and asked. Noble consort Xian's face immediately turned red. She remembered the last time the emperor slept with her. He was very fierce and there was no problem at all. Then why is the emperor unwilling to enter the imperial harem? Noble consort Xian frowned and asked, "Could it be that the emperor is hiding a woman, a vixen?" Ning Shu, it really is a vixen. The next day, Ning Shu took her two children, Hua Qingwang and Xiao Qingyang, with a long line of palace maids following behind them, to the stage. When they arrived, there were already many concubines waiting. Ning Shu immediately bowed. Ning Shu held Hua Qingwang's hand and said with a smile, "Sit down. Nyang Nyang, you should act." Imperial concubine Xian handed the list of tricks to Ning Shu. Ning Shu took it and smiled at Hua Qingwang. "Qingwang, what do you like?" Hua Qingwang looked at it and finally chose a drama about King Wu defeating King Zhou. It was a story about overthrowing the tyrannical and muddle-headed King Zhou. Ning Shu raised her eyebrows and glanced at Hua Qingwang. She must be thinking too much. How could a little radish like Hua Qingwang have this kind of awareness now? Ning Shu casually chose a play and gave it to Imperial concubine Xian. Then, the concubines all chose the plays they liked. As Ning Shu listened to the babbling and singing, her mind began to race. She thought about things and occasionally looked at Hua Qingwang, who was watching the play with great interest. While the concubines were watching happily, Hua Qing was reviewing memorials in the imperial study. The little fox sat on the table, bored. She used her claws to poke at the memorials on the table. Listening to the gongs and drums outside, it was very lively. She didn't want to stay in this boring study. Hua Qing put down the cinnabar pen and looked at the little fox's dispirited appearance. He patted her head and said, "Do you want to go and take a look?" The little fox quickly nodded and looked at Hua Qing with great desire. She kept blinking her eyes and acting cute, hoping that Hua Qing would let her go. "Isn't it just watching a play? Zhen will take you there." Hua Qing's body heated up under the little fox's gaze. Hua Qing quickly picked up the little fox, afraid that he would lose control under such a gaze. Now, the other party's gaze was enough to make him panic. It was simply torture. Hua Qing's eyes were deep. He looked at the little fox in his arms who was looking around. Was there a way to turn the little fox into a human? The emperor has arrived. The eunuch's shrill voice sounded. No one thought that Hua Qing would suddenly come. The concubines' faces were filled with extreme joy. Hua Qing's arrival caused a commotion. The concubines quickly tidied up their clothes and adjusted the hairpin in their hair. In short, they wanted to be in their best state to welcome Hua Qing. Ning Shu was very curious why Hua Qing had suddenly come to the back palace. But then she saw the little golden fox in Hua Qing's arms and her heart suddenly had a bad feeling. She really didn't want to be in the same frame as the female lead. Whenever the female lead appeared, something would happen. Qinxia pays respects to the emperor. Ning Shu bowed to Hua Qing. Qinxia pays respects to the emperor. The concubines also bowed. Qinxia pays respects to Fu Huang. Hua Qingwang obediently bowed to Hua Qing. Hua Qing looked Hua Qingwang up and down and said, "Even if your body is better, don't run around." "Yes, Qinxia will remember." Hua Qingwang was very obedient. He glanced at the little fox in Hua Qing's arms, bit his lip, and finally looked away. The little fox was held in Hua Qing's arms. Seeing these concubines flirting with each other, it felt very uncomfortable. Thinking that these people were all Hua Qing's women, the little fox cursed Hua Qing in its heart. It regretted coming to watch the show. The little fox's eyes widened. It bared its teeth and whimpered at these concubines. Hua Qing coldly grunted. He sat in the chair and said indifferently, "You guys continue to watch the show. Don't mind Zhen." Ning Shu sat next to Hua Qing. The little fox immediately bared its teeth at Ning Shu. Its eyes were filled with unfriendliness and disdain. Ning Shu looked at her indifferently. "Fuck, one day I'll skin you and make you into a scarf." The little fox's hair stood on end under Ning Shu's gaze. She was indeed a vicious woman. On the surface, she appeared gentle and considerate, but she was a hypocrite. She really pitied Hua Qing. These concubines in the harem were all here for glory and wealth. Which one of them truly loved Hua Qing? The stage was singing, but all the concubines' attention was on Hua Qing. Hua Qing didn't say anything. He stroked the little fox's golden fur. He didn't want to pay attention to anyone, but he couldn't resist the concubine's enthusiasm. He desperately tried to find a topic to talk about. "Your Majesty, this fox is really beautiful." A concubine wearing a pink palace dress said sweetly to Hua Qing. Her smile was like a flower. Ning Shu looked at her. She was just a beauty. She was basically not favored. She probably had to muster up her courage to take a gamble. Humph, what an ugly smile. The little fox was annoyed. It gently scratched Hua Qing's palm with its claws. Don't look, don't look. What's so good about this woman? This concubine has many furs, but none of them are as beautiful as this one." Beauty Lin continued. Ning Shu wanted to cover his face. He sighed in his heart. He had flattered the wrong horse. Chapter 238. This beauty wanted to praise the little fox's beauty, but she used the fur in her closet as a comparison. Not all the concubines in the harem were scheming, and there were some who were naive and sweet. When the little fox heard the word fur, all the fur on its body stood up and it shrieked at the beauty. Hua Qing looked coldly at Beauty Lin and comforted the little fox. He said gently, "It's fine. With me here, no one will dare to do anything to you." The concubines were stunned when they saw Hua Qing's gentle appearance. They had never seen the emperor so gentle. It could melt their hearts, but this gentleness was directed at a beast. Envy, jealousy, and hatred were scratching their hearts and lungs. With Hua Qing's assurance, the little fox raised its chin proudly. It still felt angry, so it jumped down from Hua Qing's body and onto Beauty Lin. It reached out its claws and messed up her hair. Beauty Lin screamed. Beauty Lin screamed. She was in a sorry state. The little fox was very pleased. Look, all of them were pretending to be nice all the time. Now they were all exposed. Humph, bad woman. She even wanted to skin it. She was simply vicious. Don't think that she didn't know what this woman was thinking. The little fox raised its claws and scratched at Beauty Lin's face. Immediately, several bloody wounds appeared on Beauty Lin's face. Beauty Lin fell to the ground in pain. She covered her face with her hands. Blood flowed through the gaps between her fingers. My face, my face." Ning Shu stood up and wanted to call for an imperial physician, but Hua Qing spoke first. "Beauty Lin has been disrespectful in front of the palace. She will be demoted to Yeting." This was only a beauty, so Hua Qing didn't care at all. If it was the empress or other concubines with strong family backgrounds, he would definitely not do this. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. First, it was for who. He wanted her to be at ease and know that no one in the palace could hurt her. Second, it was to warn these women that this fox was his and he wouldn't let these concubines hurt who. The little fox raised its head and walked proudly towards Hua Qing. She was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Don't think that she didn't know this beauty had a bad temper in private. She once saw this beauty scolding and beating a palace maid just because she did something wrong. Being banished to the cold palace could be considered retribution. The little fox jumped into Hua Qing's arms. Hua Qing tapped the tip of her pink nose and said, "You little thing." His affection for her was obvious. Ning Shu was speechless. Hua Qing was willing to do anything to make the beauty smile. Looking at the smug look on the little fox's face, he was really a fox exploiting the tiger's might to the fullest. Her face was ruined and she was banished to the cold palace. Beauty Lin was stunned on the spot. It wasn't until a guard came to take her off that she reacted. She screamed in horror, Your Majesty, this concubine is innocent. This concubine was wrong. Your Majesty, please forgive this concubine." Beauty Lin's clothes were taken off, and her face was covered in blood. She looked particularly miserable. Everyone was on tenterhooks. They weren't happy because there was one less person to compete with. Instead, they felt a sense of sadness. To end up like this because of an animal was simply ridiculous. Ugh, ugh. Noble consort Xian, who was sitting below Ning Shu, covered her mouth and vomited when she saw the bloodied Beauty Lin being dragged away. Noble consort Xian wanted to hold it in, but she vomited even more violently. Ning Shu's eyes flashed when he saw noble consort Xian like this. He hurriedly said to Qing Zhu, "Quickly call the imperial physician over. The noble consort isn't feeling well." Noble consort Xian looked like she was pregnant. "Find another imperial physician to take a look at Beauty Lin," Ning Shu said quietly. It wasn't a big deal. Ning Shu was willing to help. Qing Zhu nodded and left. Everyone looked at noble consort Xian with envy. Hua Qing seemed to have guessed it too. He frowned and subconsciously hugged the little fox in his arms. The imperial physician hurried over. Before he could bow, Ning Shu said, "No need for formalities. Take a look at the noble consort's body first." "Yes." The imperial physician hurriedly took noble consort Xian's pulse. Hua Qing's face darkened. He was clearly unhappy with Ning Shu's actions. Hua Qing really regretted it now. He had impulsively taken advantage of noble consort Xian. If he hadn't been so tempted by he wouldn't have taken advantage of a consort. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." "Congratulations, noble consort Xian. You're almost 2 months pregnant." The imperial physician withdrew his hand and said with a smile. Hua Qing's heart tightened. He didn't say anything. Ning Shu smiled at the surprised noble consort Xian and said, "How come you didn't realize you were pregnant?" "Your Majesty, my period was irregular. I didn't mind. I didn't think I would be pregnant." Noble consort Xian's eyes were watery. She hadn't been pregnant since she entered the palace. This sudden surprise almost made her faint. This should be the only time Hua Qing had taken advantage of a consort recently. She didn't think he would be so lucky. "Since you know, you should take good care of yourself and give Qingwang a little brother," Ning Shu said with concern. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern." Noble consort Xian touched her belly with a loving expression. She then said to Hua Qing, "Your Majesty, I will take good care of myself and give birth to a child." "Congratulations, Your Majesty." "Congratulations, Your Majesty." All the consorts suppressed their jealousy and congratulated noble consort Xian. Noble consort Xian was so happy that she almost cried. There was a joyous atmosphere all around. However, when little Fox found out that noble consort Xian was pregnant, her entire person, no, her entire fox, was stunned. Her heart was pounding. She was filled with anger and anger. When she saw the smile on the Empress' face, she thought bitterly, "What a hypocrite. Your husband is pregnant with another woman and you're so happy. You want to kill someone, but you're still pretending to be smiling. What a hypocritical woman." It was simply disgusting. Little Fox was very sad. The Empress had Hua Qingwang before she met Hua Qing. But now, Hua Qing doted on her while he was pregnant with another woman. Little Fox felt betrayed. Her heart was very small and could only fit one man. But she also wanted that man to only have her in his heart. Hua Qing was the emperor and she was a pet. She took him seriously just because he teased her. Hua Qing panicked when he saw the little fox crying. Little Fox jumped out of Hua Qing's arms and looked at noble consort Xian, who was smiling like a flower. She was so sad, but the other party was so happy. Little Fox pounced at noble consort Xian and noble consort Xian's stomach was hit by Little Fox. Hua Qing frowned and looked at Little Fox. Little Fox looked at Hua Qing stubbornly. Seeing the shock and disapproval in Hua Qing's eyes, Little Fox's heart ached. She turned and ran away. They were all liars. She shouldn't have trusted men, Little Fox thought angrily. Hua Qing wanted to chase after Little Fox, but the situation was so chaotic that he couldn't just leave. Chapter 239. Imperial concubine Xian, who was hit in the stomach, held her stomach and screamed. It happened so fast that no one could react. Only when they heard Imperial concubine Xian's painful moan did they see that Imperial concubine Xian's dress was red. "Quick, doctor, check on the Imperial concubine and try to hold the baby," Ning Shu quickly said to the doctor. Imperial concubine Xian was sitting on a chair. Her dress was stained with blood. Her face was very pale and she was crying. She reached out her hand to Hua Qing. Hua Qing hesitated and held Imperial concubine Xian's hand. Seeing that Imperial concubine Xian was very weak, Hua Qing said in despair, "Emperor, please save our child." Hua Qing didn't say anything. He just nodded. Imperial concubine Xian's face was getting paler. Even with the doctor's acupuncture, the bleeding couldn't stop. Ning Shu watched from the side and shook his head. Imperial concubine Xian couldn't keep the baby. "Emperor, Imperial concubine Xian's body was very weak. She couldn't get pregnant. The baby was unstable and was hit hard. I am useless. Imperial concubine Xian has had a miscarriage." The doctor knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Imperial concubine Xian endured the pain and fainted. She didn't know anything. Hua Qing's face flashed with a strange joy, but it quickly disappeared. He coldly said to the doctor, "Do your best to nurse Imperial concubine Xian's body back to health. No matter what medicine you use it. You must nurse Imperial concubine Xian's body back to health." "I will remember." The doctor saw that Hua Qing didn't blame him and wiped away his cold sweat. "Emperor, it is windy in the garden. Take Imperial concubine Xian back to her palace," Ning Shu said to Hua Qing. Hua Qing's face was a bit strange. He hesitated a bit before carrying Imperial concubine Xian to her palace. Ning Shu saw Hua Qing's hesitant face and despised him. He was happy to hug an animal, but when he was asked to hug his woman, he acted like he was a germaphobe. "Qingwang, go back first." Ning Shu asked Qing Zhu to take the two children back. Hua Qingwang grabbed Ning Shu's clothes. Ning Shu asked, "What is it?" "Mother, be careful." Hua Qingwang quietly said to Ning Shu, "Father smiled just now. Ning Shu was slightly stunned and asked, when? Her attention was all on imperial concubine Xian, so she didn't notice Hua Qing's expression. It was when the imperial physician said that imperial consort Nyang Nyang's child couldn't be saved that this son saw the corners of imperial father's mouth curl up. Hua Qingwang frowned. Mother, you have to believe me. I really saw it. Imperial mother believes in you. Ning Shu patted Hua Qingwang's head. Quickly go back with Qingzhu. Ning Shu caught up with Hua Qing and glanced at Hua Qing's side profile. His side profile was very cold, which made his facial features even more deep and charming. However, Ning Shu felt a chill in his heart. He actually smiled when his woman had a miscarriage. Soon, they arrived at Imperial concubine Xian's bedroom. Hua Qing placed the unconscious Imperial concubine Xian on the bed and then said to the Imperial physician, "Treat Imperial concubine Xian well." Hua Qing stood by the bed, but his eyes kept looking outside the hall. Ning Shu said, "Empress, Zhen still has matters to attend to. You stay here with Imperial concubine Xian. If there is anything, send someone to report to Zhen." Ning Shu didn't even want to look at Hua Qing. She lowered her head and said, "Emperor, Imperial concubine Xian's miscarriage wasn't an accident. She was hit in the stomach by a little fox. Qinxie feels that an explanation should be given to Imperial concubine Xian. The little fox harmed the Imperial heir and shouldn't be let off so easily." The other concubines in the hall looked at each other and didn't speak. They all looked at Hua Qing. Hua Qing's face twitched. He waved his sleeve and said, "We'll talk about this later." "Emperor." Ning Shu raised her head and looked at Hua Qing. "Emperor, Imperial concubine Xian's stomach is also your child. That fox killed your child. Why don't you seek justice for Imperial concubine Xian and the child? It's just an animal. Just beat it to death." "Shut up." Hua Qing couldn't help but interrupt Ning Shu's words. Then he realized that he had lost control of his emotions. He lowered his voice and said, "Zhen will compensate the Empress for this matter. As for the little fox, it's just an animal that doesn't know anything. Can Zhen's child come back if I beat it to death? Wouldn't Zhen be sad to lose the child? Compensate Imperial concubine Xian," but the culprit was completely fine. He was so cold. Even though Ning Shu had experienced several worlds, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. And Hua Qing actually wanted this child to disappear so that it wouldn't affect his relationship with the little fox. If he wasn't cold and heartless to other women, it seemed that he couldn't show his affection for the female lead. Ning Shu suppressed the anger in her heart and said faintly, "Qinxie understands. Take care, Emperor." Hua Qing turned and left. His back was a bit embarrassed. "Empress, are we just going to let it go like this?" Concubine Ning Shu asked. Ning Shu waved her hand. "You can go back. If you have nothing to do, stay in your palace and don't wander around." "Yes." The concubines retreated, but everyone's expression was very gloomy. If a concubine had a miscarriage before, of course, they would gloat. But now, everyone's heart was weighed down by a stone, and it was heavy with uneasiness. Basin after basin of bloody water was carried out. After a long time, the Imperial physician came out of the side hall. Ning Shu asked, "How is Imperial concubine Xian?" The Imperial physician shook his head. Imperial concubine Xian's body is severely damaged. It will be difficult for her to get pregnant in the future. Ning Shu sighed. The palace was really a gloomy place. Ning Shu said, "Try to nurse her back to health. No matter what medicine is used, it will do. Even His Majesty said so." The Imperial physician nodded. Ning Shu walked into the bedchamber. There was a strong smell of blood inside. Imperial concubine Xian was lying on the bed with her hair disheveled. Her face was as white as paper, and her complexion was very poor. Her exposed shoulders looked very thin, making people feel pity for her. Ning Shu sat by the bed and took a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat on Imperial concubine Xian's forehead. The little fox was lucky to have Hua Qing's lifelong love. But what about the women in the harem? How cruel was he to so many women in the harem? If he didn't like her, then he shouldn't have chosen so many women to enter the palace. Such a beautiful woman might be happier if she married someone else. Empress, let me do it. Imperial concubine Xian's maid, Ning Shu, said. Ning Shu nodded and gave the handkerchief to Imperial concubine Xian's personal maid. Empress, the smell of blood in this hall is very strong. Please move. The maid, Ning Shu, said. The maid's eyes were red as she endured the pain. Ning Shu said indifferently, "It's fine. I will wait here for Imperial concubine Xian to wake up." Qing Zhu sent the two children back and then came over. She stood beside Ning Shu and waited for Imperial concubine Xian to wake up. Qing Zhu, pour me a glass of water. Ning Shu felt very thirsty. Imperial concubine Xian woke up at night. When she saw Ning Shu by her bedside, she was stunned for a moment. Then she hurriedly touched her stomach and cried, "My child, my child, my child." Her voice was like a blood-sobbing cuckoo, sorrowful and desperate. Chapter 240. Lady Xian was devastated. When her emotions stabilized, Ning Shu wanted to comfort her. But when the words came out of his mouth, he didn't know what to say. Could it be that she would have a child in the future? First of all, Lady Xian's body was injured, so it would be difficult for her to get pregnant. Secondly, Hua Qing had to keep his chastity for the little fox. He didn't even want to enter the harem. Lady Xian's body was very weak. After a heart-wrenching cry, her body trembled. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat, and her hair was wet. How did the emperor deal with that fox? My child is gone. I just learned of his existence, and he's gone. Lady Xian hammered her chest with her hand, tears streaming down her face. This was the plain's cannon fodder. They decorated the lives of the protagonists, but they were also flesh and blood. They could feel pain and sadness. Ning Shu sighed and said, "The body is the foundation. Without a good body, how can you take revenge?" Lady Xian looked at Ning Shu and sneered. She said sarcastically and sadly, "You must be very happy right now." "Why would I be happy? Something like this is not something to be happy about." Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. Lady Xian smiled sadly. "I don't have a child now. Your child is no longer a threat. Your Highness, I'm tired. I want to rest." Ning Shu said indifferently, "Let's not talk about whether the child in your belly is a boy or a girl. Even if it's born, it won't be a threat to me. I'm the Empress and my child is the eldest son. As long as I don't make any mistakes and my child doesn't make any big mistakes, my child will be the first in line to the throne. Besides, I still have the marshal's mansion behind me." Xiao Xiao had such a good card in her hand, yet she ended up in the end. It was only love and jealousy that made her lose her mind. If Xiao Xiao had been more rational and ruthless, she wouldn't have ended up like this. If a woman wasn't ruthless, her status wouldn't be stable. Xiao Xiao could only blame herself for falling in love with an emperor. Not everyone was a little fox who could turn a cold and hard emperor into a soft and gentle one. Imperial concubine Xian was stunned by Ning Shu's straightforward words. Her body trembled even more violently, and she cried silently. It was even more heartbreaking than before. Her face was filled with despair, indifference, and sadness. Ning Shu said, "The emperor will give the Grand Preceptor's mansion an explanation. He will compensate you." Noble consort Xian was the granddaughter of the Grand Preceptor, who had assisted 2 generations of emperors. Although she had retired, she was still very influential in the imperial court. Compensation? My child is gone. Can you return my child and let my child come back to life? I've been waiting for this child for countless years, but I still haven't felt his existence. Seeing that the imperial consort was crying, Ning Shu questioned. Please forgive me, Your Highness. My imperial consort is too sad. She didn't mean to offend Your Highness, Imperial consort Xian's personal maid explained hurriedly. Ning Shu waved his hand and didn't care. The personal maid said to Imperial Consort Xian, "Your Highness, before you woke up, the Empress wanted to seek justice for you in front of the Emperor. She wanted to kill the little fox, but the Emperor didn't agree." Imperial Consort Xian was stunned for a moment, and then she said, "Thank you, Your Highness. You and I are both women. I can understand your pain," Ning Shu said. "Have a good rest." Imperial Consort Xian was helped to lie down by the maid. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the palace garden. Ning Shu and Qing Zhu said, "Go out and see what happened." "Yes." Qing Zhu went out for a while and then came back in. She glanced at Imperial Consort Xian on the bed without saying anything. Imperial Consort Xian said in a hoarse voice, "Tell me, what happened? I am just a person who is waiting to die. What can't I accept?" "Your Highness," Qing Zhu said to Ning Shu, "there are Imperial guards outside." "Imperial guards? Why are they walking in the palace so late at night?" Ning Shu frowned. Qing Zhu glanced at Imperial Consort Xian and said, "I heard that the little fox disappeared in the afternoon. They haven't found her yet. The Emperor is worried, so he sent people to look for her." "Ha!" Ning Shu sneered. Imperial Consort Xian clutched the quilt so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Ning Shu really thought that Hua Qing was as cold as a beast. His woman had a miscarriage, but he still cared about the little fox who made a mistake. "Imperial Consort Xian, take care of yourself. There will be a good show to watch in the future. If you want to take revenge, you have to take care of yourself," Ning Shu said to Imperial Consort Xian. "Even if you are sad to death now, no one will care." Ning Shu stood up and patted Imperial Consort Xian's cold hands. "Get up. You will see what you want to see. Let's do it together. Farewell, Your Highness. This concubine will remember what Your Highness the Empress said today." Imperial Consort Xian looked at Ning Shu with a determined look. There was a burning light in her eyes, a flame of hatred. Ning Shu turned and walked out of Imperial Consort Xian's palace. Walking in the Imperial Garden, he saw Imperial guards holding lanterns and shuttling between the fake mountains and trees. Obviously, they were looking for the little fox. Ning Shu curled his lips. Since they loved each other so much, he would let them be together in the future. "Your Highness, does the little fox know some sorcery? Why is the Emperor like this?" Qing Zhu felt strange. "Sorcery? Perhaps," Ning Shu said ambiguously. When Ning Shu returned to her palace, Hua Qingwang was still waiting for her. Ning Shu felt as if a fire had been lit in her heart. She felt warm. She didn't treat this child as her own. She just wanted him to stop running around and causing trouble with the little fox. However, this child returned her sincere feelings. "Qingwang, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping?" Ning Shu asked the two children. "Go to sleep." Seeing that his mother had returned, Hua Qingwang let out a sigh of relief. He said, "There is always a commotion outside. I can't sleep." If he was waiting, then he was waiting. Why did he have to find an excuse? Ning Shu rubbed Hua Qingwang's forehead. "Mother, is Imperial Consort Xian all right?" Hua Qingwang asked. "Does Qingwang not have a little brother or sister?" Ning Shu nodded. Hua Qingwang was a bit disappointed. He asked Ning Shu, "I feel that Imperial Father has changed. He has changed so much that I almost can't recognize him. Love can change people." Ning Shu drank a mouthful of water. "It's late. Go to sleep." "Love?" Hua Qingwang looked at Ning Shu in confusion. "Mother, what are you talking about? What love? Your Imperial Father is like a young boy who has fallen in love," Ning Shu said with a smile. He had done something unbelievable for the person he liked. Hua Qingwang continued to ask, "Imperial Father's love with who?" "Go to sleep. Mother is tired." Ning Shu didn't want to talk about this with Hua Qingwang. Chapter 241. Little Fox was caught by the guards. When she was brought to Huaqing, her fur was covered in grass and dust. When she saw Huaqing, tears fell from her eyes. Huaqing's heart ached. He quickly patted the dust off Little Fox and hugged her. He said in a trembling voice, "You little thing, are you trying to scare me to death?" Little Fox couldn't escape from Huaqing's embrace. However, she was angry and didn't make a sound. Liar, they were all liars. She had to be crazy to believe an emperor. He had 72 concubines in his harem. What was she? Little Fox felt very uncomfortable. "You little thing, how dare you get angry at me and run away after causing trouble? Imperial concubine Xian had a miscarriage because of you," Huaqing said helplessly with a frown. He was clearly troubled by this matter. He regretted sleeping with imperial concubine Xian and getting her pregnant. Huaqing felt guilty as if he had betrayed Little Fox. Little Fox's body stiffened when she heard that she had a miscarriage. She had a miscarriage because she couldn't stand the smug look on the pregnant imperial concubine's face. She had a miscarriage because she was too weak. Women in ancient times were very delicate and didn't step out of the house. Little Fox thought so, but she was still very afraid. She had caused the death of an unborn life. Little Fox was still very afraid. She quickly looked at Huaqing, thinking that he was teasing her. Huaqing sighed and stroked Little Fox's fur. He said, "It's true. She really had a miscarriage. Her pregnancy was unstable and she miscarried after you bumped into her. However, her body was weak to begin with. Don't blame yourself too much." Little Fox began to cry again. How could this be? Huaqing quickly wiped her tears and said, "This is my fault. I shouldn't have slept with her and gotten her pregnant. I know you are angry. I will take care of this matter. You don't have to worry." Little Fox was convinced. Who was Huaqing? He was the emperor, the most powerful person in the world. Imperial concubine Xian was just a woman. Little Fox felt guilty because of her mistake. She immediately stuck out her tongue and licked Huaqing's finger. She looked at Huaqing with sincere and cute eyes. "You can't run around in the future. If you disappear like this again, we will tie you to my side and not allow you to take a step away from me," Huaqing said sternly. Although Huaqing's words were terrifying, the Little Fox's heart was filled with sweetness. She stuck out her tongue and licked Huaqing's lips. Huaqing's eyes deepened as he stared at the Little Fox's tongue. In the end, he looked away and said, "But this matter must be explained to the imperial consort. Otherwise, the empress and the imperial consort will not let this matter rest." The Little Fox's eyes widened when she heard that. It wasn't that hypocritical empress who had miscarried. Why would she need an explanation? These women just couldn't stand her and wanted to kill her. They look incomparably beautiful on the outside, but they are all beautiful snakes. Huaqing will be stung to death by these beautiful scorpions sooner or later. Who asked you to be lecherous? Who asked you to be a stud? Who asked you to have so many women in your harem? The Little Fox nodded. She wouldn't be angry. Looking at Huaqing's tired appearance, the Little Fox's heart softened. This man protected her, but he also had moments when he was weak. In front of her, he seemed to have all his defenses down and revealed his softest inner self. The Little Fox stuck out her pink tongue and licked Huaqing's cheeks to comfort him. Huaqing doted on her, so she should treat him well. "All right, you little thing." He hugged the Little Fox and didn't let her lick his face anymore. He endured it with great difficulty, but it seemed that the Little Fox didn't notice at all. It seemed like she especially liked this kind of intimate action. It was really painful and happy. The next morning, Huaqing issued an edict to promote Imperial Consort Xian's position. Imperial Consort Xian was promoted from Imperial Consort Xian to Imperial Consort Xian. This position was close to that of the Empress. She was the number one position after the Empress. Not only was her position promoted, but she was also rewarded with many rare treasures and precious nourishing holy items. It was all done before the court. When Ning Shu heard this news, he thought that Hua Qing had already compensated the imperial tutor's residents in order to shut their mouths. The imperial tutor's residents couldn't say anything. After Ning Shu had breakfast, he went to see imperial consort Xian. No, it was imperial consort Xian now. Walking into the palace, Ning Shu saw palace maids tidying up the things that Hua Qing had sent over. In the bedroom, imperial consort Xian was sitting on the bed and drinking medicine. Imperial consort Xian's expression was indifferent. She didn't feel anything about these rare treasures. She also didn't look happy about being promoted to imperial consort. When she saw Ning Shu come, she bowed respectfully to Ning Shu. This concubine greets the empress. At least your position was promoted. Ning Shu said. Imperial consort Xian didn't say anything and drank the medicine in one breath. She looked at Ning Shu and asked, Empress, can this concubine trust you? Of course you can. Ning Shu nodded. Imperial consort Xian then shook her head. You and the emperor are the original husband and wife. Although this concubine has a high position, I am still just a concubine. Husband and wife. Imperial consort, do you think that this concubine and the emperor are a loving couple? Ning Shu said indifferently. This concubine is no different from you. In the emperor's heart, there is no difference. In the emperor's heart, you are just a wooden and inflexible concubine. She wasn't as lively and cute as the little fox. Hua Qing didn't have any feelings for the original owner of the body. Hua Qing and Xiao Xiao were together because of benefits. In the end, they still fell apart because of benefits. This concubine doesn't understand what the empress means. Imperial consort Xian, Ning Shu asked. Imperial consort Xian probably didn't know that the current Hua Qing liked a beast that had yet to transform into a human. After seeing Imperial consort Xian, Ning Shu went back. Some things had to be done slowly. The little fox was so arrogant because Hua Qing pampered it. Without Hua Qing, the little fox was just a beast that couldn't even control its own fate. If the person it met at the hunting grounds wasn't Hua Qing, but someone else, it would have been shot to death and turned into a woman's fur. Hua Qing was the little fox's only reliance. It was a huge golden finger. Ning Shu walked to the door. After thinking for a while, she turned to look at Hua Qingwang. She pushed the door open and walked in. She saw that the little fox that was supposed to be in the imperial study was actually with Hua Qingwang. The little fox stood on a chair and looked at Hua Qingwang. Hua Qingwang pursed his lips tightly and stared at the little fox. When Ning Shu saw this scene, she was shocked. Could it be that Hua Qingwang was still playing with the little fox? Mother. Seeing Ning Shu walk in, Hua Qingwang quickly walked in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu glanced at the little fox and asked Hua Qingwang, Qingwang, what are you doing? This son is practicing calligraphy. Hua Qingwang said. When the little fox saw that the two of them were talking and ignoring her, she suddenly felt very awkward. If she had known, she wouldn't have come. Chapter 242. The little fox originally didn't want to come to the empress place. She didn't like the hypocritical empress at all. She looked dignified and virtuous, but she was a black-hearted woman. Otherwise, why would she be the only one in the harem with children? Before the little fox transmigrated, she had read many novels and felt that the empress must have given the other women something to prevent them from getting pregnant. The little fox felt quite guilty. After all, she quite liked Hua Qingwang, the fair and tender little boy. She felt like she was teasing a miniature version of Hua Qing. He was very cute. Today, she had come to apologize to Hua Qingwang, but he didn't seem to care about her. Then, the empress came again. The little fox felt uncomfortable. Hua Qingwang used to like her a lot, but now he was ignoring her. The little fox jumped off the table and ran away. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and asked, "The little fox came to play with you?" "Auntie, this little fox is amazing. She can actually write." Xiao Qingyang handed the imperial edict to Ning Shu. Ning Shu took a look and saw the words, "I'm sorry," written in a crooked claw. It was extremely ugly. She is quite smart. If she wasn't, Imperial Father wouldn't have doted on her so much. Ning Shu threw the paper away and said without much care. Hua Qingwang raised his head and looked at Ning Shu. Imperial Mother, why does Imperial Father like a fox and not this son? This son hates foxes. She killed this son's dog. This son is Imperial Father's son. Why doesn't Imperial Father like this son? Ning Shu suddenly didn't know how to answer Hua Qingwang. Was he supposed to tell him that he wasn't the child of Imperial Father's beloved woman, so of course he didn't like him? That would probably make his little heart bleed. Ning Shu crouched down and put his hand on Hua Qingwang's shoulder. He looked into Hua Qingwang's dark eyes and said seriously, Qingwang, Imperial Mother said that your Imperial Father is the Emperor. Don't crave the feelings of an emperor. Qingyang, go to the kitchen and bring some snacks over. Ning Shu sent Xiao Qingyang away. Xiao Qingyang immediately went to look for food. Ning Shu and Hua Qingwang sat in their chairs. Ning Shu asked Hua Qingwang, Qingyang, what do you think is the most important thing for an emperor? I don't know. Hua Qingwang looked at Ning Shu with sparkling eyes. Ning Shu smiled and asked, Qingwang, what do you think an emperor should be like? 3 palaces and 6 courtyards? Call the wind and summon the rain? Emperors should be worshipped by all, Hua Qingwang said. Ning Shu pinched Hua Qingwang's face and said, that's right. The emperor should be worshipped by the people. The most important thing for an emperor is responsibility. The people support the entire royal family, and the emperor's responsibility is to make the people in the world live better. Hua Qingwang nodded as if he understood. Ning Shu knew Hua Qingwang didn't understand these things, so he asked Hua Qingwang, does Qingwang want to be king? An emperor worshipped by all the people? Yes, I want to be king. I want to replace my father as the emperor. I want to protect my mother and the things I care about. Hua Qingwang clenched his fists, and his face was red. As an emperor, you can't like or care about things too much. Your father likes something too much, so much so that he has lost his basic vigilance and calmness. Ning Shu looked at Hua Qingwang and asked, what do you think your father is like now? Hua Qingwang bit his lip and whispered, he's a bit like an incapable emperor. Ning Shu nodded and changed the subject. In the future, put a rat trap in the house. Little Fox often runs around, so she might have heard what we said. Ning Shu poked Hua Qingwang's head. Think of a way yourself. Torture the little fox so that she can't complain to your Imperial Father. Let her suffer in silence. Qingwang, think of a way to avenge the little dog. I will remember. Hua Qingwang nodded, and his eyes were heavy. At night, Hua Qing went to Imperial concubine Xian's palace. This time, little fox wasn't angry. She obediently waited in the royal study for Hua Qing to come back. Little Fox knew that Imperial concubine Xian's body couldn't serve her, so she generously let Hua Qing go. Speaking of which, Imperial concubine Xian was now Imperial concubine Xian. Little Fox suspected that Imperial concubine Xian knew that she couldn't keep her child, so she blamed it on her. Little Fox only lightly bumped into Imperial concubine Xian, and she had a miscarriage. The women in the harem were really vicious. Hua Qing went to Imperial concubine Xian's palace and sat for a while before leaving. Before he left, he said a few words of concern to Imperial concubine Xian. Imperial concubine Xian's face was cold from beginning to end, but Hua Qing didn't care. He just thought that Imperial concubine Xian was too sad. In addition, because of Little Fox, Hua Qing thought that he had already compensated her and gave her a noble status. Imperial concubine Xian looked at Hua Qing's back and bit her lip tightly. Her hand clutched the blanket tightly, and her body was trembling. Imperial concubine, it's time to drink your medicine. A maid came in with the medicine. Imperial concubine Xian's face was cold. She took the bowl and drank the medicine in one breath. She angrily threw the empty bowl on the ground. With a bang, the broken pieces flew everywhere. Damned beast. Hua Qing came out of Imperial concubine Xian's palace and went to Ning Shu's palace. Ning Shu was surprised to see Hua Qing. What was he doing here instead of being intimate with little fox? This concubine pays respects to your majesty. Ning Shu bowed with a smile on his face, as if he was surprised that Hua Qing came. Hua Qing saw the smile on Ning Shu's face and felt a little sick in his heart. He regretted coming here. If Hua knew that he came here, she would be angry. As the empress, you need to take care of the harem. Imperial concubine just had a miscarriage, so take care of her. Hua Qing said a few words, then found an excuse to say that he had a memorial to review and left. Ning Shu almost vomited on Hua Qing's face. He had never seen such a disgusting man. He really treated this mother like a housewife. Then they would be lovey-dovey and live a carefree life. He pushed a woman who had a miscarriage to her. Could she kill the emperor? Hua Qing returned to the imperial study and saw little fox waiting for him. Hua Qing's heart warmed. He felt that in this cold palace, only Hua was special. She brought color to his lonely life. Hua Qing was willing to pamper little fox, and he brought everything to little fox. Hua Qing hugged little fox and let her face him. He muttered to himself, how good would it be if you were a human? Little fox stuck out her tongue and licked Hua Qing's cheek. She also wanted to be a human, but the transmigration god made her a fox. She didn't want a fox's body at all. Jin will definitely think of a way. Hua Qing said firmly. Little fox didn't understand what Hua Qing meant for a moment, but she still licked Hua Qing's cheek. Huang Sang's skin was really good. Licking it felt like eating jelly. The texture was really good, especially the lips. If she was a human now, she would have eaten this guy until there was nothing left. Poor perverted woman like her could only watch. Chapter 243. Ning Shu stayed by Hua Qingwang's side as he read. Ning Shu didn't want Hua Qingwang to study the 4 books and 5 classics. Hua Qingwang wasn't like those pedantic Confucian scholars who passed the imperial examinations. It was better for him to read Sun Tzu's Art of War and learn how to govern. Ning Shu originally wanted to find a teacher for Hua Qingwang, but when she thought about how Hua Qing was on guard against her and the marshal's mansion, she gave up on that idea for now. Qingzhu walked in and whispered into Ning Shu's ear, "Nyang Nyang, the marshal's mansion sent news." The marshal discovered that someone had placed something that shouldn't be there. The marshal has already destroyed it, but he didn't want to alert the enemy. The marshal said for Nyang Nyang to be careful and not let the cat out of the bag in front of His Majesty. Ning Shu nodded and told Hua Qingwang not to stay. She went out with Xiao Qingyang for a stroll. Hua Qingwang and Xiao Qingyang left with a sinister smile. Ning Shu looked at the 2 children's sinister expressions and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Nyang Nyang, the marshal said that His Majesty is looking for a Taoist priest, an outsider, Qingzhu said. The marshal suspects that His Majesty is going to eat pills now. Ning Shu immediately shook her head. Hua Qing was still very young and didn't know how to eat pills to maintain his health. Hua Qing was full of energy and didn't need to eat pills to overdraft his body's energy. The ancient emperors loved to eat pills because they wanted to be able to sleep with their concubines when they were old. Why would he suddenly look for a Taoist priest? Ning Shu's eyes darted around and she thought of something. It was the little fox. According to the plot, the little fox should have transformed into a human by now. However, as soon as Ning Shu entered this world, she destroyed the mermaid pearl that allowed the little fox to transform into a human. Since the little fox didn't get this item, it naturally couldn't transform into a human. Hua Qing couldn't hold it in anymore and wanted to find an expert to transform the little fox into a human. It seemed that the plot was still rushing forward and wouldn't look back. The little fox was destined to transform into a human. There was no way for the male and female leads to have sex. What kind of love could there be without physical interaction? Tell grandfather that he doesn't need to care about the Taoist priests, Ning Shu said calmly. Hua Qing could do whatever he wanted. However, Hua Qing's act of hiring a Taoist priest still attracted some criticism. Many ministers in the imperial court told Hua Qing not to indulge in these foreign techniques, but Hua Qing ignored them. As long as he could turn Hu into a human, he could pay any price. Hua Qing really wanted to see what looked like when she turned into a human. She should be beautiful and lively, in sharp contrast to the women in the harem. Even her little temper was so cute. Little Fox didn't know about Hua Qing's painstaking efforts and continued to wander around the palace every day. Hua Qing also didn't tell her that he would give her a surprise when the time came. However, the little fox had been feeling very unlucky recently. She felt like someone was messing with her. While she was walking, a bucket of feces would fall on her, and even the bucket would fall on her. When she finally overturned the bucket, there was no one around her. Feeling wronged, the little fox went to find Hua Qing with the smell of the 5 grains reincarnation item. Feeling wronged, the little fox directly jumped onto Hua Qing and purposely rubbed against him. Hua Qing endured the stench and didn't mind the little fox. The man and the fox went to take a bath together. Seeing Hua Qing like this, the little fox's heart was filled with sweetness. She felt that Hua Qing was the best person in the world to her. It was fine if it happened once, but it didn't stop. The little fox cried pitifully at Hua Qing. Hua Qing angrily said that he wanted to find out who dared to treat his like this. Ning Shu knew about this and hurriedly told the 2 boys to stop. If they continued to cause trouble, they would be caught sooner or later. Hua Qingwang was refreshed. He even walked with the wind. Ning Shu was more concerned about when the little fox turned into a human. When the little fox turned into a human, all the women in the harem would be completely abandoned. From then on, Hua Qingwang only had the little fox in his heart. Ning Shu asked Qing Zhu to pass a message to the marshal's residence, telling them to be careful. Hua Qing hadn't come to the harem for a long time. The women in the harem stared in the direction of the imperial study until they were blind, but Hua Qing still didn't show up. During this time, something big happened. Beauty Lin, who was disfigured by the little fox and was banished to the Yi court by Hua Qing, caught the little fox after a plan and stabbed the little fox in the stomach. When Hua Qing found the little fox, Beauty Lin was stabbing the little fox like a madwoman. The little fox was screaming in pain and its body was covered in blood. Hua Qing's eyes were bloodshot. He pulled out a guard's knife and chopped off Beauty Lin's head. Beauty Lin's head rolled far away. Her scarred face was hideous. Hua Qing hugged the bloody little fox and asked the imperial doctor and Taoist priest to save it. Woo-woo. The little fox cried at Hua Qing. The little fox felt like it was going to die. It was in so much pain. Hua Qing's tears fell. He said in panic, "You will be fine. You will be fine. I won't allow anything to happen to you." Ning Shu looked at Hua Qing's decadent and crazy appearance. His body was trembling. It was as if he had lost the entire world. He collapsed and panicked. He smiled coldly. Ning Shu stood beside the pale-faced imperial noble consort Xian. Although she had undergone meticulous treatment, her body was still very thin. She gave people the feeling that a gust of wind could blow her away. Her chin was much sharper. Imperial noble consort Xian was shocked to see Hua Qing revealing his emotions. It was as if he wanted to destroy the world. "Let's go back. The emperor won't let us stay here." Ning Shu stood at the entrance of the imperial study. He looked at the tightly shut door and turned to leave. Imperial noble consort Xian bit her lips and followed Ning Shu. Ning Shu looked at the pale-faced imperial noble consort Xian and said, "You did this? This concubine doesn't know what concubine is talking about." Imperial noble consort Xian's pale face revealed a smile. "This concubine has nothing to do with this. This was done by Beauty Lin." Imperial noble consort Xian said indifferently. Ning Shu didn't say anything. Everyone knew who did this. At least Ning Shu was gloating. There was only one word to describe it. Serves them right. The little fox was heavily injured. The imperial physician told Hua Qing that there was no hope. Hua Qing immediately covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. This scared the imperial physician. Hua Qing, who was angry and anxious, ordered the guards to kill the imperial physician who said that the little fox was incurable. No matter how much the imperial physician begged, he couldn't change his fate. With the previous example, the other imperial physicians only focused on stopping the little fox's bleeding. They didn't dare to speak. At this moment, a Taoist priest came out and told Wuqing that this was the best time to transform the little fox into a human. If this dragged on, the little fox wouldn't be able to survive. Wuqing immediately acted as a Taoist priest. No matter what, he had to save the little fox's life. Wuqing pulled his hair in pain. Looking at the little fox who was about to die on the bed, he hated that he couldn't take the little fox's place. Such heart-wrenching pain. He didn't know why he was so deeply in love. Now, Wuqing realized that he had really fallen in love with the little fox. Furthermore, it had to be her. No one else could take her place. Thinking that the little fox might leave him, Wuqing wished that he could bury the entire palace with the little fox. Beauty Lin, that bitch, let her die too comfortably. She should be tortured to death. Chapter 244. Because of Wuqing, the entire palace was in a gloomy atmosphere. Everyone knew that the emperor's most beloved pet was almost killed by the concubines in the cold palace. Now, the emperor wanted to kill whoever he caught. Everyone was in a state of panic. Ning Shu didn't care. If the female lead died so easily, how could she be called a favored one with great luck? Imperial noble consort Xian was worried about her gains and losses. She found Ning Shu and asked, "Empress, do you think that beast will die?" "No." Ning Shu said indifferently. Imperial noble consort Xian frowned and said unwillingly, "It's injured so badly. How can it not die?" Ning Shu took a sip and said leisurely, "The emperor will do everything to save her." Can the emperor fight with the king of hell for a person? Imperial noble consort Xian said somewhat indignantly, "Imperial noble consort, hearing you say this, why does this concubine feel so awkward? His Majesty treats that beast so well that it's unimaginable." "Let's see." Ning Shu said, "I heard that the imperial tutor's body hasn't been well recently. I have 100-year-old ginseng here for the imperial tutor to recuperate." Imperial noble consort Xian hesitated and said, "Grandfather is old. Although he isn't feeling well, he doesn't need ginseng." "Thank you, Empress." Ning Shu didn't care about Imperial noble consort Xian's rejection. Imperial noble consort Xian and the imperial tutor would agree to her suggestion sooner or later. Wuqing had locked himself in his palace. He hadn't attended court for almost a month. This was something that had never happened before. The ministers were so anxious that their hair fell off. Every time he attended court, eunuch Qiu, who was by Wuqing's side, would tell him that the emperor wasn't feeling well and wouldn't be attending court. The ministers and concubines couldn't see Wuqing, so no one knew what was happening in his palace. Wuqing like this made everyone nervous. They didn't know what he was going to do. Ning Shu guessed that it was because of the little fox's transformation into a human. Wuqing was really going to become an emperor who didn't want the country and wanted the beauty. Qingwang found Ning Shu and asked, "What exactly is father doing? Why is he abandoning the matters of the court?" Ning Shu looked at Qingwang, who now looked like a little adult, and could not help but say, "Qingwang really cares about the country and the people." "Mother, I'm serious," Qingwang said seriously. Ning Shu nodded, "Imperial mother is also serious. You don't need to care about what your imperial father does." In the end, Qingwang sighed and left. Ning Shu laughed when he saw the look on his face. "Nyang Nyang, Shaoanzi, who serves His Majesty, is here." Qing Zhu walked in and informed Ning Shu. Ning Shu immediately said, "Let him in." Shaoanzi walked in and bowed to Ning Shu. Then he said, "Nyang Nyang, master said that this servant will come to inform Nyang 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 tonight. Nyang Nyang will be rewarded. Thank your master for me." Ning Shu had Qing Zhu take out 2 silver ingots. Shaoanzi accepted it and then bowed and left. Qing Zhu and Ning Shu asked, "Nyang Nyang, what is Shaoanzi talking about?" "You will know tonight." Ning Shu already had a guess. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said to Qingzhu, "Go and invite Imperial Noble Consort Xian over." Yes. Imperial Noble Consort Xian quickly came over. When she saw Ning Shu, she bowed and asked, "Nyang Nyang, why are you looking for me?" "Tonight, we will go and see His Majesty and see if he is hiding a mistress," Ning Shu said indifferently. Imperial Noble Consort Xian sat down and drank a mouthful of tea. Ning Shu looked at Imperial Noble Consort Xian's frail body and said, "Your body doesn't seem to be well. I am not an imperial physician, but I can see that your body is severely damaged. I don't care about my body anymore. I am just struggling at death's door. It doesn't matter if I am well or not," Imperial Noble Consort Xian said indifferently. Ning Shu didn't agree. "You shouldn't ruin yourself for a man." Imperial Noble Consort Xian looked at Ning Shu in shock and said, "I am sad for my unborn child." Ning Shu and Imperial Noble Consort Xian waited like this. When it was almost midnight, the entire palace was silent. Shaoanzi finally came. Ning Shu said, "Nyang Nyang, please follow me." Ning Shu smiled and said to Imperial Noble Consort Xian, "Let's go and take a look." Shaoanzi brought Ning Shu and Imperial Noble Consort Xian to Wuqing's bedroom. Imperial Noble Consort Xian asked Ning Shu softly, "Nyang Nyang, what are you doing?" "It's not what I am doing. It's what the Emperor is doing," Ning Shu said indifferently. Soon, the group arrived at Wuqing's bedroom. Eunuch Xiao was waiting for Ning Shu at the door. When he saw Ning Shu, he bowed and said quietly, "Nyang Nyang, please follow me." "Be quiet." Ning Shu nodded and followed behind Eunuch Xiao. Imperial Noble Consort Xian hurriedly followed Ning Shu. Eunuch Xiao found a secret place. This place could hear the situation in the bedroom and avoid being discovered by the guards. Ning Shu listened to the situation inside and heard Wuqing's voice and a woman's voice. Ning Shu understood. The little fox had transformed into a human body. The voices inside continued. Wuqing said, Having you is like having the world." A crisp female voice sounded, "Wuqing, have I really become an adult? I can't believe it. It's true. My Wuqing's voice was filled with boundless affection. "Wuqing, what are you doing? Why are you kissing me? Don't you know how I feel about you?" Wuqing's voice was filled with suppressed desire. Not long after, she heard ambiguous voices coming from inside. It was mixed with Wuqing's words of love and the little fox's suppressed moans. As expected, Ning Shu had come to confirm the situation. It was similar to what she had expected. Even without her shark pearl, there were other ways for the little fox to transform into a human. After knowing the result, Ning Shu was no longer interested in eavesdropping. He quietly left. Imperial Noble Consort Xian immediately followed Ning Shu. Her face was filled with shock and she hadn't recovered yet. After they had walked far away, Ning Shu asked, "Nyang Nyang, what is going on? His Majesty is really hiding a woman. Where did this woman come from? Hasn't this woman always been here?" Ning Shu said indifferently, "You can ask Shaoan about this. Then you can consider the plan I told you." Imperial Noble Consort Xian was shocked. She seemed to have thought of something but didn't dare to confirm it. She shook her head and said, "This is impossible. Impossible. Anything can happen." Ning Shu said to Imperial Noble Consort Xian, "It's getting late. Let's go to bed." Imperial Noble Consort Xian couldn't sleep. Her mind was filled with the woman rolling around with Wuqing. Nyang Nyang, she was injured so badly. How could she have survived and become a human? Imperial Noble Consort Xian's eyes were filled with intense hatred. Ning Shu said, "It should be the work of those Taoists." Chapter 245. Although the little fox had transformed into a human, Wuqing did not let the little fox out and kept her in the bedroom. Ning Shu could not understand. Could it be that Wuqing had imprisoned the little fox for her entire life? According to the little fox's temperament, if he made her stay in the room and not let her out, wouldn't that be asking for her old life? But not long after, a palace maid found the corpse of an animal in the imperial garden. The animal had been skinned, revealing its bright red flesh. Flies were flying around the corpse. Ning Shu looked at the corpse. Its body was similar to the little fox's, so it should be a fox. Hua Qing rushed over. When he saw the corpse, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He immediately roared, "Who is it? Who killed my little fox?" Hua Qing's expression was very sorrowful. He frowned and coldly asked Ning Shu, "There is such a vicious person in the palace who actually killed my little fox. Empress, you must find the murderer. I want to skin him." "Fuck, didn't your little fox already turn into a human? If this fox was really a little fox, you wouldn't have such an exaggerated performance now." Hua Qing wanted the identity of the little fox to disappear. "Empress, I want you to find the murderer." Hua Qing said through gritted teeth. Ning Shu said. Ning Shu bowed and respectfully said, "This concubine understands. This concubine will find the murderer." Ning Shu emphasized the word murderer. Hua Qing even had people make an exquisite little coffin. Then, he put the fox's corpse in the coffin with a sorrowful expression. Ning Shu almost rolled his eyes. So fake. He clearly had a coquettish expression, but he still had to twist his face and make a sorrowful expression. "Who are you trying to disgust?" After the fox was buried, Hua Qing began to go to court. The ministers were dissatisfied that he did not go to court a while ago. Hua Qing sat on the dragon throne with a sickly expression. He told the ministers that he was sick a while ago, so he did not go to court. Hua Qing's bedroom was still heavily surrounded by guards. No one was allowed to enter, causing the atmosphere of the entire palace to be very solemn. The little fox was dead. The concubines in the imperial harem were so excited that they almost set off firecrackers to celebrate. This troublesome fox was finally dead. They had to thank the person who dared to commit such a heinous crime by daring to kill the little fox. Amitabha. Compared to the excited concubines in the inner palace, imperial noble consort Xian's pale face was ashen. She angrily asked Ning Shu, "Empress, what is the emperor trying to do?" "You've already thought of it, so why are you asking me?" Ning Shu wasn't angry at all. He said to imperial noble consort Xian, "Do you agree with the plan that I told you previously? Do you want to cooperate with me? His Majesty already doesn't want all the women in this harem. The harem is like a figurehead. Why should we still care about this little bit of affection between husband and wife?" Ning Shu faintly said. This was the correct way to torture a scumbag man. Destroy a man with a woman, not a woman against a woman. Imperial noble consort Xian bit her lips tightly. She was struggling. Ning Shu continued, "Don't be anxious. You can think about it slowly. However, I think that after a while, that fox spirit will openly appear in the harem. She will be the favorite of the harem. Maybe the emperor will even disperse the harem for her. When that time comes, we, the women who serve the emperor, won't even have a status after we die. We won't be able to enjoy the incense offerings of our descendants." "Empress, I agree. I will send a letter to the imperial preceptor's residence." Imperial noble consort Xian took a deep breath. Her eyes were firm as she spoke to Ning Shu word by word. Ning Shu smiled. At night, Hua Qing came over. He went straight to the point, "Empress, it's going to be the autumn harvest soon. I will be leaving the palace to harvest the grain with the commoners. I'll just take a look at this year's harvest." Harvest the grain together? To put it bluntly, he was going to put on a show and have fun in front of the commoners. Ning Shu said, "Emperor, do you want me to go?" In this kind of situation, the emperor and the mother of the nation should be together, wearing coarse hemp clothes to harvest the grain. Ning Shu knew that Hua Qing wouldn't bring her along. Hua Qing saw the anticipation and excitement on the empress' face and immediately said, "Empress, you don't need to go. You'll be back soon this time. The palace can't be empty. Also, have you found the culprit I asked you to find?" "I'm investigating, but I don't know who did it. I don't have a single clue. Ning Shu looked at Hua Qing with a distressed expression. An unnatural expression flashed across Hua Qing's face as he said, "No matter what, you must find out." Ning Shu had a dumbfounded expression. Hua Qing left after saying a few words. He didn't talk to Ning Shu for more than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Ning Shu looked at Hua Qing's hurried back. TSK, TSK, TSK. Her place wasn't some scary place. Why was she so afraid of the little fox getting angry? Nyang Nyang, His Majesty hasn't rested in Nyang Nyang's palace for a long time. Qing Zhu said to Ning Shu somewhat anxiously. Ning Shu drank a mouthful of tea. His Majesty won't come to the inner palace in the future. Don't worry about it. Sleep. The next morning, Ning Shu took the concubines of the inner palace to the palace gates to see Hua Qing off. They sent Hua Qing to harvest the rice. Ning Shu found that there was an additional little eunuch with red lips, white teeth, and creamy skin beside Hua Qing. Even though she was wearing the clothes of a little eunuch, it still couldn't hide her beauty. Her eyes were also lively and beautiful. Although they were large almond eyes, the ends of her eyes were slightly raised. There was a kind of charm and incomparable beauty. Hua Qing saw that Ning Shu's gaze was on the little eunuch and unobtrusively blocked in front of the little eunuch. Ning Shu said, "Empress, take care of the inner palace. Zhen will be back soon." Ning Shu bowed and said with false concern, "Qinxie will remember. Qinxie and my sisters will wait for His Majesty to come back." "Be careful, His Majesty." As soon as Ning Shu finished speaking, she heard a slight cold snort. Ning Shu pretended not to hear it. Hua Qing got on the carriage. Eunuch Xiu shouted to set off. The long line headed towards the palace gates. The little eunuch didn't get on the carriage. Instead, he followed the carriage. His eyes kept rolling around, appearing very curious. Ning Shu watched the long line leave the palace gates. Only then did he turn and head back to his own palace. After Hua Qing left, the concubines were even more bored. They dressed up beautifully, but the emperor didn't even look at them. Ning Shu let his concubines go back to their own palaces. If they had nothing to do, they could embroider by themselves. Otherwise, they could find entertainment by themselves. Perhaps it was because Hua Qing hadn't entered the inner palace for a long time. Everyone didn't have any favor. For a time, the relationships between the women eased up. They gathered together to chat when they had nothing to do. If they didn't find something to do, they would go crazy from boredom. Imperial noble consort Xian's gaze was fixed on the palace gates. Ning Shu asked, "That little eunuch is the little fox, right? It's so strange. How did a fox turn into a human? Extremely beautiful. She is indeed a fox spirit." Imperial noble consort Xian said coldly. Chapter 246. Ning Shu felt that Hua Qing did not go to the autumn harvest. Instead, he went to spend time with the little fox. He left behind all the women in the palace and ran off to play with the adulterous couple. She still had to stay in the palace to help Hua Qing manage all the women in the palace. Damn it. Ning Shu wanted to kill the emperor again. Ning Shu did not care about Hua Qing's matters. Instead, he accompanied Hua Qingwang to study. Some things were not easy to do when Hua Qing was around. After Hua Qing left, Ning Shu immediately hired a teacher for Hua Qingwang. This teacher was found by Marshal Shao. Ning Shu and imperial noble consort Xian secretly sped up their plans. Half a month passed. Hua Qing, who was so happy that he forgot about home, finally returned. But when he returned, he brought a peerless beauty with him. When Hua Qing returned, he brought the little fox in front of Ning Shu. He directly said to Ning Shu, "Empress, this is Jin Ling." The little fox Jin Ling did not bow to Ning Shu. Hua Qing did not say anything. Ning Shu calmly said, "Your Majesty, where did such a beautiful woman come from? Your Majesty went to the autumn harvest and brought back such a peerless beauty. This is the daughter of the county magistrate of Chu County, not far from the capital." I like her very much and brought her into the palace. Hua Qing looked at the little fox with a loving gaze. Ning Shu smiled and looked at the little fox. She was wearing a pink satin palace dress. She did not wear any makeup. Her white skin had a slightly pink luster. There was a youthful and charming look between her brows. However, her figure was curvaceous. Her eyes were very lively and cute. When one looked at her, one would feel that they were captivated by this pair of eyes that were full of intelligence and cunning. She was charming with an innocent cunning. She could not be any more charming. Ning Shu finally understood Hua Qing's intentions. First, he killed a fox and skinned it. After all, not every fox had a beautiful golden fur like the little fox. Then, after leaving the palace, he gave the little fox a proper identity. Hua Qing really put in a lot of effort for the little fox. Ning Shu said meaningfully, that parental official in Chu County is really emitting smoke from his ancestral grave. To be able to give birth to such a peerless beauty in the world, Your Majesty, please arrange a place for Chinxia to live. I don't need you to arrange a place for me to stay. I want to stay with Hua Qing, said the little fox, Jin Ling. The little fox looked at Ning Shu with vigilance and hostility. She had been a fox before, so she didn't feel much for these women. Now that she had become a human and had given her body and mind to Hua Qing, the little fox was filled with hostility towards these harem women. The man she liked could only like her back. Love was selfish. The little fox glared at Hua Qing in annoyance. Really, if she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have returned to the palace. Now that she was a human, she might as well go sightseeing on the mainland and flirt with the little fresh meats instead of guarding Hua Qing who had so many women. Seeing that his beloved was unhappy, Hua Qing hurriedly comforted her with a doting gaze. Ning Shu watched as the two of them looked at each other lovingly in front of her. He didn't care if others could take it or not. Miss, have I seen you before? You give me a very familiar feeling. I keep feeling like I've seen you somewhere before. Ning Shu narrowed her eyes slightly, as if trying to recall where she had seen her before. Hua Qing stood in front of the little fox. Jin Ling, Ning Shu said, Jin Ling has lived in Chu County since she was young. How could you possibly have seen her, Your Majesty? There's no need to arrange a place for her to stay. I'll do it myself. Hua Qing then led the little fox away. The little fox turned around and playfully stuck out her tongue at Ning Shu. Her contempt for Ning Shu was obvious. After they left the palace, Hua Qing tapped the little fox's nose in annoyance. He said dotingly, You're such an eccentric girl. She's the empress now. Don't go against her. It won't do you any good. Humph, the little fox raised her head and bit Hua Qing's chin. She then said proudly, I just don't like her. Hua Qing, you can only have me in your heart. You're not allowed to have anyone else. Otherwise, I'll leave the palace and find other handsome men. Hua Qing patted the little fox's butt lightly. You're mine. I won't allow you to find other men. I'll kill whoever you find. Let's see who dares to touch you in the future. No one dares to touch my beloved. Yes, I'm not yours. The little fox heard Hua Qing's words and retorted. Her heart was filled with sweetness. Hua Qing was so good and so handsome. She couldn't bear to leave him. Hua Qing lowered his head and went to the little fox's ear. He bit the little fox's ear and blew hot air into it. If you're not mine, then who are you? The little fox's body went limp and her face turned red. She looked at Hua Qing with watery eyes. Hua Qing was aroused by the little fox's gaze. He immediately carried the little fox and went to the bedroom. After a round of passion, the little fox drew circles on Hua Qing's chest with her white and tender fingers. She said to Hua Qing, I hate those women in your harem. And the empress. I hate her. I especially hate the way she looks at me. Hua Qing grabbed the little fox's hand and kissed it. She won't be the empress soon. You're the only one in my heart. You're the only one who's fit to be my empress. After Hua Qing and the little fox left, Imperial noble consort Xian rushed over to Ning Shu and asked, is that woman back? This concubine heard that His Majesty brought back a woman. Have some tea. She's back. Ning Shu said calmly. She's the daughter of a ninth-rank Sesame official. Hua Qing didn't arrange a prominent family background for the little fox. If her background was too prominent, it would be easy for people to investigate. Besides, aristocratic families had records of their descendants. Imperial noble consort Xian bit her lips. Ning Shu asked, Imperial noble consort, when will our plan be carried out? There's no rush. This concubine knows you want revenge, but things have to be done slowly. Ning Shu waved his hand. Now isn't a good time. Imperial noble consort Xian sighed. Ning Shu said mournfully, this concubine wants revenge for her child. Revenge. This concubine's heart is filled with revenge. There's no rush. Ning Shu said calmly. Anything that crossed the line would cause a backlash. When the concubines in the harem found out that the emperor brought a woman back, they all rushed to Ning Shu's palace. They wanted to know what kind of woman made the emperor break the rules and bring her back to the palace. The women in the palace had to go through 3 trials and 5 generals. They had to be selected layer by layer before they could become the emperor's concubine. However, that woman was brought back directly. All the concubines felt very uneasy. First, it was a fox that stole all of the emperor's attention. Now, there was a woman who was said to be extremely beautiful. There was really no end to it. Ning Shu only said that the woman the emperor liked was indeed very beautiful. Then, the harem spread that the woman the emperor brought back was as beautiful as a fairy. Chapter 247. The little fox was temporarily staying in Hua Qing's palace, making all the concubines jealous. Now, Hua Qing didn't enter the harem at all. Every day, he pampered women who came out of nowhere. Hua Qing hadn't entered the harem for almost half a year. In the past, Hua Qing rarely entered the harem, but at least he would let the concubines serve him. Now, he didn't even enter the harem, which made the concubines' hearts itch. If they had explosives in their hands, Ning Shu suspected that these women would blow up Hua Qing's palace. It would be best if they killed all the women in the palace. Hua Qing doted on the little fox a lot. Other than when he went to court, Hua Qing spent all his time with the little fox. Ning Shu couldn't understand why Hua Qing didn't give the little fox a position. Could it be that he wanted to overthrow the marshal's residence and make the little fox empress? In the plot, the little fox eventually became the empress and her son became the emperor. Then, the playful little fox took Hua Qing to travel the world. She was so lucky. Your Highness, the people from the Ministry of Works are working on the palace not far from the emperor. I think they're going to build a house, Qing Zhu told Ning Shu. Building a house? How many houses were there in the palace? Moreover, the buildings in the palace were all planned. Suddenly building a house would break the overall layout of the palace. I asked little Anzi. He said that they're building a house for Miss Jean Ling and that Miss Jean Ling personally designed it, Qing Zhu said. The people from the Ministry of Works didn't want to take over at first. They advised the emperor that every part of the palace was planned and that it was related to the fate of the country and the gathering of the dragon bloodline. Miss Jean Ling said that the people from the Ministry of Works were superstitious. Then, the emperor personally ordered that everything be built according to Miss Jean Ling's design. Ning Shu was speechless. Okay, rich and willful. Because Hua Qing didn't give the little fox a position, the servants in the palace all called the little fox Mississippi. But secretly, they despised this woman. She was with the emperor without any status. Wasn't she having illicit relations without a matchmaker? The little fox from the modern world didn't care about this at all. In her opinion, she and Hua Qing were truly in love. Now, they were boyfriend and girlfriend. It had nothing to do with others. Even if the little fox heard these words, she didn't care. As long as she was happy, anything was fine. The little fox wanted to give Hua Qing a surprise, so she kept urging the people from the Ministry of Works to hurry up and fix the house. Apart from that, the little fox brought many changes to the harem. For example, She gave Huaqing some exotic food and often performed modern dances for him. She also performed some seductive dances and pole dances. This made Huaqing even more fascinated with the little fox. He couldn't figure out what was going on in her mind. Huaqing felt very blessed to have met Hu-er. He felt that his life had been in vain. Huaqing even thanked the heavens for letting him meet Hu-er. At this time, Huaqing had completely forgotten that there was a group of concubines waiting for him in the harem. The Ministry of Works built the house very quickly. Soon, a modern-style villa was built next to Huaqing's bedroom. Ning Shu looked at the villa and wanted to cover his face. It was really strange that such a white villa had suddenly appeared in the majestic and dignified palace. It completely destroyed the dignity and wealth that the palace should have. In short, it was as awkward as it could be. Huaqing loved the house and its crow. He liked this style of house very much. When he heard Hu-er say that this was their love nest, Huaqing's heart was burning. He liked this house even more. In order to shock these ignorant ancient people, the little fox generously invited the concubines from the harem to her villa to attend the party. Huaqing was afraid that no one would attend the little fox's party and embarrass the little fox. Therefore, he ordered all the concubines to attend the party. Even Ning Shu, the empress, was no exception. The concubines who came to attend the party all looked at the villa with wide eyes and strange expressions. The little fox was proud. You ancient people have never seen a modern villa. Every time Ning Shu looked at this villa, her heart would itch. She wanted to find someone to tear down this house. It was really awkward to look at. Ning Shu felt that she had obsessive-compulsive disorder. It was a party, but it was just barbecue. The little fox even explained to the concubines that it was barbecue. Looking at the concubines' confused expressions, the little fox could only shrug. This was the generation gap. There was no way to communicate. These concubines didn't touch the barbecue. The smoky food looked dirty. These concubines ate very carefully in the palace. They didn't eat this kind of food. Seeing the little fox's bold manner of eating, the concubines widened their eyes. Did the emperor like such a boorish woman? Ning Shu narrowed his eyes at the little fox. He saw the red mark on her neck. He could see how intimate she was with Huaqing. These concubines came here to see Huaqing. However, when the party ended, they didn't see Huaqing. They could only leave in disappointment. The little fox looked at the expressions of these concubines with disdain. These people were really hypocrites. They said that they were here to attend her party, but they were still thinking about her Huaqing. She had already informed Huaqing not to come. Seeing these people's disappointed expressions, the little fox was secretly pleased. Ning Shu looked at the little fox indifferently. He didn't know what class the little fox was before she transmigrated. Why did he feel that she was so lowly? She wanted to beat the ancients with her insignificant modern knowledge. Ning Shu only had 3 words. Haha. This little fox didn't have any rules. She never greeted anyone. She was simply challenging the ancient feudal system. Alright, with the emperor as her backing, she could be so willful. Huaqing would be scolded to death by the imperial censors sooner or later. The little fox was a maverick in the palace. She treated her maids very well. She even said that everyone was equal and no one was nobler than another. Ning Shu felt that if he was this maid, he would definitely give her a big slap. Your sister, if everyone was equal, why was he serving her and not the other way around? Her words were pleasant to hear. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ning Shu didn't know how to evaluate the little fox. Huaqing liked her character and personality so much. Was Huaqing's eyes covered with lard? Or was he used to seeing elegant ladies and was interested in the little fox's overly lively personality? The little fox also invented mahjong, poker, and the like. It created a gambling craze in the palace. Even the concubines in the harem were addicted to these gambling games. With the new games, the concubines didn't miss the emperor every day. This was one of the good things the little fox did. In short, the palace was a mess. Coupled with Hua Qing's unprincipled favoritism, the little fox caused chaos wherever she went. The unlucky ones were always others. Hua Qing, your concubine cheated in mahjong with me. It's fine. Punish that concubine by grounding her for a month. Hua Qing, I'm sorry. I tore your dragon robe. It's all because you suddenly hugged me last night. I got too excited. It's fine. Chapter 248. At night, lightning flashed and deafening thunder boomed in the sky. It was raining cats and dogs. Suddenly, there was a loud clap of thunder that made the entire palace tremble. Panicked cries could be heard in the storm. Fire, fire. The villa next to Hua Qing's bedroom was on fire. The fire was so strong that even the heavy rain could not extinguish it. The fire lit up the entire palace. The palace became restless. Ning Shu got up from the bed and said to Hua Qingwang, it's about to start. Are you afraid? I'm not afraid. Hua Qingwang clenched his fists tightly. His body was trembling and his face was red. Ning Shu said, I'm not afraid. If we fail, we will die. Qing Zhu helped Ning Shu put on his clothes. Hua Qingwang got up from the bed and grabbed the corner of Ning Shu's clothes tightly. Mother, I'm not afraid. Ning Shu nodded. Holding Hua Qingwang's hand, he walked towards the burning villa. Qing Zhu and the palace maids held umbrellas for Ning Shu and Hua Qingwang. It was raining heavily and a lot of rainwater had accumulated on the ground. It almost drowned their shoes. When they arrived at the villa, many palace maids and guards were putting out the fire. Hua Qing and Little Fox stood under the roof of the bedroom in their pajamas. Little Fox's eyes were red. She felt her heart ache when she saw her efforts being burned. There were so many places in the palace, but only her villa was burned. Her villa. Little Fox's heart ached. She had her own mansion in ancient times, but it was struck by lightning. She felt that the heavens were playing with her. Seeing Little Fox like this, Hua Qing quickly put out the fire. Even with so many eunuchs and guards putting out the fire did not die down. It exploded with crackling sounds. Hua Qing's face was cold and his brows were tightly knitted. Under the flickering light of the fire, he was incomparably cold. Ning Shu held Hua Qingwang's hand and walked in front of Hua Qing. She bowed to Hua Qing. Greetings, Your Majesty. Hua Qing glanced at Ning Shu and his gaze stopped on Hua Qingwang. He said impatiently, why did you bring the child here so late? Since something like this happened, Qinxia naturally had to come. Qingwang was worried about His Majesty and thought that His Majesty was living in the villa. He was afraid that something would happen to His Majesty, so he begged Qinxia to come along. Ning Shu said faintly. Hua Qing's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, he didn't stay in the villa tonight. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Hu was a woman who knew how to have fun. Sometimes, she would have sex in the villa and basically didn't stay in the villa at night. Hu said that the newly repaired house wasn't suitable for people to live in. Moreover, Hu said that she preferred to sleep in the dragon bed. Otherwise, he and Hu would be trapped in the villa tonight. Hua Qing heaved a sigh of relief and couldn't help but reach out to hug the little fox with one hand. He comforted her, don't be afraid, I'm here. Ning Shu was speechless. At the very least, his wife and son were beside him. Could he restrain himself a little? Hua Qingwang grabbed Ning Shu's hand and watched as Hua Qingwang hugged the little fox. His eyes were dark and looked very treacherous under the light of the fire. The fire burned fiercely. Even though there were so many people, they still couldn't save the villa. In the end, the villa that only had wood left collapsed with a creak. It looked especially miserable. Ning Shu was about to die from laughter in his heart. This dazzling villa was finally gone. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. An official hurriedly ran over and knelt in front of Hua Qingwang. He didn't care at all even though the rain was pouring down on him. Hua Qing frowned. Imperial astronomer, why did you enter the palace? This humble subject is here to tell Your Majesty that this fire is a warning to the heavens. The imperial astronomer knelt on the ground in a daze. Just as the imperial astronomer finished speaking, the sound of chaotic footsteps came over. Hua Qing saw that it was actually the civil and military officials. Then, one by one, they knelt in front of him. Hua Qing coldly said, "My beloved officials, what are you doing? Zhen didn't summon you to enter the palace. How did you enter the palace? What are the imperial guards doing? Your Majesty, please forgive this subject for coming unannounced." The Grand Preceptor said to Hua Qing. "This matter is truly too urgent. It concerns the future of the country. This subject can only brave the world and enter the palace." This Grand Preceptor was Imperial Noble Consort Xian's grandfather. Ning Shu looked at the white-bearded marshal in full military attire. He was the original owner's grandfather. Victory or defeat would be decided today. Seeing the mass of people kneeling below, Hua Qing had a bad feeling in his heart. He coldly said, "If there is anything to say it tomorrow. Zhen won't argue with my beloved officials for their improper actions today. Your Majesty, this matter is too important. Let's listen to what these trusted officials have to say. This concubine thinks that there is something urgent." Ning Shu bowed and said to Hua Qing. Hua Qing frowned. Ning Shu scolded, "The concubines of the imperial harem are not allowed to interfere with government affairs. Empress, you are overstepping your bounds." Hua Qing, "I'm a bit scared. Let's go inside." When the little fox saw this scene, her legs went weak. She pulled on Hua Qing's sleeve and said pitifully, "How dare you call His Majesty by his name? How unruly." An imperial censor straightened his back and scolded the little fox righteously. Hua Qing's expression immediately turned ugly. He couldn't bear to scold but he was scolded by an official so rudely. When he saw Er's frightened appearance, Hua Qing coldly said, "Imperial censor Wu, yelling in front of Zhen like this. Do you have any manners? Your Majesty, please forgive me." This subject was too impatient. Although the imperial censor said sorry, his back was still straight. He clearly didn't think he was wrong. His face looked like he was ready to die at any time. It was as if he wasn't afraid of death at all. Ning Shu saw that Hua Qing's body was shaking with anger. He stood in front of the little fox as if to shield her from the storm. Ning Shu's eyes flashed. Hua Qing really did love the little fox, but the little fox relied on Hua Qing's love to do things without fear. She had never thought of lessening Hua Qing's burden. He really didn't know how long Hua Qing could block for the little fox. Wouldn't he be tired? Hua Qing took a deep breath and said coldly, "What do you want to say? It looks like you want to force the emperor to abdicate. This subject doesn't dare. Your Majesty, please forgive us." The minister knelt in the rain. His official robes were soaked. Ning Shu was afraid that his grandfather's body wouldn't be able to take it. We don't dare. You are forcing the emperor to abdicate. What do you want?" Hua Qing's hands were clenched tightly behind his back. His body was trembling slightly. Hua Qing's eyes were deep and his expression was calm. However, there was uneasiness and an unknown fear in his eyes. "Your Majesty, this subject observes the stars at night. The morning star is dim, but the demon star beside it is bright. This means that there is an evildoer around His Majesty. This fire is heaven's warning to His Majesty." The imperial astronomer said agitatedly, "The fire falling from the sky is heaven's warning to Yan Kingdom." A bunch of nonsense. It's a bunch of nonsense. Hua Qing's body was trembling. An evildoer was causing trouble. These people were simply audacious. Chapter 249. The little fox didn't understand what the imperial astronomer was saying, but when she heard the word evildoer, her eyes widened in horror. Was he talking about her? Although she was a fox, she was still human. She wasn't an evildoer. The little fox clutched tightly to Hua Qing's clothes, her heart filled with unease and fear. Astronomical phenomena are nonsense. Imperial astronomer, I asked you to check the weather, not to exaggerate things like astrology. Hua Qing said coldly, I don't have any evildoers by my side. You're overthinking things. Your Majesty. The imperial astronomer kowtowed to the ground and cried out mournfully, Your Majesty, you must believe this humble subject's words. Planet Qiming is currently dim and lightless. Planet Qiming is the brightest star and represents Your Majesty. But now that it's dim, I'm afraid it won't just affect Your Majesty, but also the entire country, Your Majesty. The imperial astronomer kowtowed to the ground, his forehead bruised and his expression pained. The little fox was so frightened that she clutched Hua Qing's clothes tightly and hid behind him. She felt even more uneasy. Your Majesty, it's better to believe than not. Let the imperial astronomer investigate if there's an evildoer by Your Majesty's side. This way, Your Majesty and the ministers can rest assured, Ning Shu said gently. Hua Qing turned his head to look at Ning Shu. His eyes were dark and fierce as he roared at Ning Shu, Shut up. Ning Shu closed his mouth and didn't say anything. Hua Qingwang saw his mother being scolded and wanted to say something, but Ning Shu squeezed his hand and he quieted down. Your Majesty, Her Majesty the Empress is thinking for Your Majesty. Please forgive Her Majesty. Dressed in armor, the white-bearded Marshal Xiao was practically begging Hua Qing. It made one's heart ache inexplicably. Hua Qing was angered to death by Marshal Xiao's behavior. It was as if he was an incapable ruler who couldn't distinguish between right and wrong. Your Majesty, the most important thing now is to find out who the evildoer is and who the person who is harmful to the country of Yen is. There are so many buildings in the palace, but why was this strange building destroyed by the heavenly lightning? This kind of thing shouldn't exist in the palace. Your Majesty, the woman beside you is a demon. The Grand Preceptor was heartbroken. Your Majesty, you have been bewitched by the woman beside you. She is a demon that has transformed into a human to bring disaster to the Yen kingdom. When Hua Qing heard the Grand Preceptor's words, he was so angry that he almost fainted. He had clearly concealed Hu Er's identity well and was very careful. How did these people know that Hu had transformed into a human? Hua Qing's eyes were red. He gritted his teeth tightly and the muscles on his face were trembling. Ning Shu hurriedly pulled Hua Qingwang back and asked in fear, Your Majesty, didn't you say she was the county magistrate's daughter? How could it be a monster? Your Majesty, come over quickly. Don't stand with the monster. Shut up, poisonous woman. When Hua Qing heard Ning Shu calling Hu a demon, he roared, She's not a demon at all. Hua Qing looked around and saw the Empress hugging Hua Qingwang tightly. A group of ministers were kneeling in the rain. He felt powerless as if he was against the world. Behind him, Hu Er was trembling in fear. Your Majesty, you are really muddle-headed. You can't see such an obvious fact. Marshal Xiao said, This woman is a fox spirit that has transformed into a human. She wants to shake the country. Does Your Majesty not know about King Zhou of Shang and Su Daji? Your Majesty, are you going to ignore the Yen kingdom? Since this demoness entered the palace, many things have happened. She has harmed the imperial heirs and has no regard for seniority. Your Majesty has been bewitched by this demon and doesn't care about it. If this continues, the country will no longer be a country and the ministers will no longer be ministers. The Grand Preceptor knelt in the rain, his body swaying. He was supported by the ministers beside him, but he still insisted, Your Majesty, for the sake of the people of the Wei Kingdom, please kill this demoness and return the Yen Kingdom to its former glory. Your Majesty, please kill this demoness and return the Yen Kingdom to its former glory, the ministers shouted in unison. They kowtowed as if they were not afraid of pain. The little fox's face turned pale with fright. She couldn't help but cry out, You stubborn old fogies. You want me to die because of a single star? You're treating human life like grass. You'll suffer retribution for this. This demoness has brought disaster to the Yen Kingdom. She deserves to die. The Grand Preceptor looked at the little fox with disgust. The little fox was stunned. How was she a demoness? How could she bring disaster to the country? How could a woman like her have such ability? The little fox was afraid and wronged. She had no grudge against these people. Why should they decide her fate so easily? Huaqing's blood boiled in his chest. A bloody taste rose in his throat. His head was throbbing with pain. He was angry and afraid. He was afraid that he would not be able to protect Huaqing swallowed the bloody taste in his mouth and said calmly, "There is no evidence to prove that this woman is a demoness. Your Majesty, this demoness was transformed from the fox beside your Majesty." The imperial astronomer pointed at the little fox. Huaqing immediately retorted, "The little fox by my side has already been killed. It's ridiculous that a beast can transform into a human. If I want officials like you to guard my country, I'd rather give up the country of Wei. Your Majesty, I have solid evidence today. That is why I am purging you." The Grand Preceptor said, "Shaoanzi, who is by your Majesty's side, can prove it." Shaoanzi. Huaqing looked in shock at Shaoanzi, who walked over with his back bent. Then, he knelt down with a plop. "Shaoanzi greets your Majesty and everyone." There was no fear on Shaoanzi's face. Huaqing felt uneasy when he saw Shaoanzi like this. He snorted and said, "Shaoanzi, be careful with your words. If you lie, I will have your head." Shaoanzi kowtowed and said, "I will definitely tell the truth. The woman beside your Majesty is transformed from the golden fox. The dead fox in the imperial garden was made by your Majesty. Your Majesty asked me to skin the dead fox." Shaoanzi kowtowed to the ground. "If I lie, I will fall into the 18th level of hell and never be reincarnated," Shaoanzi said coldly. His words were like a knife that scraped Huaqing's body. Huaqing did not expect that the dog beside him would bite him back. This damned eunuch actually dared to say such things. Huaqing shouted coldly, "Shaoanzi, I have treated you well. How dare you betray me?" "I did not betray your Majesty. I am loyal to the entire Yan kingdom. Your Majesty connives with the evildoer and has an illicit relationship with the evildoer. Even if I am killed by your Majesty now, I will die without regrets. I only hate that I cannot kill the evildoer with my own hands." Shaoanzi looked at the little fox with hatred in his eyes. "Do you hate me?" The little fox could not figure out how she had offended him. "Of course I hate you. You made the emperor cruel. As a human, I was actually teased by a beast like you," Shaoanzi said hatefully. Ning Shu smiled faintly in his heart. No matter how small the nail was, it would still hurt. This was the price of being willful. Chapter 250. Huaqing regretted not taking down the marshal's residence. He wanted to take it slow, but with by his side, he was afraid that if he was too aggressive, someone would hurt He wanted to slowly take the military power from old Marshal Zhao's hands. But now, he was forced to kill by these officials. Huaqing wanted nothing more than to chop these officials up. Time waits for no one. Now, he was a fish on the chopping board. He couldn't even protect the woman he loved. Huaqing gripped the little fox's cold hand tightly. His eyes swept across the faces of these righteous officials. He calmly and coldly said, "I've said it before. The woman beside me is not some golden fox in disguise. Little Anzi, that dog of a slave, actually dares to frame me. Emperor, why are you so stubborn?" The old Grand Tutor straightened his back and said harshly, "If the emperor doesn't kill this evildoer who brings disaster to the country, this old official will kill himself here with all the officials. This old official doesn't want the emperor to do anything that will harm the foundation of our ancestors, Emperor. Emperor, please kill this evildoer who brings disaster to the country." The officials knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Huaqing with serious expressions. Huaqing was so angry that he staggered. Were they threatening him with death? Huaqing didn't care about the lives of these officials at all, but he couldn't be labeled as muddle-headed. "Huaqing, I'm so scared." When the little fox heard these people saying that they wanted to kill her, she was scared out of her wits. She felt very wronged. She was just a woman. What did she have to do with these people if she wanted to be happy? These people just wanted to kill her. Huaqing tightly held the little fox's hand and said firmly, with this one here, no one dares to do this to you. Emperor, you can't keep this witch alive. She really is a fox in disguise. This official has proof. Marshal Xiao knelt and cupped his hands to Huaqing. He waved his hand to the deputy general beside him. Then, guards came over with Taoists. Tell me the truth. Is the woman next to the emperor a fox spirit? Marshal Xiao fiercely said to these Taoists. Several Taoist priests knelt on the ground. The rain soaked their Taoist robes, making them look miserable. They looked haggard and dispirited. The Taoist priests looked at each other and finally said, the woman beside the emperor is a fox spirit. When the emperor found us, he wanted the golden fox to turn into a human. Ridiculous, this is simply ridiculous, Huaqing shouted. How can an animal turn into a human? Make a human for me. Huaqing felt very uneasy. These people had come prepared. He was really careless. He should have killed old man Xiao first. Then, the civil officials and military generals would not have joined forces to force him to abdicate. Animals can't transform into humans. It was me who offered the 1,000-year-old mermaid pearl. The golden fox swallowed the mermaid pearl to transform into a human, an elderly Taoist said hurriedly. Ning Shu, didn't they say that there was only one shark pearl in the world? Why was there another one? You. Huaqing pointed at the people kneeling on the ground below. The moisture from the rain hit his body. It was very cold. Huaqing suddenly felt very cold. Are you going to rebel and force me to abdicate? Huaqing roared. We don't dare. We can only disregard life and death and get rid of the evildoers around us. The evildoers who bring disaster to the country. The Grand Preceptor said righteously, Your Majesty, you have been bewitched by this evildoer. You can't see the country and the people. If you let this evildoer do whatever she wants, I'm afraid that the Yan kingdom will be destroyed. Huaqing was so angry that his body was trembling. He forced himself to calm down and said coldly, Jin Ling is just a woman. She can't overturn the Yan kingdom. You think too highly of her. Huaqing knew who. She didn't care about glory and wealth. She didn't like power and liked to play. How could she overturn the country? Your Majesty, these ministers are working hard for the Yan kingdom. Everything they do is for the country and the people. Your Majesty, you should give up on Miss Jin Ling. Humans and demons are different. Ning Shu bowed and said to Huaqing. When Huaqing heard Ning Shu's words, he immediately said sternly, Shut up. I suspect that you are jealous of Jin Ling. That's why you did this. Empress, your Xiao family has a lot of troops and wants to rebel. I have known about your ambitions for a long time. Ning Shu's face was immediately filled with grievances, as if she had been wronged. She said, Your Majesty, Qinxia is just a woman in the imperial harem. How could I have the ability to make the ministers do such a thing? You are a woman. Jin Ling is also a woman. Why did you do this to her? Are you happy to hit her when she is down? I really misjudged you. Ning Shu was speechless. He was speechless. He wasn't going after Little Fox, he was going after you. Ning Shu wiped his tears with a handkerchief. The little fox looked at Ning Shu unkindly and said resentfully, Your Majesty, even if you hate me, you can't put Huaqing in such a dilemma. Ning Shu, bah, the one who put Huaqing in such a dilemma is not me. It is you. It is your willfulness that put Huaqing in such a dilemma. Ning Shu didn't speak. He kept wiping his tears. His aggrieved look made people feel sad. What right do you have to point at my mother? She is the empress of the Yan kingdom. She manages the harem diligently so that my father has no worries. My mother did nothing wrong. Instead, after you came to the palace, the entire palace was in a mess, Hua Qingwang said disdainfully. Hua Qingwang said disdainfully, You don't have proper etiquette. You never salute my mother when you see her. You're really an animal. Hua Qingwang, shut up. Hua Qing shouted at Hua Qingwang with bloodshot eyes. You have no right to speak here. Hua Qingwang was frightened by Hua Qing's ferocious face. He burst into tears and shouted, Father, you don't want me anymore? Father has an evildoer. You don't even want your wife and children. Father, wake up. Father, wah 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 wah. Ning Shu hugged Hua Qingwang. He wiped his tears and said, Qingwang, don't cry. Qingwang, don't cry. Mother, father only wants the vixen. He doesn't want me and mother anymore. Hua Qingwang cried. This desolate look really made people's hearts ache. Hua Qing was instantly labeled as someone who had abandoned his wife and child. You. Hua Qing's blood boiled in his chest. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Ning Shu and Hua Qingwang with wide eyes. He said to Hua Qingwang with hatred, Little wolf, you actually want to kill your father. Father, I didn't. I just want father to leave this vixen. Mother and I can't live without father. Hua Qingwang's face was full of sorrow. Hua Qing looked at Hua Qingwang and said coldly, The blood of the Shao family flows in your body. You have wild ambitions. When you were born, should have strangled you to death. Hua Qing's sudden words stunned all the officials. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Now, the emperor wanted to kill his son. He was the same as King Zhou of Shang. Chapter 251. The rain stopped, but there was a cold chill. The atmosphere outside the bedchamber was extremely solemn. Hua Qing suddenly laughed. He looked at these officials and said coldly, Speak, what do you want to do? Your Majesty, we just want you to mend your ways and kill the evildoer to restore order. The Grand Preceptor did not budge an inch. Hua Qing sneered. His aura was very frightening. What if I don't? I am the son of heaven, but I can't even protect the woman I love. I am a useless emperor. Your Majesty, you are carrying the people of the Yan Kingdom. Even if we die, we will lead you to the right path. The imperial censor said loudly to Hua Qing. Hua Qing's expression was very cold. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Hua Qing pulled out the large knife hanging from the waist of the guard beside him. With lightning speed, he stabbed the knife into the imperial censor's stomach. It happened too quickly. Everyone was shocked. The imperial censor who was stabbed said with difficulty, Your Majesty, please kill the evildoer. With this evildoer here, the Yan Kingdom will not be safe. Hua Qing's face was livid with anger. He had actually helped the imperial censor achieve his eternal reputation. He was afraid that future generations would remember this official who had died for his remonstrance and was killed by him. Hua Qing's hand holding the knife trembled. His head was buzzing and cold sweat broke out on his back. Ning Shu was also shocked by Hua Qing's actions. He quickly said to Qing Zhu, Quickly call the Grand Preceptor. Don't let anything happen to Lord Wang. Qing Zhu quickly turned and ran. Ning Shu did not expect Hua Qing to make a move. The little fox was indeed his reverse scale. He would go crazy when others touched him. The imperial censor who was killed spat out blood. Until his last moment, he tried to persuade Hua Qing. Your Majesty, please kill the evildoer. Kill the evildoer. Before the imperial physicians could arrive, Lord Wang had already breathed his last. His blood flowed into the distance along with the rainwater, and the guards immediately carried Lord Wang away. Ning Shu looked at Hua Qing with heavy eyes. When he turned his head, he saw the little fox covering her mouth in shock. He coldly said to the little fox, The emperor did such an irrational thing for you. If you really love the emperor, you should end your own life. Don't make things difficult for the emperor. The emperor has labeled you as an incapable ruler. Ning Shu had only said it casually. He was sure that Little Fox would not dare to commit suicide. In essence, Little Fox was a selfish person. Xiao Xiao, shut up. Hua Qing stood in front of the little fox with a knife dripping with blood. Jean Ling is my beloved woman. No one in this world can hurt her. Ning Shu was speechless. All right, as long as you're happy. Hua Qing's actions stunned everyone. The officials kneeling on the ground were livid. The Grand Preceptor was so angry that he staggered. His voice trembled as he said, "Your Majesty, you might as well kill this old official. If you kill all of us, the Yan Kingdom will be in danger." As the Grand Preceptor spoke, he began to cry. "Previous Emperor, this official has wronged you. I did not assist the Emperor properly and allowed the Emperor to be bewitched by the evildoer and do such a cruel thing. Your Majesty, the officials just want to know your stance. Why don't we lock up this vixen first?" Ning Shu walked in front of Hua Qing and bowed. "Shut up, Xiao Xiao. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking." Hua Qing looked at Ning Shu with cold disgust. Ning Shu said aggrievedly, "Your Majesty, everything this concubine has done is for your Majesty. But in this situation, someone has to take a step back. Lock up Jean Ling. Whether or not the next step is to kill her, I won't back down. Without Jean Ling, I don't want the throne or the Yan Kingdom." Hua Qing's gaze swept over Ning Shu's face like a sharp knife. "Oh my, so affectionate. So touching." Ning Shu cried as she pulled on Hua Qing's sleeve. "Your Majesty, this concubine is begging you. Don't make mistakes again." Hua Qing waved his hand and shook off Ning Shu's hand. "Xiao Xiao, stop pretending. I never had any feelings for you. Now you dare to have thoughts about my Jean Ling. If you want her life, I will kill you first." Hua Qing raised the knife in his hand and stabbed at Ning Shu. "Your Highness, be careful." Marshal Xiao and Ning Shu cried out in alarm. They wanted to stand up, but after kneeling on the ground for so long, their legs were numb. They could only watch as the knife stabbed at their granddaughter. Imperial Mother, quickly dodge." Hua Qingwang shouted at Ning Shu with all his strength. Ning Shu screamed and rolled on the ground. She used the most embarrassing posture to dodge Hua Qing's knife. She looked at Hua Qing with a shocked and sad expression. "Your Majesty, are you going to kill this concubine?" Hua Qing's eyes were red. He tried to calm down, but there was a surge of anger in his heart that wanted to destroy everything. Hua Qing knew he had fallen into a trap. "Hua Qing, don't." The little fox held Hua Qing's hand and shook her head as she cried. "Hua Qing, don't kill for me anymore. I don't want to make things difficult for you. I can leave the palace as long as you live well." Hua Qing quickly grabbed the little fox's shoulder. "You are mine. I won't allow you to leave me." Ning Shu touched her already crooked hair and comforted the frightened Hua Qingwang. Now that things had developed to this point, it was even more impossible for the civil and military officials to keep the little fox. The little fox was terrified and wanted to run away, but Hua Qing kept her by his side domineeringly. The little fox's heart was in a mess. She was so scared that her body was trembling. She cried and shouted at Hua Qing, "Hua Qing, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. No one can let you die. With me here, no one can hurt you." Hua Qing hugged the crying little fox. Ning Shu felt his teeth ache. It was so boring to be all lovey-dovey. "Your Majesty, if you want the evildoer to live, then please abdicate. This way, the evildoer will do the least damage to the Yan Kingdom." The Grand Preceptor threw caution to the wind and asked Hua Qing to abdicate. "We agree. Your Majesty, please abdicate." The officials knelt on the ground and said in unison. Hua Qing's body shook and his teeth seemed to be chattering. "So you were waiting for me here? You want to dethrone me? The Yan Kingdom belongs to the Hua family. This country was conquered by the Hua family. When did it become your turn to make decisions? We are all doing this for the future of the Yan Kingdom. If your Majesty doesn't want to abdicate, then kill the evildoer. I have lived for so long and don't have much time left. If I can do something for the Yan Kingdom in the end, I can say that I have fulfilled my duty to the late emperor in the afterlife." The Grand Preceptor didn't care about life and death. Hua Qing felt cold all over. He just wanted to have a woman he loved. Why did these people have to be like this? They had to make him a high and mighty loner. Without there would be no joy to speak of. Now, there were two paths before Hua Qing. If he wanted the throne, he couldn't have the little fox. If he wanted the little fox, he couldn't have the throne. Chapter 252. Now, Hua Qing was deserted by everyone. For the woman he loved, he stood against everyone. No one objected to Hua Qing doting on a woman, but there was a limit to everything. Once this limit was crossed, there would be repercussions. Hua Qing's love for the little fox was without any principles or bottom line. He allowed the little fox to break the rules that everyone should abide by without restraint. Moreover, this love was built on the basis of hurting others. Everyone looked at Hua Qing, including the little fox. At this moment, Hua Qing felt as if he was standing on a mountain surrounded by cliffs, unable to advance or retreat. Hua Qing gritted his teeth. The muscles on his face trembled and his eyes were red. His heart felt like it was being tortured in a pan of oil. Hua Qing couldn't understand how things had turned out like this. This was a complete conspiracy. They were using the excuse of dealing with to deal with him. Hua Qing swallowed hard. His expression was dazed, as if his soul was about to leave his body. Why? We'll discuss this matter later. Hua Qing said with difficulty. We will give everyone an explanation for this matter. How will your majesty deal with this evildoer? Lord Wang is already dead and the empress almost lost her life. We can't just let this matter rest. Marshal Xiao said agitatedly. Someone has to take responsibility for tonight's matter. Hua Qing rubbed his forehead. He staggered and almost fell. The little fox quickly supported Hua Qing. She looked at Hua Qing with her watery eyes. Hua Qing's heart softened when he saw her. Hua Qing loved it when looked at him with such eyes. It was pure, beautiful, innocent, and clear. It was as if she had received the whole world. We'll talk about this later. Hua Qing's face turned green and he couldn't stop trembling. Hua Qing was forced into a corner by these people. He could only say, capture Jin Ling first. The little fox's eyes widened as she stared at Hua Qing in a daze. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she complained, Hua Qing, you gave me up for the throne. You keep saying that you love me but you gave up on me. Hua Qing wanted to grab the little fox's hand, but the little fox took a step back. You gave me up. Hua Qing felt as if someone was stabbing his heart with a knife. The pain was excruciating. He really wanted to tell the little fox that this was just a temporary measure. He would definitely not let anything happen to the little fox. But little fox had no idea what Hua Qing was thinking. All she knew was that Hua Qing had given up on her for the sake of power. Hua Qing said he loved her, but he couldn't win against power. Hua Qing, I hate you. This is your love for me. You want my life for the sake of power. The little fox wept silently. She looked especially miserable and beautiful. Ning Shu was speechless. Ning Shu suddenly sympathized with Hua Qing. How tiring was it to like someone whose thoughts were not on the same channel as yours? Any woman in the imperial harem would know what to choose now. As long as Hua Qing was still the emperor, she would be fine. At the end of the day, women from ancient families were different from modern women. The little fox looked down on the ancient women, but from a certain point of view, the ancient women were much more sensible and intelligent than modern women. They were willing to make sacrifices for their own goals. Little Fox was acting as if she had been betrayed and was heartbroken. She simply couldn't understand. The ministers were probably shocked by Little Fox's actions. After kneeling for so long, they simply sat on the ground and looked at the two people. Hua Qingwang quietly asked Ning Shu, Mother, what will Imperial Father choose in the end? Qingwang, what do you think? Ning Shu asked Hua Qingwang. It's not worth giving up the throne for a woman, especially one like her. Hua Qingwang was silent for a moment. Finally, he concluded, Imperial Father will give up on her. Is that so? Ning Shu didn't deny it. Marshal Xiao stood up and said, "If your majesty can't make a decision, this old official is willing to make a decision for your majesty. This old official will kill this demoness for your majesty. After this, if your majesty wants to kill me, this old official will have no objections." "Old man, don't you dare." Hua Qing stood in front of Little Fox and coldly shouted at Marshal Xiao, "Are you trying to rebel? In order to set things right, even if this official is accused of rebellion, this old official will have no regrets." Marshal Xiao's beard was white. When he said such words, it made people's hearts sour. It made Hua Qing seem even more foolish. Eunuch Qiu rushed over and said in Hua Qing's ear, "Your Majesty, Marshal Zhao's army has taken control of the entire capital. The palace has been surrounded." Hua Qing's hand trembled. This day had indeed come. Hua Qing regretted not getting rid of the Xiao family earlier. Now, he was being harmed instead. Now that things had developed to this point, there were no three paths for Hua Qing to take. Hua Qing looked at the heartbroken Little Fox and the aggressive ministers. It was as if all his strength had been sucked away. He felt indescribably helpless. "Can I send this woman away?" Hua Qing was already showing weakness by saying this. The ministers shook their heads. "This woman is a demoness. If she's not of our race, we will kill her. If she harbors resentment, it will also be harmful to the Yan kingdom." "Hua Qing, I was wrong about you. I thought you truly loved me, but you did it for the throne." Little Fox shook her head with tears streaming down her face. She looked as if she couldn't accept it. "Okay, I'll leave. I don't want to see you again." She came to the ancient times and fell in love with a man, but this was the result. Little Fox clutched the front of her clothes in pain. Little Fox was in pain, but Hua Qing was in even more pain. Hearing Little Fox's words was like cutting his heart. This woman had already integrated into every corner of his body. She was a part of him. Hua Qing couldn't imagine what it would be like without Little Fox. "Mother is betting that your imperial father will choose Little Fox," Ning Shu said quietly to Hua Qingwang. Hua Qingwang immediately frowned. His expression was especially serious. He shook his head like a little adult. "How can that be? It wasn't easy for imperial father to ascend to the throne. How can he give it up so easily? Back then, the fight for the throne was so tragic. In order to ascend to the throne, Hua Qing married Xiao Xiao. But now, he had to give up the throne for a woman. Even Hua Qingwang felt that it wasn't worth it. But if he didn't do this, how could he show Hua Qing's love for Little Fox? Veins popped out on Hua Qing's forehead. Ever since he ascended to the throne, he had never been in such a sorry state. He was really in such a sorry state. He was forced to this extent. "I give up the throne," Hua Qing said through gritted teeth. His gums were bleeding. "I give up the throne." The ministers, Hua Qingwang, everyone looked at Hua Qing in a daze. They looked at him as if he was crazy. He had lost his mind. Little Fox looked at Hua Qing sadly and was stunned. Her tears suddenly burst out like a dam. She murmured, "Hua Qing, for you, everything is worth it." Chapter 253. Hua Qing gave up the throne. No matter how the ministers persuaded him, it was useless. Hua Qing took the opportunity to say that if the Little Fox stayed by his side, he would continue to be the emperor. The ministers immediately calmed down and didn't say anything. Hua Qing had no choice but to give up the throne. Otherwise, the Little Fox would die. Now that the entire palace was surrounded, he was like a crab with its claws tied. He couldn't bear to let Hu-Er get hurt. Seeing the tears of joy and the deep affection in Hu-Er's eyes, Hua Qing felt that it was worth it. Perhaps he and Hu would have a different life. In the end, Hua Qing and the Little Fox were restrained in the bedchamber. Hua Qing's eyes landed on Ning Shu. He said coldly, "Empress, you are the one who brought disaster to the Yan kingdom." Ning Shu didn't understand. She said with grievance, "I don't understand what you are talking about, Emperor. You led the wolf into the house. Your Shao family wants to be the master of this country. You have wild ambitions. I have always been on guard against your Shao family. I didn't expect you to be one step ahead. I missed a good opportunity. Hua Qing looked at Ning Shu with disgust. I have always hated you. Back then, it was as if I begged to marry you. I have always hated you. I should have strangled Hua Qingwang. Ning Shu bowed and said lightly, Thank you, Your Majesty, for tolerating Qinxia for so many years. Back then, Qinxia did not force Your Majesty to marry Qinxia. Instead, Your Majesty married Qinxia for the throne. Qinxia has nothing to feel wronged about, so why should Your Majesty feel wronged? Not to mention, Your Majesty has been using Qinxia since the beginning. Then, were you the one who planned tonight's incident? Hua Qing's poisonous eyes scraped Ning Shu. Ning Shu shook her head. Your Majesty, this matter has nothing to do with this concubine. This concubine is just a woman in the imperial harem. The people you look down on don't have the ability to move the court officials. Your Majesty, you think too much. Ning Shu held Hua Qingwang's hand and left. Walking on the wet road, the rain seeped into their shoes and made them feel cold. Hua Qingwang looked at the Empress's back. Her hair was messy, but she walked calmly. He had never understood this wife he had married as a decoration. When they returned to the bedroom, Ning Shu asked someone to boil water for a bath. It was not good to catch a cold. Hua Qingwang was a little depressed. How sad must Hua Qingwang be to hear his father say that he should be strangled when he was born. Qingwang, you don't need to mind your imperial father's words. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be a father. Ning Shu patted Qingwang's head. No matter what, imperial mother will protect you. Hua Qingwang raised his head. He looked at Ning Shu and said, Mother, I feel bad for you. You've done so much for father, yet father treats you like this. Ning Shu smiled. Hearing this, his heart felt warm. Because your imperial father doesn't like your imperial mother. He likes little fox. He can do anything for little fox. Does imperial father not have any sense of responsibility and justice for imperial mother? Hua Qingwang looked at Ning Shu and asked. Imperial father has gone crazy. See, even a child knew this. But Hua Qingwang had fallen into his own fantasy of a beautiful love. He only wanted the beauty and not the country. Who knew if he would regret it in the future? Hua Qing gave up the throne, and the country also gave up on him. Hua Qing and Little Fox were sent out of the palace. They lived in a spacious manor. Many people were sent to guard it. Hua Qingwang was now the retired emperor. No one could stop the love between him and Little Fox. As Hua Qing's only son, Hua Qingwang would inherit the throne. After Hua Qing left the palace, Hua Qingwang would inherit the throne in 3 days. The palace was bustling with activity. The sound of bells rang out. Ning Shu wore a palace robe embroidered with gold and silver luan birds and a phoenix coronet. He held Hua Qingwang's hand, who was wearing a dragon robe and a crown with 12 beads. Under the worship of hundreds of officials, they walked step by step toward the gilded dragon throne. Hua Qingwang tightly pursed his lips. He walked step by step steadily. His lips were tightly pursed, and his expression was serious. Ning Shu wore flame-red makeup. The ends of his eyes were raised, making him look fierce and aggressive. He stepped on the steps and walked up step by step. Hua Qingwang sat on the dragon throne. His legs couldn't even touch the ground, but his back was straight. He looked abnormally solemn. Ning Shu sat on a chair next to him and gave Hua Qingwang an encouraging look. Long live the emperor. The hundreds of officials knelt down. Their voices were loud and clear. Hua Qingwang's voice was a bit tender. It even trembled slightly. He said loudly, Everyone, pay your respects. Ning Shu watched from the side. Seeing Hua Qingwang's appearance, he felt relieved. At least he didn't become a useless prince like in the plot. Perhaps Hua Qingwang could become a good emperor. In a high position, even if he had power, he couldn't be too willful. Hua Qingwang made the Grand Preceptor the head of the cabinet. Marshal Shao handed over his military power. Hua Qingwang held the commander's seal and compensated Marshal Shao by making him the Duke of Zhen. His descendants had the right to inherit the title. Since then, the Grand Preceptor and Marshal Zhao's families dominated the court. In addition to Hua Qingwang's military power, they formed a stable triangle. The distant sound of the bell spread throughout the capital. Hua Qing stood in the courtyard and looked in the direction of the palace. The little fox was nestled in Hua Qing's arms. She looked at Hua Qing and said, "Do you regret giving up the throne?" Hua Qing lowered his head and kissed the little fox's forehead. He said, I told you. You are the most important thing to me. Hua Qing, meeting you is my greatest fortune." The little fox hugged Hua Qing's neck. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Hua Qing's lips. Hua Qing hugged the little fox tightly. He had nothing left but the little fox. From now on, she was his everything. Hua Qing kissed the little fox passionately. He tried not to let himself regret. After a series of complicated ceremonies, Ning Shu finally accompanied Hua Qingwang through the process of ascending the throne. She was exhausted. Hua Qingwang's face was pale. Ning Shu quickly had someone prepare hot water for washing up. After the two of them washed up, Hua Qingwang looked at Ning Shu in a daze and asked, "Mother, I am now the emperor?" Ning Shu looked at her silly face and smiled. "Yes. You are now the emperor. You need to call yourself I, okay? Mother, I will protect you from now on. I will never let you get hurt again." Hua Qingwang hugged Ning Shu and gritted his teeth. Ning Shu patted him on the back. She felt Hua Qingwang cry. She immediately said, "Don't cry. Qingwang, no one will be able to hurt you anymore. With Qingwang protecting me, no one will dare to bully me." Hua Qingwang wiped away his tears and said, "But father, don't worry about your father. He is no longer the master of this country. He gave it up himself." Ning Shu said calmly, "As long as I am here, no one will be able to hurt you. Not even your father. I should be the one protecting you now. I hope you won't be sad for my father." She wasn't sad at all. Really. Chapter 254. Hua Qingwang handed the commander's seal to Ning Shu, but Ning Shu did not accept it. He said to Hua Qingwang, "Emperor, from now on, this is yours. Keep it safe. This commander's seal is what you rely on. If you encounter any problems, ask the officials for advice. Mother will retire in the back palace." Hua Qingwang smiled and said, "Imperial mother is not old at all. If Imperial mother wants to live with Imperial father, it is possible. Please don't. Your father hates me to the bone. I don't want to go. My days in the back palace are comfortable." Ning Shu quickly waved his hand. "Emperor, you are the ruler now. Emperor, you are now the ruler of all the people. You must think twice before you do anything. Learn more from your teacher. The imperial court pursues the doctrine of the mean. There must be a limit to everything. Mother Empress wants to say so much. You must keep the commander's seal. You must not be deceived by others. This is what you need to settle down and live your life." Ning Shu wanted to reach out and pat Hua Qingwang's head, but he remembered that Hua Qingwang was now the emperor. It would not be good to touch him. Hua Qingwang grabbed Ning Shu's hand and placed it on his head. He said, "I know mother has done a lot for me. I hope mother can be happy. Mother used to say this to me. Now, I hope mother can be happy." Hua Qingwang's eyes were watery and sincere as he looked at Ning Shu. Ning Shu smiled and said, "Mother is very happy." Although Hua Qingwang had become the emperor, he did not have the right to make decisions in the court. Hua Qingwang was not in a rush. He was slowly learning. Most of the court matters were decided by the old Grand Tutor. For a time, he was very powerful. However, the old Grand Tutor did not dare to be too arrogant. First, the emperor had military power. Next to him was the Duke Shen. There was also the Empress Dowager, who did not seem to care about the back palace. Greetings to the Empress Dowager. Royal Noble Consort Xian, no, Royal Noble Consort Ning Shu, bowed. Why don't you take good care of your body? You look thinner than before. Ning Shu looked at her and asked. Now that she was able to eat and sleep well and didn't need to scheme against each other, her days were too comfortable. Thus, when Ning Shu saw Imperial Noble Consort Xian's haggard appearance, he felt a sense of disappointment. Many thanks for the Empress Dowager's concern. As long as this concubine wants that demoness, it's like a fishbone in this concubine's throat. This concubine's heart is filled with hatred. Imperial Concubine Xian said hatefully, Imperial Concubine, back then you said that you could take revenge. But now, that demoness is still alive and well. Ning Shu looked at her. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Imperial Noble Consort Xian that they were able to cooperate with the Imperial Tutor's residence. The influence of the Imperial Tutor's residence was weakening in the Imperial Court. Furthermore, they did not have any outstanding descendants. They had originally hoped that the Imperial Noble Consort in the palace would be able to give birth to a successor. If they gave it a shot, they might be able to bring their clan back to glory. It wasn't easy for her to get pregnant, but in the end, she had a miscarriage. Furthermore, her body was severely injured, and she wouldn't be able to get pregnant in the future. Ning Shu promised that as long as Hua Qing was defeated and Hua Qingwang ascended the throne, the Imperial Tutor would enter the cabinet and become the Grand Secretary. This position could be considered the highest rank among the civil officials. The Imperial Tutor agreed. Furthermore, if a little radish ascended the throne, his authority would naturally be greater. The Imperial Tutor probably didn't expect that the Shao clan would actually hand over their military power. With the military power in the hands of the Emperor, the throne would be even more stable. Out of self-preservation, the Shao clan wanted to pull Hua Qing down. The reason why the Shao clan wasn't willing to hand over their military power was because they knew that Hua Qing was afraid of the Shao clan. However, handing over the military power meant death. Without the military power, the Empress and the little prince in the imperial harem would probably not be able to protect themselves. The military power was actually a hot potato, but they had no choice but to hold on to it tightly to save their lives. Death isn't the best outcome. You don't have to be too anxious. Ning Shu said, not all love is so strong. Their love might not be as beautiful as imagined. Let's go out of the palace and take a look. Ning Shu suddenly wanted to see how Hua Qing and the others were doing. The little fox's life was saved, but she couldn't leave the retired emperor's residence. It could be said that the two of them were under house arrest. When Ning Shu and the imperial concubine arrived at the retired emperor's residence, the little fox's voice came from inside. She was shouting at Hua Qing, I'm too bored. I want to go out and play. I'm afraid we can't go out. There are people guarding outside. Hua Qing's voice said lightly. The little fox said indignantly, they are illegally restricting other people's freedom. This is against the law. Hua Qing didn't say anything. The retired Empress Dowager has arrived. The imperial concubine has arrived. The eunuch shouted in a sharp voice. Ning Shu and the imperial concubine walked in. Ning Shu saw that the little fox's stomach was slightly bulging. He hadn't noticed during this period of time, but the little fox was actually pregnant. However, it didn't seem to be very far along. When the imperial concubine saw the little fox's bulging stomach, her body trembled. Her expression was extremely bad. When Hua Qing saw the bright and beautiful Ning Shu, she said coldly, "What are you doing here?" Ning Shu looked around the room and finally nodded. It seems like the retired emperor's living environment is not bad. Seeing the two women, the little fox immediately covered her stomach and hid behind Hua Qing. The previous incident of the forced abdication had made the little fox tremble. Now that she saw Ning Shu, the little fox's heart trembled. In addition, Hua Qing often said that his throne was taken away by the empress. The little fox was quite afraid of this evil empress. So what if she was powerful? How could a woman whose husband didn't love her be happy? Your Shao family supported a puppet emperor. Are you going to usurp the throne soon? Hua Qing looked coldly at Ning Shu. Her lips were extremely red and her makeup was extremely sharp. It felt like one would be suppressed by her aura if they stood in front of her. Ning Shu raised her eyebrows. My Shao family has already given up their military power. Qingwang is not some puppet emperor. Your Shao family handed over their military power. Hua Qing's expression was somewhat shaken. Ning Shu smiled. Her face was like a slowly blooming rose with thorns, beautiful and piercing. You schemed to take the Shao family's military power, but now your son has effortlessly obtained it. Hua Qing pursed her lips. As long as the country is still in the hands of the Hua family. You are now the retired emperor. You don't have to worry about the country's affairs. Ning Shu smiled. I wish you all happiness. Ning Shu turned and left. She could tell that Hua Qing wasn't doing well. There was a hint of depression between her brows that couldn't be dissolved. When a man's power was taken away, his glory would be reduced by more than half. Knowing that you all aren't doing well, I feel much better. On the way back to the palace, Imperial Consort Xian's face was gloomy. Ning Shu knew that she wasn't willing to accept it, but Ning Shu didn't want to care. Whatever Imperial Consort Xian wanted to do, Ning Shu wouldn't stop her. Not long after, news of the little fox's miscarriage came. The little fox had a playful personality to begin with. In the end, she fell down the stairs and reddened on the spot. Hua Qing almost went crazy. Even so, the little fox still miscarried. Chapter 255. Ning Shu felt that little fox's miscarriage must have been caused by Grand Concubine Xian, but Ning Shu did not say anything and pretended not to know anything. After little fox's miscarriage, she lay on the bed with a blank expression. Hua Qing hugged little fox and kept telling her that she would have a child in the future. Little fox looked at Hua Qing. His face was much thinner and his eyes were filled with worry and love. But for some reason, little fox felt sick of it and was even glad that the child was gone. If she really lived like a hostage in the retired emperor's residence with Hua Qing, what joy would there be in such a life? Seeing Hua Qing every day really made her feel a little bored. Little fox felt that her love for Hua Qing had entered a period of weakness. There was nothing new about it anymore. Little fox wanted to go out for a walk. Was her ancient life like this? To be imprisoned in the retired emperor's residence for the rest of her life. Little fox also felt that Hua Qing was far less charming than before. What she loved was not power and money, but power and money were definitely the embodiment of charm. Men were only charming because of their career. But Hua Qing had been stripped of his position as emperor and his halo had been stripped away. Little fox felt suffocated at the thought of living a mediocre life in the retired emperor's residence for the rest of her life. She wanted to escape from this prison. Hua Qing clearly felt the change in little fox's attitude towards him, but he did not say anything. He had given up everything except for little fox. No matter what, he had to capture little fox. She was the only thing left in his life. Without the throne, his wife and son were like enemies. His life was so lonely that little fox was the only thing left. Hua Qing treated little fox better and better, but the more Hua Qing was like this, the more frustrated little fox was and the more she wanted to leave this suffocating place. Hua Qing was depressed all day. Looking at the palace, he felt a little regretful. He was supposed to be the high and mighty emperor. Why couldn't the throne and little fox coexist? Hua Qing and little fox began to argue. Little fox cried and threw a tantrum to leave, but Hua Qing could not let her go. If little fox left, everything he had done and given up would be meaningless. In any case, he couldn't have a peaceful day. When Ning Shu found out that little fox had escaped from the retired emperor's residence time and time again, only to be caught by the people who were monitoring her, he was so angry that he almost went crazy. Hua Qing did not care about it, but there was only resentment between the two. Hua Qing complained that little fox did not understand him, and that he had sacrificed so much for little fox, but little fox complained that Hua Qing was selfish, trapping herself in such a place and making life boring. It was only then that Huaqing truly felt the difference in Little Fox. No other woman was as passionate about running outside as Little Fox. Other women and women would never step out of the house, but Little Fox would die if she stayed at home. Ning Shu smiled faintly. He seemed to be extremely loyal, but he couldn't withstand the ravages of time and details. The giant wheel of love sank just like that. Ning Shu called Huaqing to the palace for a meal. Now that her mission had been completed, it would not be long before she left this world. Before she left, she wanted to have a meal with her temporary son. Huaqing grew very quickly. He was already at Ning Shu's chin. He ate everything during meals, but he didn't eat much. No one could tell what he liked to eat or what he disliked to eat. He hid his preferences so that no one would know about it. Ning Shu placed Huaqing's favorite food on his plate and said to him, "Mother's Qingwang will definitely be a good emperor. Your son will not disappoint mother's expectations." Huaqing said very seriously. Ning Shu smiled and said, "I hope that in the future, when you have a woman you like, it's okay to dote on her. Don't ever be like your father, who only left behind exhausted ashes in the end due to overly intense feelings. A gentle flow of water is beautiful. Most importantly, don't fall in love with a woman who is too stupid. Your son understands. If I have a woman I like in the future, I will definitely let mother take a look." Huaqing nodded and said with a smile, "With father's example, your son does not dare to fall in love with women. As long as you have a sense of propriety," Ning Shu said. Finally, he patted Huaqing's head and said, "Qingwang, good luck." After the meal, Huaqing left. Ning Shu lay on the bed and took a nap. "Ding, Ning Shu, moi, did you miss me?" 2333's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ning Shu said, "Scram. Humph, would it kill you to be nicer to me?" 2333's voice sounded very wronged. Mission completed, Livren world. Ning Shu's head buzzed and then he did not feel anything. When he woke up, he was in the dimensional space. He looked down at his soul. Although it was a bit dim, it was not as exhausted as before. 2333 system, sir, see how many points I have this time. Okay. Ning Shu's status panel appeared in front of him. Number, 23333 name, Ning Shu age, 27 experience, 80000600000 soul, 200 HP, 50 wisdom, 85 charm, 3 luck, 34 spirit, 120 martial strength, 10 aptitude, 26 merit, 5 skills, 5 ring spear technique, trash fighting technique, trash entry level peerless martial arts honorary title, goddess of war, mother of the world, Queen's blessing, mission completion, 100. Received 10 attribute points. Ning Shu raised his eyebrows and asked 2333, "What the hell is this mother of the world aura? You changed Huaqing's fate. The original owner, Xiao Xiao, is grateful to you. You have the halo of being the mother of the world. Actually, this is the original owner giving you some of the people's faith. He also gave you some of his luck. That good?" Ning Shu was a bit surprised. With 60,000 points and 10 attribute points, the biggest reward was probably this mother of the world aura. Ning Shu added the 10 attribute points to his HP and luck. Number, 23333 name, Ning Shu age, 27 experience, 140000 soul, 200 HP, 505 wisdom, 85 charm, 3 luck, 345 spirit, 120 martial strength, 10 aptitude, 26 merit, 5 skills, 5 ring spear technique, trash fighting technique, trash entry level peerless martial arts honorary title, goddess of war, mother of the world, Queen's blessing, Ning Shu, you can do it. Now you have 140,000 points. Wait for 200,000 points and you can open the beginner system mall. Beginner system mall? Is there an advanced system mall? Ning Shu asked. 2333's tone was filled with longing. The best is still the super system mall. There are all kinds of treasures in there. I've seen someone exchange for a plane. Those who can open the super system mall are like gods. It's good that you can open the beginner system mall. Damn, I can't imagine. Chapter 256. Ning Shu counted with his fingers when he would be able to open the system store. He estimated that he would only need to do one more quest before he could open it. Suddenly, he was filled with fighting spirit. Once he opened the system store, he would be able to exchange for soul training. He wouldn't have to train like a tortoise anymore. Every time he stayed in the quest world, his soul would be greatly depleted. Ning Shu, do you have a quest to complete? 2333 Ning Shu asked. Ning Shu asked, what's a quest? It's a quest to make the target fall in love with you. 2333 explained. Ning Shu was speechless. Ha ha ha, fall in love with me? Ning Shu pointed at his own nose. With my 3 points of charm, do you think I can make someone fall in love with me? Don't belittle yourself. You're actually quite handsome. 2333 said, besides, you're using the body of the defiant attacker. You're using your soul to conquer him. Ning Shu waved his hand. I'm not going. Why not? 2333 was puzzled. This quest is very popular. It wasn't easy for me to get it. It's also very easy. This quest is easy. How can it be easy? Ning Shu's expression was calm. It's to make someone fall in love with someone else. 2333 quickly said, that's right. You just have to make the target fall in love with you. It's better than fighting and killing. It's easier and easier than the tiring quests. Fall in love with me or the original owner? Ning Shu frowned. 2333 immediately said, of course it's the original owner. If not, why would the target pay the price to be conquered? Ning Shu, is there something wrong with your brain? Can't you understand something as simple as this? Ha ha ha, you're the one with something wrong with your brain. The original owner and I are not the same person. After I left, the original owner returned to his body. How can love be gained through a quest? Ning Shu waved his hand. I'm not going to do this quest. Can a relationship gained through someone else's quest last? She could leave the mission world without any reluctance because she didn't have any emotional entanglements with the people inside. Love was mutual. It wasn't as if you could win someone's heart by doing a few things. You also had to give your heart. This kind of thing is the most mysterious. Even the true love between the male and female lead can be torn apart, let alone this kind of illusory love. Since the Wish Master wanted to use her soul power to make the target fall in love with her, it meant that the target didn't love the Wish Master at all. Ning Shu felt that she didn't have the ability or charm to make the man fall in love with her. If he didn't love her, then he didn't love her. Emotional debt was the hardest to repay. Furthermore, using such a method to get close to the target meant that this relationship wasn't simple from the start. 2333 system, don't give me this kind of quest in the future. I can't do it, Ning Shu said directly. Ning Shu would rather do some fighting and killing quests. At least he felt happy. Alright, you really don't know how to appreciate my kindness. I think you're working too hard on the quests. You can make simple quests so complicated. Take the Empress quest for example. You can totally woo the Emperor Huaqing. With Huaqing around, nothing will be a problem, 2333 said. In the end, you made it so complicated. You formed factions and usurped the throne. Aren't you tired? Ning Shu was speechless. I'm happy. Do you want to sleep with me and Huaqing? Do you really think the Empress wants to see another woman and her body sleep with her husband? Ning Shu dared to guarantee with his own head that if she really slept with Huaqing, the Empress would never give her the halo of being the mother of the world, even if this man had wronged her a lot. However, if her husband fell in love with someone suddenly appeared and slept with her, it would be even more humiliating for the Empress. 2333, you're a system after all. You don't understand humans, and you don't understand human women. This kind of creature is so complicated that it will burn your main brain, Ning Shu said disdainfully. 2333, don't give me this kind of quest in the future. I can't do it. Ning Shu reiterated again. He didn't want to do this kind of quest that was deceptive. It was too tiring. Ning Shu sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. After some time, Ning Shu opened his eyes. He saw that his soul had become thicker and felt a sense of accomplishment. 2333, let's start the quest, Ning Shu said as he stood up. 2333 said weakly, okay. He was probably dissatisfied with Ning Shu's rejection. Ning Shu also felt that rejecting 2333 was too stiff. He wanted to say something, but his mind went blank and then he lost consciousness. When Ning Shu woke up, he found that his body was flying. Then, he fell to the ground with a bang. He was in so much pain that he couldn't stop breathing. His body was about to fall apart. A hot and sticky liquid surged up his throat. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, what's going on? It's so painful. Niece, aren't you a little too vicious? A man's voice was filled with resentment. Uncle Wei, it's hard to avoid accidental injuries in a duel. If Hui Di makes you unhappy, you can punish her as you wish. A clear and cold female voice rang out. This voice was very pleasant to the ears, like the sound of spring water splashing on jade. The tinkling sound carried boundless coldness. Just by hearing this voice, one could imagine the appearance of a peerless beauty in one's mind. Ning Shu endured the pain in her heart. When she opened her eyes, she saw a woman in white. Her hair fluttered in the wind. Her face was covered by a thin veil, revealing her cold eyes and a forehead as bright as moonlight. Although she was wearing a veil, she could feel that the face behind the veil was definitely a peerless beauty. Cold like Chang-yi from the Cold Palace. Her temperament was ethereal. Seeing this woman, Ning Shu's brain didn't react. He said first, it's okay, it doesn't hurt. Motherfucker, it hurts so much. Wait, what's with this coarse male voice? Ning Shu quickly touched his chest. It's flat. Ning Shu didn't give up and touched his lower body. There was a lump hanging down there. Damn, what's going on? Shi Huidi saw this man doing such a vulgar action in front of her. She held the thin veil in her hand and prepared to hit Ning Shu again. Ning Shu still hadn't recovered from the shock of transmigrating into a man. He saw this woman with a veil swinging a cloth-like weapon towards him. Although it was a cloth, it carried a swift and fierce wind. It made Ning Shu feel as if he was facing a sword. Ning Shu couldn't move now. He quickly shouted, I admit defeat, I surrender. Ha! The sound of laughter came from below the stage. It was obvious that they were laughing at Ning Shu. Suddenly, there was a strong qi that knocked away Shi Huidi's cloth. A person stood in front of Ning Shu and stuffed a pill into his mouth. After swallowing the pill, Ning Shu felt much better.